Chapter 130. Rune Guild. Greetings, President. Greetings, President. Mu Chongkong walked leisurely, but in fact, he was very anxious. As the president of the Rune Guild, Mu Chongkong had not been so nervous for a long time. Even when he became a level 5 runes master, he was not as excited as today. The only thing Mu Chongkong wanted to do now was to find that genius. A genius who could improve a runes with just a few strokes was definitely a genius. Not only could he improve level 3 runes, he might even be able to improve higher runes. This kind of genius, Mu Chongkong must accept him as a disciple no matter what. Grandpa, why are you here? Mu Ning was arranging the materials. As Mu Chongkong's granddaughter, Mu Ning's talent was not bad. Her martial arts cultivation had reached level 7, and her runes master was a level 1 runes master. It was said that she was about to become a level 2 runes master. She could be considered as an outstanding figure in the Rune Guild. The appearance of Mu Chongkong shocked many people. In their eyes, Chairman Mu rarely appeared in the hall, but today he appeared in the hall. Follow me. Mu Chongkong turned around and walked back. It was not easy for a genius to appear in the Rune Guild. Mu Chongkong did not want the news to leak out. If someone else got it first, he would have no place to cry. Secret, absolutely secret. This was the only thought in Mu Chongkong's mind. Mu Ning felt strange. Her grandpa rarely seemed to be so anxious. As his granddaughter, she could see the clues. Grandpa, what happened? Mu Ning closed the door and could not help but ask. Mu Chongkong said excitedly, Xiao Ning, do you know what Grandpa found today? Mu Ning blinked her eyes, Grandpa, look at how happy you are. Could it be that you have become a level 6 runes master? No, no. If outsiders were to see Mu Chongkong's current expression, they would probably be dumbfounded. Even the usually serious Chairman Mu would act like a child one day. Even the quick-witted Mu Ning couldn't guess the reason. Grandpa, tell me quickly. What's the good news? Mu Ning pouted and acted like a spoiled child. Mu Chongkong stopped teasing his granddaughter and picked up a scroll. Take a look. You'll know immediately. Mu Ning was a level 1 runes master, so her talent wasn't bad. She stared at the runes design, and her cherry lips immediately turned into an O shape. Congratulations, Grandpa, you've finally improved the level 3 runes. Mu Ning was very clear about this runes map. Her grandfather had been studying it for a long time, but he hadn't made any progress. She didn't expect that he would succeed in improving it today. She was sincerely happy for her grandfather. Mu Chongkong laughed, Xiao Ning, you've guessed wrong this time. It's not Grandpa who improved it, but someone from our guild. Hurry up and tell Grandpa who improved this runes map. Grandpa must accept him as his personal disciple. Ah! Mu Ning was surprised. Grandpa wanted to accept a personal disciple. In the Rune Guild, a personal disciple's status was much higher. Unfortunately, there were very few people who could become a personal disciple. This was because the requirements of the runes master were too strict. They didn't even agree to become an apprentice of the runes master, let alone a personal disciple. This was a watershed. Mu Chongkong had a few guesses in his heart. Other than them, there seemed to be very few people who could improve it. Every time he saw the improvement on the scroll, Mu Chongkong would feel that it was a stroke of God. It turned out that level 3 runes could be improved. Xiao Ning, don't just stand there. Hurry up and tell me. Mu Ning held the scroll. Her mind was blank. She clearly remembered that she had taken a look at the last scroll, especially the last scroll. She liked to pay attention to it. She also wanted to know who had the ability to improve this level 3 runes. Today, she remembered that the last scroll was clearly blank. When did it have a few more strokes? Mu Ning was confused. Her pretty face revealed a blank expression. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I also don't know who did it. Mu Ning lowered her head in shame. Mu Changkong suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. He sat on the chair and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Xiao Ning, you really didn't lie to Grandpa. Thinking that he was only one step away from being a genius, Mu Changkong was very depressed. All along, Mu Changkong wanted a personal disciple to pass down his knowledge. Now that there was finally a genius, he didn't know who it was. Mu Ning was about to cry. When I received the scroll, my granddaughter especially took a look at it. You also know that I usually like this. Today, when I received it, there was really no one who could solve this problem. I remember it clearly. There is absolutely no mistake. Although Mu Changkong was disappointed, he still wanted to know who it was. Do you think it was your senior brothers? Mu Ning shook her head. I don't think so. When I walked over, I especially took a look. Mu Changkong thought for a while. If you can't remember who it was, then forget it. This person appeared in our guild. Maybe he's from our guild. Maybe he'll appear again next time. Xiao Ning, you don't have to feel too guilty. Mu Ning really didn't feel good. Oh yeah, Xiao Ning remembered something. Could it be that he did it? A scene suddenly appeared in Mu Ning's mind. The scene of the young man helping to pick up the scrolls in the hall. Could it be him? Xiao Ning, did you remember something? Mu Changkong was spirited again. The Rune Guild wouldn't give up on any outstanding disciple. Mu Changkong wouldn't miss any runes genius either. Thus, Mu Ning told him what happened in the hall. Apart from him, there seemed to be no one else who was suspicious. You said that he helped you pick up the scrolls? Mu Ning nodded. Yes, the scrolls fell on the ground. He picked them up behind my back. Apart from him, no one else touched the scrolls. But he's very young. I think he's not even 20 years old. I also saw him buying a lot of materials for Runes Master. It shouldn't be possible for him to improve the runes, right? Mu Changkong closed his eyes and slowly opened his mouth. Regardless of whether it's him or not, send someone to pay attention. Since that person appeared here, maybe he'll appear again next time. Gue Yuan City had a huge population. It wouldn't be easy to find such a person. The only thing they could do was to wait. Mu Ning said, Grandpa, don't worry. I'll definitely help you find that person. It's done. In the house, Lin Fei was holding a level 2 wind talisman in his hand. He grinned and laughed. Learning in the virtual world is really different. I didn't expect to succeed on my second try. This was the first time Lin Fei had created a level 2 runes. The wind talisman in his hand wasn't big. It wasn't even half the size of a palm. The aura of the wind was gently pulsating. Let me test its power first. Lin Fei held the wind talisman in his hand and looked at the stone table in the house. Open. The wind talisman left the air. A wind blade cut out like a white light. Chapter 131. My level 2 wine talisman shouldn't be any worse than a level 3 fire talisman, right? Looking at the cut stone table, Lin Fei was very satisfied with the power of the level 2 wind talisman. It had reached his expectations. From the moment he made it, Lin Fei had reason to believe that a level 2 wind talisman could beat a level 3 fire talisman. Learning in the virtual world, whether it was runes or runes making, was far better than learning in the Xiantian continent. What he learned in the virtual world was the most orthodox runes technique. The runes technique in the Xiantian continent had been lost for a long time. The power of a level 2 wind talisman made using the orthodox runes technique was certainly not inferior to a level 3 fire talisman. One was authentic, the other was incomplete. There was a big difference in power. If the news of today's scene were to spread out, perhaps all runemasters would be dealt a blow. Generally, one could only make second-level runes, and they needed to be at least at the 8th level of the martial path and have a high level of talent to have the opportunity to make them. There were very few people like Lin Fei. In the virtual world, Lin Fei also spent a lot of time learning. Just making virtual runes took up a lot of time. In reality, if Lin Fei was not good at making runes, even NPCs would jump at him. The Wind Talisman has this kind of power. It's more or less enough. If I encounter an expert, I can throw out a handful of talismans and kill him instantly. Lin Fei smiled proudly. I have to quickly refine more talismans. To outsiders, runes were priceless items. Every single one of them was priceless. But for Lin Fei, runes were just a tool to enhance his strength. Runes masters were very difficult to make runes, and the success rate was not high. That was why runes masters were so popular. Lin Fei was different. He learned the authentic runes technique. His production level was better than ordinary runes masters, and his success rate was higher than theirs. Young master, mistress invites you. Just as Lin Fei was concentrating on creating runes, a voice suddenly rang out. Qing Luan's voice came from outside the door, with a hint of anxiety. Come in. Qing Luan was still dressed in green, pure and moving. My mother is looking for me. Lin Fei asked casually. When Qing Luan saw her young master making runes, she was very surprised. How does young master know how to make runes? Could it be that young master is also a runes master? A question arose in his mind. After getting along for a few days, Qing Luan felt that young master was not as bad as the outside world said. On the contrary, he was a good person. At least, that was what the Green Phoenix thought. Qing Luan hesitated. Master's entourage is back. He seems to be injured. Lin Fei stopped what he was doing and put down his runes. He frowned and stood up. I'll be right there. By the way, this runes is for you. Lin Fei had a good impression of the blue one, so he took out a level 2 fire talisman. Especially since the atmosphere was not right recently and the blue wand did not have much strength, it was good to have runes in hand. Lin Fei did not know that this runes had caused a lot of trouble. This is too valuable, I can't take it. Qing Luan waved her hands and was shocked. Lin Fei did not care about the consequences. He pulled Qing Luan over and placed it on her hand. With a sullen face, he said, there is no reason to take back young master's things. After saying that, he turned and left. Young master gave runes, could it be that he wants? Qing Luan's face blushed. Meeting hall. When Lin Fei arrived, he found that his second brother Lin Feng was also there. Mother, you're looking for me. Lin Fei strode into the hall and nodded at his second brother. Fortunately, the little loli was not here. Lu Qing called her youngest son over because she had no other choice. Have you rested well these few days? Very well. I slept all the way until dawn. It was more comfortable than living in the divine martial sect. I was really scared of that place. Lin Fei laughed. Mother, I heard that father's entourage is back. Did something happen? After returning from the divine martial sect, Lin Fei did not want to continue to be idle. It was time to help. Guiyuan City was a remote place belonging to a tribal dynasty. In this area, the strongest cultivator was only a profound practitioner. Lin Fei's father was a profound practitioner. As long as he did not encounter a profound practitioner, Lin Fei believed that he could deal with it. Now that he had the runes in his hands, he had more confidence. Lin Feng was someone who could not hide the truth. He said angrily, "Third brother, our people in the mining area were attacked by men in black for 3 consecutive days. Dozens of people were killed or injured. The mining area is now in a state of panic. Damn it, it must be done by them. Feng don't talk nonsense. There is no evidence. It will not be good if it is spread out. Lu Qing scolded Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to say something but he held it back. Lin Fei understood that this must be done by the forces of Gue Yuan City. The Lin family had a weapon shop. Outside of Gue Yuan City, there were a few mining areas that were specially used to relieve the needs of the weapon shop. This was an attack on the Lin family's business. The mining area was a place where oil was coming out. They wanted to rob the mining area. At the moment, they would not do it by force. Once the meeting was over, the mining area might change hands. At the moment, it was just a test, a blow. Mother, do we need to go and deal with the mining area? Lin Fei was very straightforward. Lu Qing did have this idea. The Lin family was not as good as before. As the mistress, Lu Qing had to deal with everything. If something happened in the mining area, she had to deal with it. Currently, everyone in the Lin family was arranged to work. The mining area was important and could not be delayed. She had to deal with it as soon as possible. Thus, Lu Qing thought of the two brothers. Little Fei, you have grown up. Lu Qing sighed, your mother has to stay in the Lin family to prevent trouble. The mining area can only rely on you two brothers. Mother will take out a team of black armored guards to help you manage the mining area. Lin Fei took a step forward, Mother, leave this matter to me. There is no need for second brother to do it. I can handle it. Besides, I have grown up. It is time to go out and take charge. The latter words were added by Lin Fei at the last minute. Third brother, this absolutely cannot be done. Lin Feng stopped him. The mining area was currently in a crisis. He was worried that something would happen to Lin Fei if he went alone. Second brother, I know what to do. Lin Fei said, it has been 5 years. Our Lin family has been in trouble because of me. Can't I make it up to them? I want to use my actions to tell everyone that I, Lin Fei, am not the Lin Fei from 5 years ago. I can still take charge. Lin Feng was silent. He could not understand his younger brother. If it was not for what happened before, Lin Feng would not believe that his younger brother had changed so much. Lu Qing was also silent. A trace of joy flashed in her beautiful eyes. Which mother did not want their son to be successful? Her son's change was beyond imagination. She felt a burst of joy in her heart. Lin Fei understood that they were worried about him. If he wanted to go to the mining area, he had to add fuel to the fire. Mother, leave the mining area to me. I forgot to tell you that I am also a runes master. A level 2 runes master. Chapter 132. Gue Yuan City, City Gate. Get out of the way, don't block the way. Get out of the way, don't block the way. A group of men dressed in black rushed out from the end of the street, and the people on both sides subconsciously made way for them. No one dared to stand in their way. Those with a discerning eye could tell that they were the Lin clan's black troopers, the second strongest group of guards in the Lin clan. They had a strong murderous aura, and every one of them was an elite. There were at least 100 enemies who had died in their hands, and not everyone could join them. Why does the leader look so familiar? It seems to be the Lin family's third young master. How can it be him? Did something happen? Maybe Lin Fei went out to pick up girls. Did you guys hear about what happened a few days ago? Third young master Lin is really something. He offended the Li family, the Zhang family, the Beigong family, and many other big and small families in one go. He's afraid of danger. So that's how it is. Third young master Lin also has times when he's afraid. He's quite bold to go out at this time. Isn't he afraid of being targeted? Then you should go ask third young master Lin. I thought that Lin Fei would change, but he's still as arrogant and show-loving as before. Third young Master Lin had been in the limelight for the past few days. After the incident at the dojo of limits, everyone thought that Lin Fei had changed, but it seemed that he hadn't changed at all today. When third young Master Lin led his men out, they realized that the Lin family's young master also had a day when he was afraid. Who would have thought that third young Master Lin would go to the mining area? Guiyuan City, City Wall. Someone was looking in the direction that Lin Fei had left. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize them. They were none other than Li Yuan and Beigong Wuqing. Beigong Wuqing had always been Li Yuan's follower. Wherever Li Yuan went, he would follow. It's a pity that Lin Feng didn't go. This Lu Qing is quite bold to let her son go to the mining area. I really don't know what she's thinking. Does she think that a single Lin Fei can solve the problem? Beigong Wuqing felt slightly regretful. Li Yuan smiled. Other than Lin Fei, the other person in the Lin family is his big brother Lin Yun. These two are the most talented. Now that Lin Fei has stepped into hell, the Lin family is isolated and helpless. Beigong Wuqing flattered him. Brother Yuan's analysis is very correct. This time, we must completely destroy all hope of the Lin family. Li Yuan retracted his gaze. Let's go. We can't miss this good show. Also, that 1,000,000 taels of silver isn't that easy to get. On the other side, in an elegant room, our young master Zhang Qian was leisurely sipping on a cup of tea while tapping his fingers on the table. Brother gone, good news. Lin Fei went out with the dark troopers. Someone came in from outside. Lin Fei is dead this time. A cold glint flashed across Zhang Qian's eyes as he downed the tea in one gulp. Zhang Qian had lost all his face in front of the family elders. He couldn't lift his head for a while. In particular, the people who tried to kill Lin Fei were discovered. However, they couldn't be sure if they were killed by Lin Fei. The wounds were blurry and they couldn't determine what kind of injury it was. No matter who did it, Lin Fei was undoubtedly the number one suspect. The Zhang family couldn't swallow this anger. They had to find someone to vent it on. Lin Fei was the best target to vent his anger on. They had received news about the mining area. As for who did it, there was no news for the time being. This wasn't a big problem. The important thing was that Lin Fei had left Guiyuan City. In Guiyuan City, they didn't dare to make a move openly. Everyone needed a cloth to cover their faces. Knowing that the Lin family wasn't as powerful as before, they didn't dare to force their way in. They didn't dare in public, but it was different in private. Who knew what they wanted to do? If they didn't let others know and didn't leave any evidence, the other party could only swallow their anger. Brother Qian, do you want to arrange a few people to deal with that brat at night? Zhang Qian shook his head. There is no need for us to do it. There are many people who want Lin Fei dead. Let's just go and watch the show. Maybe we can even be the fishermen. Outside Guiyuan City, on a hillside. Lin Fei stopped his horse on the hillside. He could vaguely see Guiyuan City with a smile on his face. When this young master leaves the city, you must be tempted. Lin Fei said in his heart, this young master wants to see who wants to deal with me. When the time comes, I will take care of all of you, saving me trouble. Lin Fei wasn't pretending. He was considering the gains and losses, which was why he left Guiyuan City. In Guiyuan City, no matter how bad Lin Fei's temper was, he didn't dare to kill anyone. But outside of Guiyuan City, it was different. Lin Fei believed that the news of him leaving the city would fall into the eyes of some people. Hee, I have already dug a pit, waiting for you to jump. Don't give me hope. Everyone listen up, we must reach the mining area before nightfall. Lin Fei patted the horse, causing it to feel pain and gallop forward. Behind him, the black troopers followed. A large cloud of dust was raised on the official road. The Lin family's mining area was outside of Guiyuan City, in a place called Shatterstone Town. It was half a day's journey from Guiyuan City. Lin Fei and his group rode on horses, so half a day's time was more than enough. In the afternoon, the sun set. Lin Fei arrived at Shatterstone Town as he wished. This place is really poor. Shatterstone Town corresponded to its name. Everywhere in sight were stones, big and small, countless of them. It was like a country of stones. Welcome, third young Master Lin. Just as Lin Fei arrived at the entrance, before he got off his horse, a few people came to Lin Fei. When he arrived, Lin Fei did some research and immediately took a seat for the person who came. The one who came was the clan member in charge of the mining area, Lin San. Uncle Lin, why are you here? Lin San was the first to be surprised when the Lin family arranged for third young Master Lin to come. After all, Lin Fei had a bad reputation, especially since he hadn't returned to Guiyuan City recently. Originally, Lin San thought that the family would send a few experts over, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He was very disappointed. Fortunately, he brought the black troopers, so they had the ability to resist. Lin Fei was polite. No matter how dissatisfied Lin San was, he didn't dare to show it, because Lin Fei represented the Lin family. Since third young Master Lin has come personally, as your uncle, how can I not come out? Lin San smiled. Third young Master, you haven't eaten yet, right? I've prepared a banquet for you in town. Lin Fei smiled. Uncle Lin, now that you mention it, I'm a little hungry. Then I won't stand on ceremony. From Lin San's appearance, Lin Fei could hear the dissatisfaction in his tone. If the other party didn't welcome him, then maybe the banquet was to welcome others. It was just an act. Lin Fei would not make life difficult for Lin San. Taking advantage of Lin San with words was far less effective than taking action. Other than the Lin family, Shatterstone Town had many other powers. Chapter 133. Shatterstone Town wasn't big and the powers involved were complicated. The reason was simple. Shatterstone Town was rich in all kinds of ores. In other words, there were many mines in this area. With more mines came more powers. Hence, Shatterstone Town got another name, Mining City. It was a place where ores were produced. The powers around Guiyuan City basically bought ores from Shatterstone Town. Uncle Lin, how about we have a chat? Lin Fei made his request after eating and drinking. Lin San was slightly stunned and smiled. Third young Master, if you don't mind, there's a tea room upstairs. Why don't we go there? Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Lin. Lin Fei was very polite. The corners of Lin San's eyes twitched. Since when did Lin Fei become so polite? In the tea room upstairs. Lin Fei and Lin San sat down and someone immediately served them a pot of scented tea. The aroma of the tea wafted through the air. Good tea. Lin Fei took a sip and said with a smile. Third young Master, you have a good eye. This scented tea can only be harvested once every 30 years. This batch was recently harvested. Before you leave, I'll get someone to get a packet. Lin Fei spoke. Lin San couldn't stay silent anymore. He was curious. What was Lin Fei trying to do? Didn't he know the current situation? Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei should be heading to the mining area and not Shatterstone Town. Lin San wanted to ask but didn't dare to. After all, Lin Fei's impression of him was still 5 years ago. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Fei took a sip of tea and changed the topic. Uncle Lin, this is my first time in Shatterstone Town. There are many things I don't understand. Please enlighten me. The mining area could not be delayed. Lin Fei didn't rush to the mining area. Instead, he wanted to know the situation in Shatterstone Town. On the way back, Lin Fei had thought about what to do next. And this was just the first step. Lin San was surprised. He sat up straight. "Third young master, what do you want to know?" "About the identity of the man in black who attacked us." Lin San shook his head and voiced his suspicions. "We've used all our means to investigate, but the men in black who ambushed us seem to have appeared out of thin air. After they ambushed our mining area, they disappeared. I suspect that the men in black who ambushed us are from this area and are familiar with our mining area's defenses." This result was within Lin Fei's expectations. There was nothing surprising about it. "Oh, got it," Lin Fei said. "Tell me about the power distribution in Shatterstone Town." Lin San was taken aback once again. He had wanted to explain his own understanding of the situation, but Lin Fei had changed the subject. He was a bit angry, but in his heart, the most important thing right now was to find the black-robed man as soon as possible. However, he couldn't figure out what Lin Fei was trying to do. Lin Fei glanced at it and took a sip of his scented tea. It seemed to be saying, "I'm in charge of the mining area now. You're just assisting me at most." An hour later, Lin Fei came out of the tea room. In an hour, Lin Fei had found out everything he wanted to know. He had a rough understanding of Shatterstone Town. Lin San was definitely unhappy. "Uncle Lin, let's call it a night. I'll bring some men to the mining area tomorrow." After saying this, Lin Fei turned around and returned to his room. Lin San wanted to say something, but he sighed as he looked at Lin Fei's back. After such a short period of interaction, he couldn't understand Lin Fei. You could say that Lin Fei was muddle-headed, but many of his words were on point. He seemed to be very intelligent. You could say that Lin Fei was reasonable, but he couldn't figure out what he meant. It was as if he was here for an inspection. Lin San was conflicted. He had no choice. Lin Fei was in charge of the mining area now. "I hope young Master Lin won't do anything stupid." Lin Fei returned to his room. He pushed open the window. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Lin Fei stood by the window, letting the moonlight shine on him. "The first shot at the Lin family will start here." Lin Fei didn't ask the question for nothing. He had to deal with the men in black. Similarly, Lin Fei was very interested in Shatterstone Town. From Lin San, Lin Fei knew that there were many powers in Shatterstone Town and it was very complicated. The mining area could be the Zhang family, the Li family. Similarly, it could be the other powers in the town. The trail of the men in black seemed to be broken. It was impossible to not find them in a short period of time. Lin Fei's idea was simple. He would tear open a hole and make them panic. The next morning, Lin Fei brought the black guards to the Lin family mining area. This scene was seen by many people. In their opinion, the Lin family didn't seem to care much about the mining area by sending a useless young master over. If this continued, it would be impossible to find out who did it. In the end, all their efforts would be in vain. At first, everyone thought that Lin Fei wouldn't come back after going to the mining area. However, he came back in the afternoon and stayed in his room without coming out. This went on for 3 days. He left in the morning and came back in the afternoon. This went on for 3 days and he didn't seem to care much. Shatterstone Town didn't lack spectators. All kinds of rumors popped up like mushrooms after the rain. The situation was very bad for the Lin family. As mentioned before, there were many mining areas in Shatterstone Town and the power was very complicated. Back then, the Lin family took over the big mining area because they were strong. No one dared to say anything. After all, in this world, the one with the bigger fist would get the most benefits. Especially in a cultivation continent, benefits were equivalent to all kinds of resources. In the past 5 years, the Lin family's power was not as great as it was in the past. The deterrence of their fists had lost its effect. Everyone began to become restless, especially after the Lin family occupied a mine that produced high-purity black iron stones. Greed and desire came crashing in like waves. Anyone who saw the existence of the Lin family, this big fat piece of meat, would want to take a bite out of it. If the Lin family was more decisive, these powers wouldn't have the guts to take a bite. Unfortunately, Lin Fei wasn't decisive, which satisfied their desire to take action. They felt that they could occupy the Lin family, a big fat piece of meat. The opportunity was right in front of them. In Shatterstone Town, all the powers started to move. This morning, the sky had just brightened. Everyone was still sound asleep. The sound of horses galloping came from outside. Some people recognized them. Weren't these the black guards of the Lin family? Why did they go out so early in the morning? They seemed very strange. They seemed to be in a hurry, as if something big had happened. What was it that attracted a lot of attention when seen by people with intentions? At noon, through all kinds of methods, they finally received a piece of news. A very shocking piece of news. The Lin family's mining area dug out premium black iron ore. Chapter 134. P.S. Thanks to Xiaoyi002 for tipping 100 Chidian coins. A premium black iron ore has been found in the Lin family's mine. The news exploded like a bomb in Shatterstone Town, causing an uproar. Black iron ore was one of the main materials for forging weapons. The fact that the Lin family controlled the black iron ore mine had attracted many people. Now that a premium black iron ore had appeared, it was a huge blow to everyone. Everyone knew that it was not easy to form a top-grade black iron ore again. It was almost impossible for a top-grade black iron ore to appear in a black iron ore mining area. Every time a top-grade black iron ore appeared, it would definitely cause a big fight. It was clear how difficult it was to form, and the consequences were equally unpredictable. Now that a premium black iron ore had appeared in the Lin family's mine, everyone could not sit still, afraid that it would fall into someone else's hands. A regular black iron ore could be forged into a regular weapon, or a low-grade mortal weapon if one was lucky. If a premium black iron ore fell into the hands of a master blacksmith, it could be forged into a top or even a premium mortal weapon. For a warrior, a good weapon could increase their combat power by 30 to 40%. A high-grade or supreme-grade mortal weapon could raise one's combat strength to an unimaginable level. Everyone was tempted by the premium black iron ore. In their eyes, a premium black iron ore could increase their combat power. It was a rare opportunity. Hence, the various factions in Shatterstone Town arranged for their men to head to the Lin family's mine. They would snatch the premium black iron ore the moment they saw it. A premium black iron ore was worth their time. Moreover, almost all the factions were mobilized this time. They did not need to worry about the Lin family. On the contrary, getting the premium black iron ore was the way to go. The factions in Shatterstone Town were complicated. Pulling one hair could affect everything. As for whether the news was true or not, they did not need to care. They would rather believe it than let go of any opportunity. Lin family's mine. The once bustling mine had quieted down. The sneak attack by the men in black sent the mine into a temporary panic, especially when it happened twice in a row. Third young master, why are you still here? Something big is going to happen. Lin San got off his horse and ran to Lin Fei. When Lin San woke up in the morning and heard the news, he immediately felt his scalp go numb. If it was any other time, a piece of top-grade black iron stone would definitely be enough to suppress him. But now, the situation was different, and everyone was ready to make a move. The top-grade black iron stone became the bait, luring them to attack. Lin San scolded Lin Fei in his heart. Why didn't Lin Fei seal off such a big piece of news first? Now that everyone knew about it, he took a shortcut to get here. He knew better than anyone else that if this matter wasn't handled well, the Lin family would be in big trouble. The Lin family stood on the hillside of the mining area. Uncle Lin, look at how nervous you are. It's just a small matter. With me here, you don't have to worry. Lin Fei said calmly. Lin San said in a low voice, Third young master, this is no small matter. The black iron ore should not have appeared at this time. Have you informed the clan yet? Tell them to send the black troopers over as soon as possible, just in case. Lin Fei shook his head. No need. Lin San finally said angrily, what are you trying to do? A top-grade black iron ore appeared in the mining area, and you still say that this matter isn't important. Do you know what a top-grade black iron ore is now? It's a big fat piece of meat. Everyone wants to have a bite of it. In the past few days, Lin Fei's actions had completely infuriated Lin San. Especially now that such a big matter had happened, Lin Fei wasn't anxious at all. Didn't he know the importance of this matter? He was hopeless. Uncle Lin, I will personally take responsibility for this matter. I won't care about this matter anymore. Lin San was really angry. He didn't expect third young Master Lin to be so obstinate and self-opinionated. Dust rose from afar, and he realized that this matter wouldn't be easily resolved. Young master, I've arranged the matter that you asked me to. A middle-aged man appeared beside Lin Fei. This person was the captain of the black troopers, Zhao Yong. When they came, the black troopers were disobedient. Lin Fei sparred with them and immediately controlled them. Lin Fei said, Good, now we're just waiting for someone to take the bait. Zhao Yong asked carefully, Third young master, are we really going to do this? If we lose control, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Fei waved his hand and smiled, I dared to set up this trap because I'm not afraid of anything happening. Don't you think that there are too many powers in Shatterstone Town and we need to control them? Zhao Yong didn't dare to speak. As the captain of the black troopers, he didn't have any right to question. Seeing Zhao Yong's silence, Lin Fei patted his shoulder, Don't worry, everything is under control. The Lin family isn't someone that any random person can deal with. This time, I will let them know what regret is. Zhao Yong sneaked a glance. This was the first time he knew that his young master was so ruthless. Once he made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt. He really didn't know who would fall for the trap this time. An hour later. Most of the powers in Shatterstone Town had arrived. When they arrived, they found that the mining area was very quiet. They must have entered the mining pit. The item must be inside. We can't let the Lin family get it. Go in, go in. Many people came. No one wanted to be left behind. Especially after they couldn't see the Lin family, their first thought was that the Lin family was close to the mining pit. The top-grade black iron ore was most likely inside. The top-grade black iron ore was born in the mine. It wasn't easy to take it out. It would take a lot of time. The top-grade black iron ore was definitely still inside. The Lin family wasn't as good as before. They had so many people now. So what if they robbed the Lin family's item? As for the third young master of the Lin family, he had long been neglected. What use could a kid who was still wet behind the ears do? The group didn't suspect anything. They got off their mounts and headed straight for the mining pit. The temptation of the top-grade black iron ore was like cheese to them. Little did they know, there was someone watching every move in the mining pit from afar. This person was none other than Lin Fei. Lin San was the most surprised. After those people entered the mining area, he had a bad feeling for some reason. From Lin Fei's calm face, Lin San felt that something was about to happen. Do it. As expected. Following Lin Fei's order, Xiao Yong, who was standing at the side, immediately made a hand gesture. Rumble. Rumble. A loud sound reverberated through the sky. The place they were standing on shook the mountain. They almost lost their balance. In front of the mining area, the mounts all scattered in fear. The scene was a mess. Only a few people stayed outside. When they heard the sound of the earth shaking, they all sat on the ground in fright. Not good, something happened. It's over, it's all over. Those who climbed up from the ground had fear on their faces. Chapter 135. No one would have thought that such a terrifying scene would occur today. The Lin family had discovered supreme-grade black iron ore in the mine. Every faction in Shatterstone Town had sent representatives. Their goal was simple, to check if the news was reliable. Another goal was to steal the supreme-grade black iron ore if the news was true. About 50 to 60 people had come today. But not long after, they had lost a large number of people. There were less than 10 people outside the mine. They watched the mine cave collapse in a daze. They couldn't imagine what had happened. With their combined power, who would dare attack them? Pfft. The person at the outermost part of the mine stared at the mine cave in a daze. The next moment, his eyes widened, and blood spurted out. His head had been pierced by an arrow, and he fell to the ground, blood everywhere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another arrow was fired from the shadows, and another 3 people died. The others finally realized that the Lin family was going to kill them. Run. Go back and tell everyone that the Lin family is going to attack us. If they still didn't know what was going on with the Lin family, then they would be fools. Their first priority was to escape from the mine. They believed that the Lin family wouldn't have a good ending. Who would have thought that the Lin family would be so cruel and kill so many elite disciples in one go? There were no stellar energy experts at the scene. Even if they were, they wouldn't be any better off. Unfortunately, they reacted too slowly. By the time they realized the danger, the mine had already been locked down. When the black troopers appeared, they couldn't muster any will to resist. Everyone knew how powerful the black troopers were. They might not be a match even if they worked together, especially when they used bows and crossbows that specialized in destroying mystical energy protection. The black troopers wouldn't waste time with them. Don't kill us. We surrender, we admit defeat. When they realized that they couldn't escape, they chose to surrender. Unfortunately, Lin Fei wouldn't give them the chance, and neither would the black troopers. A moment later, the remaining people were all shot to death. To deal with them, Lin Fei had mobilized crossbows that specialized in destroying mystical energy protection. If they used another type of bow and arrow, even stellar energy experts wouldn't dare to expose themselves to them unless they were willing to be shot full of holes. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In order to deal with them, Lin Fei had made all kinds of preparations, and the result was much simpler than he had imagined. Clear the corpses immediately. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the operation. The first step was done perfectly. Got it. Xiao Yong immediately rushed down. Lin San's jaw dropped to the ground. He couldn't believe that third young Master Lin had killed all the representatives of the forces in Shatterstone Town. Something big had happened. Lin San didn't even dare to speak. At first, he thought that Lin Fei didn't know anything, so he went back to remind him. But who would have thought that in just a few days, third young Master Lin would do something so sensational? Lin San gulped. The news about the top-grade black ironstone is fake. Lin Fei walked down and said with a smile, "When did I say that there was a top-grade black iron ore in our mine? That was just their wishful thinking. No one forced them." Lin San took a deep breath. "But do you know the consequences of your actions?" Lin Fei acted as if he didn't hear it. "Consequences? If I don't say it, if you don't say it, who would know that they died here? I want to find out who stole the black ironstone. After saying that, he turned and walked down. There were some things that needed Lin Fei to deal with. Killing them was Lin Fei's first step. The second step was to tear a hole in the current situation. Behind Lin Fei was Lin San, who was dumbfounded. Something big was going to happen in Shatterstone Town. Back at the mine, the corpses were piled up. Zhao Yong didn't know why, but in their eyes, there was only an order. Because of this incident, their eyes were filled with respect. The Lin family had been low profile for a long time. Killing them all at once made them heave a sigh of relief. Third young Master Lin had left a deep impression in their hearts. Third young master, these corpses. Lin Fei waved his hand and looked at Zhao Yong. Are they almost cleaned up? Zhao Yong nodded. Young master, don't worry. We never leave any traces behind. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He took out a piece of runes from his pocket. After tearing it apart, he threw it on the corpses. The corpses were all frozen. Following that, he threw a fire talisman. In an instant, the corpses that couldn't be dealt with disappeared completely, as if they were never there. Young master, could it be that he was a runes master? From the looks of it, he seemed to be a level 3 runes master. Runes masters had a high status. Even in Gue Yuan City, runes masters were highly respected, especially the level 2 and 3 runes masters. They never thought that their third young master was an expert at the 7th level of the martial path, and also a runes master. This was beyond their imagination. Once they became a runes master, they would have a rune guild behind them. It was equivalent to having a backer. This time, they finally understood why their young master wanted to make a move. He had the ability to do so. From today onwards, we will camp here and be on high alert. Does everyone understand? Understood. After Lin Fei dealt with the corpses, he turned around and announced another piece of news. Everyone started to get busy again. Lin Fei came to the front of the destroyed mine with a faint smile on his face. As for what he had done, Lin Fei had nothing to feel guilty about. He chose to make a move from this aspect because he was familiar with it. Young master, this mine. Lin San was worried. With such a big incident, Lin San believed that it would be impossible to hide it from them. Sooner or later, they would find out. Especially with this destroyed mine, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell. Lin Fei laughed. Uncle Lin, have you forgotten who I am? But this mine. Lin Fei smiled. He took out another runes and threw it at the collapsed mine. With a flash of white light, an incredible scene appeared. For some reason, the collapsed area had returned to its original state, and there was not a single flaw to be seen. Of course, it was an exaggeration to say that it was restored. In fact, it was the rubble that overlapped with each other, forming a new stone wall. The exit of the mine was restored to a stone wall. If they had not seen it earlier, they would not have believed that it was a mountain wall. But everything happened in front of them. They had no choice but to believe that it was real. The place that had returned to its original state without any flaws. It had blended with the surrounding environment. Who would have thought that there was a world within the mountain wall? Young master, Lin San had seen a lot of things, but the scene in front of him had truly frightened him. Lin Fei's face showed that he did not care, but he was more shocked than anyone else. This was the auxiliary runes. In the entire Gue Yuan city, Lin Fei believed that there were not many people who could make it, let alone think of doing it. There were many types of auxiliary runes. As time passed, all kinds of auxiliary runes were no longer made public. Auxiliary runes might seem useless, but their effects were no worse than attack runes. Chapter 136. That morning, the Lin family's mining area was in a closed state, and it only returned to normal in the afternoon. If it wasn't for what had happened in the morning, who would have thought that the mine had devoured countless lives? But now, it was as if nothing had happened. Of course, in the Xintian continent, the most worthless thing was human life. Large numbers of people, large numbers of cities, and countless martial artists were born. Dozens of lives were nothing to the people above them. At least for now. That afternoon, the people of Shatterstone Town noticed something wasn't right. Under normal circumstances, with so many people going over, no matter what kind of news there was, they would at least be able to send it back by now. But now, from beginning to end, the people they had sent out had not returned. It was the same for the other forces. The people they had sent out had not returned. This time, many forces felt that the situation was not good. The only thing he could think of was that something had happened to them. This was the only explanation. Although they were going out together, if the news was true, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any friction. Top-grade black iron ore itself was extremely valuable. Regardless of whether it was used as a gift or forged into a weapon, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, making it unstoppable. Thus, some of them were restless and decided to personally go and find out what was going on. They wanted to see who dared to lay their hands on their people. In their eyes, they represented a powerful force when they went to the Lin family's mining area. Even if the Lin family had any thoughts, they wouldn't dare to express them. One of the shops in Shatterstone Town was upstairs. Zhang Qian was drinking wine, his brows slightly furrowed. He had just found out about what had happened outside. "Little Qian, what do you think of this?" Sitting opposite him was Zhang Tianba, the person in charge of the Zhang family's mining area in Shatterstone Town. He had a full beard that made him look like a black man. "Something's wrong." Zhang Qian furrowed his brows and continued, "Under normal circumstances, our men should have returned as soon as they're done investigating. Yet, there's been no news from them. I'm afraid that something has happened." Zhang Tianba said in a low voice, "Could it be the Lin family's doing?" The people he had sent out were not weak, and they were adept at gathering information. Furthermore, with so many people going together, there shouldn't have been any problems. Yet, half a day had passed, and there was no news at all. The Lin family was the first person they thought of when something happened to the Zhang family's disciple. Then, they began to doubt whether the Lin family would dare to make a move at this time. Zhang Qian thought that he was smarter than most people, but he never thought that all of this was done by the Lin family. "Uncle Tianba, I don't think the Lin family did it. They don't have the guts to do it," Zhang Qian said. "Someone must have done it secretly. We must go there." Zhang Tianba's face darkened. Let's see who has the guts to do this." She turned her head and said, "The Lin family's third young master has been in the limelight recently. Uncle Tian will help you vent your anger later." Zhang Qian said, "Thank you, Uncle Tianba." The factions of power in Shatterstone Town headed to the Lin family's mining area one after another. Everyone felt that something was wrong. "Young Master Zhang, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence." On the way, Li Yuan bumped into Zhang Qian and smiled. "It's quite a coincidence." Zhang Qian didn't really like Li Yuan, but he still had a smile on his face. "You're also aiming for the top-grade black iron ore." Li Yuan's face turned awkward. "I'm just going to take a look." In his heart, he despised Zhang Qian. Who would speak like that? The Lin family had lost their position, and the Li family would be their biggest enemy in the future. Zhang Qian didn't mind stepping on them, especially since the Li family and the Beigong family were very close. "We won't disturb young Master Li. We'll be leaving first." Zhang Qian left these words, whipped his horse, and galloped away. "Brother Yuan, Zhang Qian is too disrespectful." Beigong Wuxia caught up from behind. Looking at the disappearing silhouette, he said coldly. I think he's the one aiming for the top-grade black iron ore. Li Yuan's smile darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's not that easy to get things. The Lin family's mining area. Young master, they're here. Xiao Yong ran back and said to Lin Fei. Ever since he witnessed the strength of the rune's master, this Xiao Yong, who was at the 8th level of the martial path, treated Lin Fei as the real young master of the Lin family. There were many experts in the black armor guards, and they admired the strong ones. At first, Lin Fei was just a playboy in their eyes. Who asked the incident back then to spread throughout Gui Yuan City, and the impact was very bad. In the end, after the spar, they didn't dare to look down on Lin Fei anymore. Especially after this scene, this usually amiable young master, once he started fighting, he was not just an ordinary kind of ferocious. He killed dozens of people without even blinking an eye. Moreover, the powers behind them were complicated. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't dare to do that. Lin Fei stood up lazily. They came pretty fast. The show is about to start. Xiao Yong said, what do we need to do? Young master, just tell us. The powers of Shatterstone Town used to be as obedient as mice, but after a few years, they've become hungry wolves. Young master should teach them a lesson and let them know the power of the Lin family. Lin Fei was very clear that based on the incident in the morning, he had established absolute authority in their hearts. Don't worry, the Lin family isn't someone anyone can bully. The few major powers of Shatterstone Town, including some second and third-rate families, all came. That day, they appeared at the Lin family's mining area and immediately surrounded the area. However, the silence and the surroundings made them have a huge question. Where did their people go? There were no signs of battle at the mining area. This made them even more puzzled. Under normal circumstances, such a situation shouldn't have happened, but they couldn't see the presence of profound energy at the scene. They couldn't figure it out. Other than the black armor guards being on guard, they couldn't see any signs of battle. However, because of their appearance, the black armor guards revealed serious expressions. Get out of the way, get out of the way. All of you, get out of the way. If you don't, I'll get angry and kill you all. That's right, get out of the way. Those people were all impulsive. First, they wanted to find someone. Second, to find out if the news about the supreme-grade black ironstone was accurate. When they saw their appearance, they believed that the news was most likely true. This is the Lin family's mining area. Let's see who dares to come in. Xiao Yong walked out with a murderous aura. As for the person you're talking about, we don't have him here at all. I advise everyone not to cause trouble here, or else we, the black armor guards, won't show mercy. Xiao Yong's tone was extremely cold. This angered the crowd, and many people were enraged. You're just a small black armor guard captain. Don't you want to live anymore? A burly man walked out from the crowd and walked all the way up. Whoever dares to block my path, I'll slap you to death. I'll see who dares. Xiao Yong said in a daze, his eyes glaring at the burly man. Chapter 137. Get lost. The tall and sturdy man charged over like a tank. You are courting death. The black armored guards attacked together. Their blades were like shadows and they didn't hold back at all. This was the habit of the black armored guards. Once they attacked, they would use their killing moves and try their best to kill their target. Two black armored guards attacked fiercely. The reason why the black armored guards dared to attack was because they had received orders from their young master to kill anyone who attacked. That was why the black armored guards were so cruel. Put on. Before the tall and sturdy man could attack, the two of them changed their attacks and were instantly killed by the black armored guards. The smell of blood filled the air. Lin family, how dare you? You even dare to kill people from our skull gang. The death of the tall and sturdy man caused quite a commotion. At least, no one expected the Lin family to be so ruthless. They killed the man right away and didn't leave anyone alive. There were so many powers here and the Lin family still dared to kill. Their guts weren't just ordinary. Especially when the black armored guards killed someone from the Skull Gang. The Skull Gang had always been vengeful and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Countless martial artists had died in their hands. In this region of Shatterstone Town, the Skull Gang controlled 3 mid-sized iron mines and 1 small black iron mine. The Lin family killing someone from the Skull Gang was the same as lighting the fuse. Everyone was happy to see the truth first. Today's incident was too strange. They couldn't see any men or traces of battle. It was unbelievable and hard to understand. Now was the time for the leader of the Skull Gang to appear. Everyone knew that the leader of the Skull Gang was cruel and did all kinds of evil. Normal people wouldn't dare to offend him. But in front of the Li, Zhang, and Beigong clans, the Skull Gang wasn't a threat at all. They could wipe them out with a flick of their fingers. It was the best way to test the Lin family. That was why no one stood out to stop him. They were all scheming in their hearts. Top-grade black iron stone. Disappeared subordinates. This was the thing they wanted to know the most. Now that the leader of the Skull Gang, Chen Gang, made his move, they were more than happy. Chen Gang was furious. He was like a volcano that was on the verge of exploding. When Chen Gang walked out, Xiao Yang's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect this person to be from the Skull Gang. People from the Skull Gang were known not to be provoked. If it was in the past, the Lin family could just move their lips and the Skull Gang would be annihilated. But now was different. The Lin family's influence had weakened, which was why Chen Gang dared to stand out. Faction leader Chen, what do you want? Xiao Yong stepped forward and said coldly. Chen Gang frowned. It's not up to you to teach people from the Skull Gang a lesson. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as it landed on the two. Die. Chen Gang had a fiery temperament, not to mention that his disciple had been killed on the spot. He actually bypassed Xiao Yong and appeared in front of the 2 black armored guards. His fists were like cannonballs as he punched at the 2 of them. Stop. Xiao Yong didn't expect that Chen Gang would really dare to make a move. He immediately pounced forward and clawed at Chen Gang's back. If this claw landed, Chen Gang would definitely be injured. The 2 black armored guards reacted very quickly, because this punch was too ferocious, and because Chen Gang cultivated in a yellow class fist art. Although they reacted very quickly, facing this fist art, the 2 of them were unable to block it. Puchi. The 2 of them were sent flying. Soon after, a figure appeared behind them, dispersing the violent force. Even so, the 2 of them still suffered heavy injuries. Thank you, young master. The 2 of them were pale and ashamed. The person who attacked was none other than Lin Fei. If it wasn't for him dissipating the force, the 2 of them would probably be heavily injured. This faction leader Qin is quite capable. Lin Fei caught the 2 of them. On the battlefield, Xiao Yong and Chen Gang were fighting, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. Azure Dragon Break. A faint dragon roar rang out in everyone's ears. The crowd saw Xiao Yong's figure fly out. Obviously, he was injured by that punch. The way they looked at Chen Gang changed. Xiao Yong was at the 8th sky of the martial path, but he couldn't block Chen Gang's attack. It could be seen that this faction leader Chen wasn't as weak as the rumors said. On the contrary, he was extremely powerful. You black armored guards are only so-so. Chen Gang said. Today, all of you will be buried together with my men. As the sound of his voice faded, Chen Gang pounced over. His movement technique was extremely fast, surprising everyone once again. Movement technique was an important thing for martial artists because it could be used in conjunction with attacks. Movement techniques were unique and had great effects when used. You're courting death. Xiao Yong was injured, but he wasn't afraid of Qin Gang. He coldly snorted and was about to go up. Captain Zhao, come down. You're not his opponent. Lin Fei's eyes were like torches. He could tell that Xiao Yong wasn't Qin Gang's opponent at a glance. This was the most powerful fist technique he had seen so far. If he wasn't wrong, Qin Gang must be born with divine strength and cultivated a firm and fierce heart technique. Although he seemed to be at the 8th sky of the martial path, he was actually comparable to the 9th sky of the martial path. Ordinary people would not be a match for such a brutal fist technique unless they cultivated both internal and external energy. Lin Fei had this kind of insight. Therefore, Lin Fei suddenly became interested. Xiao Yong was stunned for a moment. In fact, he didn't want to fight Qin Gang from the bottom of his heart. He originally thought that the two of them were about the same, but after the exchange just now, Qin Gang's strength was obviously higher than his. He was not Qin Gang's opponent. He decisively chose to retreat. He believed that the young master had his own reasons. Want to leave? It's too late. Qin Gang sneered. Azure Dragon break. The fist whistled down, and the shadow of an azure dragon appeared. This was obviously a fist technique that hadn't reached the great accomplishment. Even so, the terrifying power still brought about a great threat, which surprised everyone. Qin Gang was going to go all out. Everyone could see that. This was a test of the Lin family by Qin Gang. A captain of the Black Troopers had been killed. If the Lin family lowered their heads and kept quiet, it would be equivalent to giving up their original qualifications. This Master Qin is really good. Even Xiao Yong has been defeated. I'm afraid only Lin San can suppress the situation here. Unfortunately, his strength is not Master Chen's opponent. The Lin family is going to be unlucky. Everyone was eager for Qin Gang to do so. The reason was very simple. They wanted to see where the bottom line of the Lin family was. Impudent. A loud voice, like a bell from the sky, rang in the mine, startling countless birds. This was not a sound wave technique, but the effect of mystic qi. 8 Desolations return. A black shadow appeared in front of Xiao Yong and met it with a punch. The shadow of the azure dragon was broken. Lie down. Lin Fei closed in and punched again. This time, he didn't use a fist technique, but pure divine power. You're courting death. Chapter 138. Lin Fei was just worried that no one would jump out to cause trouble. It was the same as losing an opening. The Skull Gang's move was exactly what Lin Fei wanted. If no one was present, he might praise them for their actions. Furthermore, the leader of the Skull Gang had made a move, and the meaning behind it was self-evident, especially when the other factions were probing them. Qin Gang became the blade in his hand. This blade was really sharp. It could slice through everything. However, this sharp blade had to face Lin Fei, who was a thick metal board. A victor had to be decided. Along with Lin Fei's domineering attacks. Everyone expected that they would reach their goal soon. If third young Master Lin lost, that would be the best. It didn't matter if Qin Gang lost. On the contrary, if Lin Fei killed him, that would be the best. After all, the Skull Gang was not a small gang, they controlled a few of the mines and could be considered as a powerful faction. They could take over the mines. Thus, it didn't affect them much who won or lost. Green Dragon Tail Whip. As Qin Gang punched out, he transformed into an azure dragon and a berserk aura spread out. Even though his form was different, he was very proficient in controlling his aura. He used the aura to suppress Lin Fei and then used his fists to injure him. It was a two-pronged attack. Chen Gang had relied on this fist technique to kill many people. Lin Fei didn't dodge. His fists smashed down as usual. Since you sent yourself to me, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Fei wanted to establish his dominance. After consuming the God Force fruit, Lin Fei hadn't truly used his God Force. Even when he faced enemies, he restrained himself. To establish dominance, Chen Gang could only blame himself for being unlucky. He could have done anything else, but he just had to come to him. He deserved it. That fist contained all of Lin Fei's God Force. Outsiders couldn't see the God Force, but the mountain-like fist could still be seen. They couldn't help but be confused. Kang! Chen Gang's fists rained down on Lin Fei's body like a storm. His movements were really quick. Third young Master Lin, this is all your fault. Chen Gang laughed, now you've been hit by my black dragon chi. If I don't help you, you won't live for more than 7 days. As long as you hand over the top-grade black iron stone, I can save your life and help you get rid of the chi. The Azure Dragon Heart Sutra possessed the coldine characteristics of the ancient Azure Dragon. Lin Fei was poisoned by his own Azure Dragon chi. Chen Gang subconsciously brought the other party in. Except for him, no one else could break it. If the patriarch of the Lin family was still here, he wouldn't have the confidence to do so. Unfortunately, the patriarch of the Lin family had yet to return and there was no one in Gui Yuan City who could resolve it. Lin Fei laughed. That's not necessarily true. Everything has an exception. His smile was filled with disapproval. At this moment, Lin Fei's hands moved. With the invincible Vajra body and the 9 revolutions Xian Qi, the coldine Qi in his body had long been mostly neutralized, and it did not affect him at all. Then, it was time to fight back. Lin Fei immediately grabbed the other party's hands. All of this happened in a split second. Chen Gang was secretly shocked. He immediately activated the Azure Dragon Qi, wanting to shake Lin Fei away. A question popped up in his heart. How could his strength be so strong? He felt as if his hands were being pressed by a mountain. The Xian Qi rebounded as if it was on a hard boulder. Not good. Sect leader Chen was indeed the sect leader. His hands could not escape from Lin Fei's grasp. Instead, he chose to attack from close range. It turned out that Chen Gang's leg technique was still good. In an instant, Chen Gang kicked more than 10 times in one breath. All of them landed on the other party's body. It was so fast that one could not even see the traces of his kicks. This was obviously the result of training his leg technique to a certain level. Very good leg technique. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Lin Fei said indifferently. In fact, when he kicked, Lin Fei moved on his own. The flowing wind footwork was not just for show. It looked like the leg technique landed on Lin Fei's body. In fact, he dodged it one by one. But in the eyes of others, it seemed like Lin Fei was hit. In fact, the difference was huge. How did you dodge it? Chen Gang finally felt uneasy. It was understandable that he could dodge the fist technique, but his leg technique could even smash a giant rock. But why was it useless against Lin Fei? Unfortunately, what he got in return was Lin Fei's cold voice. You can slowly think about it in hell. Lin Fei raised his fist and punched down. It was as fast as the wind. Chen Gang's eyes were filled with fear. No! This punch gathered all of Lin Fei's strength. When it landed, Chen Gang's Xian Qi was unable to cover his entire head. Lin Fei's punch felt like he had punched a watermelon. Instantly, the red and white parts gathered together, and Chen Gang fell to the ground. Chen Gang was dead. The Skull Gang sect leader was dead just like that. The spectating forces all knew one thing. Lin family's third young master wasn't weak. But the scene in front of them toppled their imaginations. The Skull Gang's sect leader was killed just like that. It was inconceivable. Of course, most of them were grumbling about how useless the Skull Gang's sect leader was to be killed in just a few moves. How embarrassing. To some of them, they realized that they knew too little about Third Young Master Lin. Many of them secretly decided that if there was a chance, they would definitely investigate him. Lin Fei threw the corpse on the ground like he was throwing rubbish. Everyone came here for the supreme grade black iron ore. I can tell you that the supreme grade black iron ore isn't with me. Lin Fei's gaze was cold as he spoke indifferently. No one expected Lin Fei to say such a thing. The supreme grade black iron ore was gone. Third Young Master Lin, if you say that it's gone, you should at least give us a reason. Someone shouted from the crowd. Lin Fei's gaze was like lightning. He used his drifting wind movement technique and returned to the person who brought it back. Without asking for a reason, he punched him. Just like Qin Gang, his head exploded. This is the reason I'm giving you. Lin Fei said, the supreme grade black iron ore was stolen. As for who stole it, all of you know it. The Lin family's mining area doesn't have the supreme grade black iron ore that you all want. From the moment Lin Fei defeated Qin Gang to the time he defeated another martial artist at the 7th firmament of the martial path, everyone finally understood that they were facing a powerful Third Young Master Lin. Fresh blood stained his body, but Lin Fei didn't care at all. He allowed the blood to drip onto the ground. Stolen. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The supreme grade black iron ore was stolen. How was that possible? That was everyone's first thought. If it was before, they definitely wouldn't believe it. They would think that the Lin family had hidden the black iron ore. But there was something that was suspicious. The representatives that came in the morning had all disappeared. There were no signs of a battle at the scene. They couldn't help but be prejudiced. Was the supreme grade black iron ore really stolen? Was that why Third Young Master Lin was so angry? Who asked Lin Fei to kill 2 people just now? One of them was even the sect leader. His strength was at the 8th stage of the martial path. It was a little hard to accept. Third Young Master Lin, I don't really believe you. Chapter 139. Lin Fei had brutally killed 2 people in a row. To the crowd, this was not a small amount of pressure, especially the leader of the Skull Gang. Lin Fei had killed him without a second word. Direct. Not just any kind of direct. Brutal. Not just any kind of brutal. Among them, many of the weaker forces were only here to watch the show or steal something in passing. Seeing the famous gang leader Qin die just like that, they could not help but think of themselves. They were afraid that the same thing would happen to them as well. After killing Qin Gang, Lin Fei killed another person without saying a word. This was clearly directed at them. It could be said that they all had a certain amount of fear, and this fear was based on Lin Fei's methods. Qin Gang had died without even knowing what had happened. They did not want to repeat the same mistake. Thus, Lin Fei threw out a huge bomb. At the very least, no one dared to attack Lin Fei first, afraid that they would be the next unlucky person. Of course, this did not mean that everyone was afraid of Lin Fei. It had to be said that Lin Fei's display of power had suppressed many forces. They did not dare to act blindly for the time being. For the top forces, Lin Fei's methods would at most make their eyes light up. They would not be too worried. The family behind them was their source of confidence. The one who spoke was Beigong Wuqing. It was undeniable that Beigong Wuqing was a follower, but he had many advantages when it came to handling matters. For example, he had turned the situation around with a single sentence. Everyone knew that if Lin Fei continued, their operation this time would completely fail. Lin Fei looked at Beigong Wuqing. What a joke. What a joke. Do you think the Lin family can kill all of them? If you want to cause trouble, you'll have to cause trouble yourself first. Lin Fei thought to himself. Killing 2 people in a row just now was indeed a deliberate move by Lin Fei. It was nothing more than to intimidate those who wanted to take advantage of the situation. He was telling them directly that if they were not afraid of death, they could come at him. This move was very effective. Lin Fei thought it was normal for Beigong Wuqing to stand up for him. Lin Fei countered with a question that left Beigong Wuqing with no way to explain. Who asked them to leave no evidence at the scene? He just didn't like them. If it wasn't your Lin family who killed them, then who else could it be? Obviously, this was Beigong Wuqing's shameless way of putting the blame on the Lin family. This was their simplest goal. Everyone wanted the top-grade black iron ore, and pushing the top-grade black iron ore to the Lin family would bring about a series of repercussions. In particular, on their way here, they wanted to see the Lin family offending various forces. How could they let Lin Fei deal with this trouble so easily? It seemed like a shameless move, but the Beigong family was currently the most powerful family to replace the Lin family. Outsiders did not dare to say anything, and they could not afford to offend them. Beigong Wuqing was very pleased. I'm slandering you, what can you do to me? Who asked the Lin family to not be the Lin family of the past? If I don't bully you, who else should I bully? Many people were silent. This matter was not something they could interfere with. More importantly, the people they had arranged in the morning had all disappeared. Everyone at the scene began to suspect if they had done it in secret. They did not want to miss out on the top-grade black iron ore. Lin Fei smiled. Do you think the Lin family has the ability to do it? You saw the scene. If the Lin family could really do it, they would not have been ambushed by the men in black. I can tell you clearly that the top-grade black iron ore has long been snatched away. You have all become a tool in their hands. If you really don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. But if anyone dares to falsely place the blame on the Lin family, I don't mind sending you to hell. Lin Fei looked at the crowd coldly. With the previous example, many people wisely chose to avoid his gaze. If Lin Fei really got angry, they did not want to be the unlucky ones. Seeing that these people were frightened, Beigong Wuqing was not willing. This was against his goal. He laughed coldly. Third young Master Lin, you don't have to continue lying. You keep saying that the top-grade black iron ore is gone. Who knows if it's still inside? We want to check your mine. This is the best proof. Beigong Wuqing was not stupid. He could not think of a good idea. Beigong Wuqing even saw Li Yuan's approving gaze. Li Yuan had always held a grudge against him for what had happened in the extreme arena. Originally, they did not want to do anything. Just the top-grade black iron ore alone was enough to give the Lin family a headache for a while. In the end, Lin Fei scared everyone with a few words. Li Yuan was very disappointed. Luckily, Beigong Wuqing did not disappoint him. With a few words, he gained the upper hand. Just like what he said, didn't you keep saying that the top-grade black iron ore was not there? Then let everyone see clearly. They believed that the top-grade black iron ore was definitely inside. They had no doubts. This included many people's thoughts. Due to Lin Fei's methods, they did not dare to say anything. From the bottom of their hearts, they wanted to find out the truth. Words had no proof. They would rather believe their own eyes. Beigong Wuqing's words stirred up their desire to find out. No one would miss this opportunity. This guy does have some skills. Lin Fei snickered in his heart. Wanting to find clues about the top-grade black iron ore in the mine. Dream on. On the surface, Lin Fei still refused flatly. I don't agree. This decision fell into the eyes of the others, especially with such a firm tone. If there was not an accident, then there was definitely a problem. There were only these 2 points. Beigong Wuqing and Li Yuan laughed. This was exactly what they wanted from Lin Fei. Third young Master Lin, didn't you say that the top-grade black iron ore was stolen? Then what do you mean? Beigong Wuqing asked very cleverly. Of course, what he meant was to let everyone know that Lin Fei was lying. The item must be in the mine. They just needed a reason. Third young Master Lin, I think you should let everyone go in and have a look. If there is no top-grade black iron ore, I can guarantee that we will turn around and leave. At this time, Zhang Qian also stood out. Both clans were major forces. When it came to the top-grade black iron ore, the Zhang clan would not just stand by and watch. They had to intervene and not let the Li clan and Beigong clan reap all the benefits. Zhang Qian's appearance was equivalent to forcing them to abdicate. The Li clan, the Beigong clan, the Zhang clan, no matter which one it was, they could not be underestimated. As for the Zhang clan's interference, Li Yuan was very unhappy. In this situation, they could only do this. Once a commotion was made, it would not look good and they would lose face. The Zhang clan's appearance undoubtedly brought a lot of pressure to Lin Fei. It was enough to force Lin Fei to make the best choice. The most important thing now was to check if the information was accurate. As for the top-grade material being stolen, they did not take it to heart for the time being. They thought it was an excuse from Lin Fei, an excuse to stop them. However, this excuse was too funny and could not withstand the storm. Chapter 140. P.S. Thank you for the 100 Qidian coins from and Dragon on the journey and you'll regret it later. Lin Fei was amused. Sooner or later, these guys would experience what it meant to shoot themselves in the foot. The supreme-grade black ironstone was just a fake news to create chaos among them. No matter how they searched, the result was the same. It was like drawing water with a sieve. The pressure from the few families undoubtedly made the others restless again, and they had to find out the truth. Unless Lin Fei wanted to offend all of them. Lin Fei had a sullen expression. In reality, this was just an act. If he remained indifferent when others forced him, it would be too unbecoming. Who didn't know how to act? Lin Fei was also good at acting. Young Master Zhang, do you also think that I'm lying to you? Do you want to swallow the supreme-grade black ironstone? Lin Fei stared at Zhang Qian and said. Zhang Qian smiled. Third young Master Lin, you're mistaken. I'm not saying that the Lin family wants to swallow it alone. We just want to know the truth. This is also what everyone wants. This was too much. Zhang Qian would not say that he wanted to check and directly pull everyone over. What he meant was that he had no choice but to agree. If he offended all of these people, the Lin family would not be able to continue operating here. Third young Master Lin, we want to check the mine. We want to check the mine. If there's no supreme-grade black ironstone, we'll leave immediately. Many leaders of the forces spoke up. In addition to checking the mine, they also wanted to check if there had been a battle. Their people had disappeared without a trace, and they had to find the mastermind. The most suspicious ones were the Lin family. But then again, if the Lin family killed them silently, there would definitely be traces left at the scene. Hence, the mine was the best place to do it, be it for a sneak attack or an ambush. They had to go to the mine. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not take the gazes of the crowd to heart at all. Do you really want to check the mine? Lin Fei's tone was firm. The crowd was not surprised by his performance at all. Now that the Lin family was weak, they had no choice but to agree. Third young Master Lin, as long as there's no top-grade black iron ore, we'll turn around and leave immediately. Li Yuan stepped forward and said. In his heart, there had to be something wrong with the mine, especially when there were people guarding outside. Coupled with Lin Fei's tone of refusal, it was not difficult to guess the problem. There's something wrong with the Lin family's mine. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's ruthlessness, they wouldn't mind rushing in to take a look. Lin Fei snorted coldly, "Young Master Li, Young Master Zhang, you are the four great young masters. Let me ask you, if a bandit came over and said he wanted to see the situation in your house, would you be willing?" Neither of them expected Lin Fei to be so sharp. Zhang Qian said, "Then what do you want?" This was what Lin Fei wanted. After a moment of deliberate silence, he said, "Actually, there's nothing wrong with letting you check the mine. However, I don't want the Lin family to be wronged, so I would like to pledge something to you as compensation. How about it?" Everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Fei with complicated gazes. What was this third young master of the Lin family trying to do? Li Yuan, Beigong Wuqing, and the rest felt their hearts skip a beat. Li Yuan had been unable to lift his head for the million taels of silver. He didn't expect Lin Fei to offer something as collateral and couldn't help but think of the silver. First, they thought of a trap. After all, they had suffered a huge setback that day. Almost the entire Gui Yuan city knew about it. When Lin Fei brought up this matter again, they couldn't help but be cautious, wondering if there was a trap. After falling for it once, they didn't dare to foolishly continue. "Lin Fei, how dare you? Do you think you have this right?" Beigong Wuqing sneered. Lin Fei said, "Whether I have this right or not, you can try. I want to see who dares to barge in. I don't mind keeping you here." Lin Fei believed that they would all agree. And this was one of Lin Fei's steps. Lin San, Xiao Yong, and the rest also didn't understand why Lin Fei wanted to do this. They couldn't figure it out. "What do you want us to pledge?" Li Yuan asked. After pondering for a while, Li Yuan couldn't figure out Lin Fei's purpose. Lin Fei knew it would be like this. This was already in his imagination. The top-grade black iron ore has long been stolen. If you want to see it, each of you can take out 1,000,000 taels of silver. I can let you go in and see what's going on. If it turns out that everything is wrong, I'm sorry, this silver will be our compensation." Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They wanted to say something, but when they thought of what happened just now, they didn't dare to say it. They were afraid of becoming the next unlucky person. After all, they had seen Lin Fei's brutality. "Third young Master Lin, do you think we're fools? You want to pledge 1,000,000 taels of silver just to see a mine?" Li Yuan's eyes were filled with anger. Lin Fei pointed at the mine behind him, as if he had already expected this. "If we can prove that all of this was done by the Lin family, you can take this black iron mine away. Are you satisfied?" His voice was sonorous and forceful. Black iron mine. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They were all very clear about the value of the black iron mine. The first thing they thought of was whether something had happened to Lin Fei. Although they didn't show any change in their expressions, they were all thinking about the chances of success. If they could really get their hands on it, it would definitely be a big deal. Everyone was tempted. In the black iron mine, there was a treasure bowl. Especially since this black iron mine had a top-grade black iron ore, there might be a chance for another one to appear. No one was willing to give up such a good opportunity. Regardless of whether Lin Fei was real or not, they were tempted. It would be strange if they weren't tempted by a black iron mine. If it was someone else who said it, they wouldn't believe it. But since it was Lin Fei, there was nothing for them to worry about. Lin Fei's words made Lin San jump in fright. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. "Third young master, this won't do." Lin San lowered his voice. "Uncle Lin, I know what to do," Lin Fei said. "Third young master Lin, you're very courageous. Based on your words, we'll fork out 1,000,000 taels of silver." Zhang Qian was the first to speak. Using 1,000,000 taels of silver in exchange for the right to control the black iron mine. The benefits of this were tempting. They believed that they could find the secret of the mine. As long as they could prove something, they would be able to take over the mine. As for what the Lin family would do, they didn't have to worry. This huge pie that fell from the sky made them feel like they were about to faint from happiness. Chapter 141. Regardless of Third Young Master Lin's motives for making such a promise, they chose to participate and share in the benefits. They had to get their hands on the black iron mine first. This was the common thought of many factions. Everyone in the mine had money in their pockets. Even if they didn't, they could send someone back to get the money. After all, they wouldn't lose anything. 1 million seemed like a lot, but it wasn't. Many people didn't want to miss this opportunity. Those who thought they had some ability all bet 1 million silver taels to get a share. 1 million. 2 million. 3 million. 21 million. That was the final number, a huge number that had been put together. Third Young Master Lin, can we go in and check now? Beigong Wuxia sneered. If not for Lin Fei's threat earlier, they definitely wouldn't have given him face. It could be said that the following scene happened because they had given him face. 21 million silver taels was a huge sum. Even they didn't expect it to be 21 million silver taels. They were a little envious and wanted nothing more than to get their hands on it. If this sum of silver fell into the hands of the Lin family, it would definitely be a great help. Of course, they didn't think that Lin Fei would have a chance to take this sum of money. Instead, he would hand over the black iron mine. As long as they went in, there were no clues they couldn't find. The mine was only so big, and they knew exactly where the supreme-grade black iron ore was. No problem. Lin Fei said, you can go in now. I'll wait for you outside. If you're worried that I'll escape, you can arrange for people to stay outside. Hearing this, the crowd was surprised. Had the supreme-grade black iron ore really been stolen? They left their men behind to keep an eye on Lin Fei, afraid that something might happen. Lin Fei stood outside with a leisurely expression. Go, all of you. This 21 million is all mine. Lin Fei was a little tempted by the 21 million silver taels. Lin Fei didn't care about the 1 million silver taels from before, but 21 million was a completely different story. This sum of money was nothing more than the interest Lin Fei had collected. Watching them rush in one by one, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel amused. If they realized that there was nothing inside, what kind of expression would they have? There are traces of battle. There's blood here. It seems like someone really did come in. Young Master, your ability to pass off the fake as the real one is too amazing. Xiao Yong was impressed. The mental damage of 21 million was once again toyed with. Xiao Yong knew that he wouldn't be able to do it. This is just interest. Lin Fei laughed. There will be a good show soon. An hour later. The miners came out of the mine. They didn't walk out calmly. Instead, they ran out aggressively. This is bad. Seeing their actions, Lin San's heart skipped a beat. He thought that something had happened, but he didn't know what to do. Everyone, I'm not wrong, am I? Lin Fei said, the item is indeed not in our hands, and because of this, we have lost many people in the mine. The top-grade black iron ore was truly gone. That was why they were so angry. This included the scouts they had arranged in the morning. They couldn't find any traces in the mine, so they couldn't achieve their goal. Lin Fei, are you the one behind all this? Beigong Wuxia jumped out and pointed angrily at Lin Fei. He was the angrier one. Under normal circumstances, there would definitely be what they wanted in the mine, but there were no clues at all. The only clue was that someone had killed their way into the mine and stolen the top-grade black iron ore again. However, Beigong Wuxia's heart ached at the loss of 1 million silver, which was why he had jumped out. F*CKU Lin Fei moved like the wind and grabbed Beigong Wuqing's finger. Beigong Wuqing's pained voice rang out, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. The gravel on the ground exploded into pieces. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Lin Fei attacked again. His target was still Beigong Wuqing. Beigong Wuqing fell into Lin Fei's hands in a single move. It was a tragic sight. Ah, it hurts so much. Let go, let go. Lin Fei looked down from above and kicked Beigong Wuqing. Now you know pain. Why didn't you think about it when you were talking nonsense just now? How dare you slander our Lin family? You must have eaten a leopard's gall. Beigong Wuqing's divine power surged out, and he almost wanted to roll around in pain. However, a huge mountain was pressing down on him, so he couldn't move. He could only look at Li Yuan and ask him to save him, afraid that he would become an unlucky fellow in Lin Fei's hands. Beigong Wuqing indeed had no confidence in Lin Fei. Even though he was prepared, he still didn't expect Lin Fei to attack without saying a word and lose face in front of everyone. Beigong Wuqing regretted opening his mouth. If he had known earlier, he would have asked someone else to do it. Young Master Lin, what do you mean? Li Yuan had no choice but to stand up. After coming out of the mine, Li Yuan understood that he had fallen into Lin Fei's trap. The top-grade black iron ore must have been stolen, but this brat had arranged for the black troopers to be on guard and mislead them. That was why the current scene happened. Lin Fei laughed. What can I mean? It's just to remind some people that everything has to follow the rules. The item is not in my hands. Do you really think our Lin family is easy to bully? If you have the ability, go find the mastermind. What's the point of acting tough here? In front of everyone, Lin Fei scolded them like this. Li Yuan secretly cursed Beigong Wuqing for being a busybody. Why did he have to be the one to stand up? Now, not only did he not stand up, but he also became a big joke. He deserved it. The word rules. Saying it at this time did have some effect. Everyone was indeed angry. They didn't expect to work for nothing and instead give away 1,000,000 silver. This was really a big loss of face. But they really didn't dare to do anything. Previously, they thought that they would definitely find a clue. Who would have thought that it would be like drawing water with a wicker basket? At this time, they naturally didn't dare to say anything. I know Wuqing's personality. He probably didn't deliberately target you. He just wanted to find a clue. Li Yuan looked at Lin Fei. I think Wuqing must know his mistake and won't question anything anymore. How about giving me face and letting me go? Seeing Li Yuan's expression, Beigong Wuqing knew that he wouldn't be able to gain anything for now. It was better to escape first. Young Master Lin, I was too anxious this time. I shouldn't have gotten angry at you. I admit defeat. Beigong Wuqing really didn't want to lower his head, but the pain from his body made it impossible for him to do so. Lin Fei's kick had scattered Beigong Wuqing's Xian Qi. Without the protection of Xian Qi, Beigong Wuqing shouldn't have suffered. Now that he wanted to escape, he had no choice but to lower his head. He really couldn't bear the pain, and his face was already twisted. Lin Fei let go. You're lucky this time. I don't mind killing you next time. Now scram. Beigong Wuqing was kicked away like a dead dog. The others secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, he really had to lower his head. The important thing was to find the mastermind and find out about the top-grade black iron stone and his subordinates. Chapter 142. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The night was like water. The Lin family's mining area was silent. Other than the flickering lights, everything was as usual. In a small wooden house in the mining area. Third young master, will they really come? Lin San asked. His tone was filled with doubt and confusion. They will definitely come. A sharp gaze flashed in the night. The person who answered was Lin Fei. During the day, the forces in the mining area had suffered a setback. They brought their men back reluctantly and left 1,000,000 taels of silver each. It would be strange if they didn't take revenge. More importantly, they were unwilling. Lin Fei was calmer than anyone else. Tonight, he was waiting for the show to start. How are the preparations going? Everything is ready. Lin San gritted his teeth. If they dare to come tonight, we dare to make them stay here. I guarantee they won't be able to return. This is all part of Third Young Master's plan. After witnessing the scene during the day, Lin San didn't dare to object. Lin San didn't have the guts to kill so many scouts in one go. Winning 21,000,000 taels of silver without anyone noticing was also something Lin San couldn't do. Lin San was sincerely convinced. A white light flashed and the two seemed to disappear. In the forest outside the mining area, streaks of black shadows flashed past like ghosts in the dark night. Follow. Don't fall behind. Tonight, we will massacre the Lin family's mining area. Leave no one alive. We must find the whereabouts of the supreme black iron ore. The two men in black had ferocious eyes and murderous intent. Are you sure Lin Fei is in the mining area? One of them asked. Don't worry, boss. Our men will be watching. If Lin Fei returns to Shatterstone Town, we will get news. The man in black nodded in satisfaction. The supreme black iron ore is very important to us. Killing Lin Fei is equally important. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Don't worry. I will personally kill Lin Fei. The two nodded and disappeared into the night. Someone was making a move here. There were also movements elsewhere. Brother Yuan, are we going to make a move tonight? On a hillside, Beigong Wuqing's face was full of murderous intent. Li Yuan was dressed in black, his face expressionless. We can't let this drag on any longer. Lin Fei is more powerful than we imagined. Leaving him alive is only a matter of time. Besides, even if we don't make a move tonight, someone else will. This young master will make Lin Fei spit out everything he's eaten. Neither of them could forget what had happened during the day. Shame. Lin Fei must die tonight. Beigong Wuqing sneered. We can play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Haha, that's right. Let them fight to the death with the Lin family before we make our move. At that time, we can shift the blame to the other party and let them fight each other. Lin family mining area. A gentle breeze blew past. Two ordinary patrolling guards let out muffled groans and fell to the ground. Countless black shadows emerged from the surroundings of the mining area and sneaked into the mining area. Kill. The man in black made a throat-slitting gesture. In the wooden hut. Lin Fei frowned. A cold light shot out from his eyes. His entire body was like a knife. They're here. Mother asterisk her, they're looking for death. Lin San said angrily. Uncle Lin, we can start according to the plan. Third young master, don't worry. This time, we'll make them go for wool and come home shorn. Our Lin family isn't that easy to bully. Ha, I found a top-grade black iron ore. I found a top-grade black iron ore. In the dark night, maniacal laughter echoed in the Lin family mining area for a long time. Mother asterisk her, get lost. This thing is mine. Ah, if you dare to make a move, I'll kill you. The top-grade black iron ore is mine. The commotion in the mining area immediately attracted everyone's attention. During the day, everyone came in a threatening manner but returned in disappointment. They couldn't miss a top-grade black iron ore. No matter what, they had to see it. The people who were hiding heard the commotion in the mining area, especially the news of the top-grade black iron ore. No one could hold back. The top-grade black iron ore was like a magic stone, tempting them. Everyone, kill. Snatch the top-grade black iron ore. No matter who it is, kill them all. Whoever snatches the top-grade black iron ore, I'll reward them with 1,000 silvers and a first-rate mysterious technique. The surrounding people all rushed out. They didn't hide anymore. Their target was the top-grade black iron ore. Hence, there were people pouring into the mining area from all directions. After pouring in, they didn't differentiate between you and me. Their blades flashed and swords flashed, creating a bloody disaster. The originally quiet mining area immediately became a battlefield. Killing intent rose and the smell of blood began to permeate the mining area. The first batch of black-clothed people obviously realized that the situation wasn't right. At this time, the top-grade black iron ore was irresistible to the 5 people. Hence, no one analyzed what had just happened. The killing continued. The corpses on the ground were strewn all over. Fresh blood dyed the rubble red. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Broken arms and legs were everywhere, proving how tragic it was. The top-grade black iron ore is in here. Someone shouted. A metal box entered everyone's vision. This time, everyone started to go crazy. The metal box revealed the tip of the iceberg. However, the black color flashed by, making it extremely eye-catching. Together with the holes on the ground, no one would suspect that it was fake. They had never thought that there would be such a big piece of top-grade black iron ore. Everyone became even more ruthless and unscrupulous. F***ck off, this thing is ours. Kill them all. Following the appearance of the top-grade black iron ore, the killing in the mining area became even more intense and bloody. An hour later. Blood flowed like a river in the mining area. There weren't many people left standing. The thick smell of blood permeated the air. Ha, finally, no one is going to snatch it from us. A burly man slashed a person in half. The metal box was only a few steps away from him. He finally revealed an excited smile. With this thing, it was equivalent to having a trump card. Pooh! In the night, a crossbow arrow flew out. A bloody hole appeared on the burly man's body. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would have died without a doubt. Who is it? Come out! The burly man roared. He held his long blade horizontally and looked around vigilantly. This box, our Li family wants it. If you don't want to die, scram immediately. Li Yuan walked out with a group of people. The burly man was shocked. This thing belongs to our Wang family. Don't go too far. Li Yuan laughed loudly. Wang family is nothing. Today, no one can take this thing away. I'll give you a choice. Hand it over and I'll spare your life. Hand over the metal box. Beigong Wuqing also walked out. Greed flickered in his eyes. Li Yuan, when did your Li family become so tyrannical? Just as Li Yuan was feeling proud, another group of people came out of the mining area. Hearing this voice, Li Yuan couldn't help but be startled. He frowned and cursed in his heart, damn, why are they here? Chapter 143. If not for the supreme black iron ore's appearance, Li Yuan would never appear with his men. After all, the supreme black iron ore's importance was unparalleled. He could not afford to lose it. In other words, he could not allow any problems to occur. In the end, Li Yuan underestimated the situation. The Li family could not hold back, so could the Zhang family. Hence, both sides appeared. Why are you here? Li Yuan had arranged for spies to check this area. Only after confirming that there was no one around did he show up from behind the scenes. Zhang Qian smiled. If you can be here, why can't we? You must be wondering why you couldn't find any traces of us after searching this area. Li Yuan was furious. The situation was not good for him to kill his way out of the Zhang family. Zhang Qian was very proud. I forgot to tell you. In order to get the supreme black iron ore, I specially invited a runes master from my family. Thump. Li Yuan had a bad feeling. He vaguely understood what had happened. You are just a runes master. Do you think we will be afraid of you? Of course we are not afraid of a level 1 or 2 runes master. Zhang Qian said. But what about a level 3 runes master? An old man walked out from behind Zhang Qian. He was wrapped in a black robe. His whole body was covered, revealing a cold aura. He, I am Sang Mo. Am I qualified? A gloomy aura shrouded the sky above the mine. Zhang Qian, how dare you? You even dare to take in a wanted criminal of the Rune Association. Li Yuan's expression changed. He recognized the identity of the person and knew his background. He could not help but reveal a vigilant expression. Sang Mo, a wanted criminal of the Rune Guild. He had once used runes to kill a large number of warriors. His reputation was ruined. He had escaped capture many times. There was no news of him after that. Everyone thought that he had died in the hands of someone else. It turned out that he had been hiding in the Zhang family. The Zhang family was powerful. However, once they went against the Runes Master Guild, they could not resist at all. They had become a thing of the past. Zhang Qian clapped his hands. I have my own plan since I dared to bring my men out. But don't think of leaving here today. Kill. The people behind Zhang Qian rushed into the battlefield. Kill them all. Li Yuan had also brought experts over. Even though he was afraid of the level 3 runes, he was not willing to give up and leave just like that. Especially when he gave up on the juicy meat in his hands, he had to fight for it no matter what. Kill that level 3 runes master first. Don't let him get away. Li Yuan's eyesight was not bad, and he realized how difficult it was to deal with runes masters. The reason why Zhang Qian hadn't been discovered was because he was a level 3 runes master, and he had used his runes to escape their detection. It was most important to kill the runes first. There was no lack of experts around Li Yuan. After all, the mining area needed an expert to oversee it. Young Master Li, don't worry. A dark-faced man walked out from behind Li Yuan. His skin was as black as charcoal, but his strength had reached the 9th layer of the martial Dao. In the wooden hut, Lin Fei used runes to conceal himself, isolating all his aura. They're fighting. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's request, Lin San wouldn't have been able to sit still. I want them to fight. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. Everything was within his expectations. Making use of their greed, do you know that runes master? There was an additional runes master at the scene, and Lin Fei was more or less interested. Lin San, who was excited, tensed up when he heard about the runes master. Third young master, that runes master is very scary. He's the Rune Guild's wanted criminal, Sang Mo. He's a guy who doesn't shrink from any evil deeds. Many of our Lin family members died in his hands. Wanted criminal, interesting. Lin Fei pinched his chin. Ever since he became a runes master, Lin Fei had never met a runes master, especially a level 3 runes master. As for level 1 and level 2 runes masters, with his current ability, he didn't care about them at all. After training in the virtual world, Lin Fei was more confident than the average person. If it was someone else who heard about a level 3 runes master, they would either turn pale with fright or run away. They wouldn't stay at the scene. Lin San had seen Lin Fei's methods, but when he thought about how scary a level 3 runes master was, he couldn't help but advise him to prevent any accidents. third young master, a level 3 runes master, is very scary, especially when he's an expert at the 9th level of the martial path. Before Lin San could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Fei. You're worried that I'm not a match for a runes master, right? Lin Fei laughed. Since I dare to dig a hole, I dare to bury them all. Don't you believe in young master's words? Lin San sneaked a glance and realized that his young master was full of confidence. Could it be that young master had this ability? I believe. At the mine. The massacre continued. It was a war between the Li family and the Zhang family. As for the people who died earlier, they had all turned into corpses on the ground. Their blood was mixed with the corpses, becoming a part of them. Pang! Li Yuan and Zhang Qian collided with each other and a strong gust of wind blew out. The surrounding rocks were instantly turned into dust by the wind. Both of them were at the 8th level of the martial path, one of the young experts of Gui Yuan City. Both of them couldn't do anything to each other. Zhang Qian, your blazing palm is only so. Li Yuan stood proudly. Your heaven-breaking fist can't even block my blazing palm. Zhang Qian's clothes were a little messy, showing his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be one of the 4 young masters. Both of them were about to attack again. The situation changed. Scram! It turned out that the outcome of the battle between the experts at the 9th level of the martial path had been decided. The expert arranged by Li Yuan had just come out of the ice. Following that, Sang Mo's runes technique was used, and the black-faced man was sent flying like a broken kite. Young Master Zhang, I've helped you settle the matter. Sang Mo said calmly, as if he had done something insignificant. However, when his eyes fell on the black iron rock, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Thank you, Master Sang, for your help. Zhang Qian's face was filled with joy. The 9th level of the martial path was defeated just like that. Young Master, I'm not his match. The black-faced man was helped up by someone. He vomited blood and felt ashamed. At the same time, he was fearful of Sang Mo. That runes division is very powerful. Let's leave quickly. Li Yuan's face was ugly. The situation was more dangerous than he had imagined. He finally understood how terrifying the runes division was. Retreat. Since the experts around him were all injured, Li Yuan naturally wouldn't stay, especially when he knew the big secret. Seeing that they were about to leave, Zhang Qian naturally refused. In order to fight for the black iron rock, Zhang Qian had brought the runes division. How could he let them leave? If the news got out, the Zhang family would be the first to suffer. Sang Mo's eyes were cold. Young Master Zhang, don't worry. No one has ever escaped from me. Howling cold wind. A piece of runes division flew out. With a flash of white light, it turned into a black tornado. The tornado howled towards the crowd. As the tornado flew, the people in its path were all sucked into it. The cold wind landed on their bodies like blades. It was like minced meat, turning them into a rain of blood. Under the methods of the runes division, the crowd witnessed how terrifying it was. Once those people were sucked into the tornado, the cold wind sliced them like blades. Even an earth energy expert would be cut by the cold wind if they were caught in it. Li Yuan's subordinates were sucked in and instantly turned into piles of bones. Such a cruel method made everyone retreat subconsciously. They couldn't imagine that the magical powers of the runes division could kill people so easily. Zhang Qian, you will die a horrible death. Our Li family will not let you off. Li Yuan roared. I surrender. Don't kill me. Beigong Wuqing was so scared that his face was pale and his legs were trembling. Against the magical powers of the runes division, they really couldn't block it. Just as he finished speaking, the whistling tornado swept them into it. Miserable cries echoed in the sky. Li Yuan and Bei Gong Wuqing were killed by the magical powers of the runes division, leaving behind a pile of bones. Zhang Qian was very happy to have eliminated a great enemy. However, this happiness only lasted for a moment. Young Master Zhang, good move. You killed Li Yuan and Bei Gong Wuqing. I'm afraid Gue Yuan City will have to respect you from now on. Chapter 144. P.S. Thank you to Emu for the 100 Qidian coins tip. My recommendation tickets are bleak. Please give me the last recommendation ticket for 2012. It's you. Zhang Qian, who was in a state of excitement, looked at Lin Fei, who walked out of the wooden house with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The massacre in the mine lasted for more than 2 hours. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be anyone at the scene. However, there was someone, and it was one of the Zhang family's biggest enemies. Apart from that, Zhang Qian was the first to think that something was wrong. Before they appeared, they had also investigated the area, just like Li Yuan and the others. They only came out after confirming that there was no danger. More importantly, Zhang Qian had invited a runes master, a level 3 runes master, so he had confidence. When Lin Fei appeared, he still felt a lot of pressure. Zhang Qian didn't take this pressure to heart. Why can't I? Lin Fei smiled. This is my territory. Haven't you heard of the saying, I call the shots in my territory? Choosing to appear at this time was undoubtedly the same as pulling in the net. A group of figures appeared around the mine. They were holding crossbows, and the cold light of the crossbows flashed as they aimed at the people in the mine. In order to ambush these people, Lin Fei spent a lot of effort. If he wasn't a runes master and trained in the virtual world, it would be impossible for him to complete this series of actions. Lin Fei was very excited to take care of a big fish tonight. Sang Imo, a level 3 runes master, was a big fish. Runes masters were rare, and a level 3 runes master was considered a top figure in Gue Yuan City. Lin Fei believed that if a level 3 runes master was killed, it would be a big blow to the Zhang family. It was equivalent to losing a right-hand man. Of course, the appearance of a level 3 runes master tonight was indeed out of Lin Fei's expectations. The Zhang family was more powerful than he thought. Zhang Qian looked around with a smile on his face. It's been 5 years since we last met. Third young master's skills have improved a lot. Unknowingly, you set up a trap so that we can both benefit from it. Unfortunately, you didn't expect that our Zhang family would invite a runes master, did you? The final winner will still be our Zhang clan, and your Lin family will bear the infamy of slaughtering the Li clan's northern court disciples. With the level 3 runes master present, Zhang Qian was very confident. The crossbows were powerful, but with runes on the scene, there was nothing to be afraid of. The importance of a runes master was clearly different. Really? Lin Fei laughed, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Idiot, you are the #1 idiot in the world. Aren't you surprised that the Lin family has been in business for so long, but only today did news of a top-quality material come out? No, that wasn't right. Zhang Qian raised his eyebrows. What are you trying to say? A bad feeling emerged from his heart. You really are an idiot. My young master said it so clearly. Don't you know that our Lin family didn't dig out any top-quality material? Lin San laughed out loud, looking down on the other party. Ever since the Lin family's power declined, the competition for the mine was cruel. As the person in charge of the mine, Lin San didn't have a good time. He had been holding it in. Now that he had a place to vent his anger, he naturally didn't hold back. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Qian took 3 steps back and said angrily, "Impossible, you are lying." After the excitement, the pain was not something that anyone could bear. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, Zhang Qian invited Demon Sang, offended the Li and Bei Gong families, and killed them all. His goal was to get the top-quality material. But now, in other words, the top-quality material didn't exist in the first place. Zhang Qian suddenly felt like the sky was falling down. He panicked. It was no different from being slapped in the face, and it was extremely loud. Two sword lights flashed, and the metal box was split into two. It's fake. This isn't top-quality black iron ore. It's fake, we were fooled. Many of the people Zhang Qian brought were in charge of the mine. They immediately recognized that the stone in the metal box was not top-quality black iron ore. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They were fooled. It was all for nothing. Zhang Qian's face was pale. If it weren't for the existence of the top-quality material, he wouldn't have been so ruthless. He even wanted to frame the Lin family and shift the blame. But now, everything was for nothing. The Lin family didn't have any top-quality material at all. The ancient saying goes, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. I admit that I made a mistake this time. Zhang Qian tried his best to calm himself down. He stared at Lin Fei with a venomous gaze. However, your biggest mistake shouldn't be left here. Lin Fei saw Zhang Qian's expression from beginning to end, and he felt very happy. You messed with my Lin family, now you feel good. Although he didn't have any feelings for the Lin family, his identity made it impossible for him to abandon the Lin family. Therefore, Lin Fei wouldn't let go of anyone who went against the Lin family. Only by solving the problem in Gui Yuan City could he cultivate in peace and not be affected by other things. Your plan is to keep us here, Lin Fei said. Using the Lin family as a scapegoat is a good idea. Unfortunately, you used it in the wrong place. Zhang Qian laughed sinisterly. That might not be the case. Kill them all. Zhang Qian was very angry. He knew that if today's matter spread, it would have a great impact. The only way was to kill everyone in the mine and not let any information leak. At that time, the Lin family would go down in history in infamy. They would be destroyed without the need for the Zhang family to do anything. At the order, the Zhang family immediately brandished their swords and attacked. Kill! The Zhang family had just moved. In the dark night, countless crossbow arrows covered the sky and covered the earth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Martial artists were powerful, and crossbows were still the most commonly used weapon in the family army. Crossbows were intensive attacks. They specialized in breaking through Xian Qi protection and Gang Qi protection. Of course, the latter required special crossbow arrows. Usually, families used Xian piercing arrows. Xian piercing arrows could break through Xian Qi protection and did not have much effect on Gang Qi experts. However, Gang Qi experts could not withstand the overwhelming crossbow arrows. They consumed too much Xian Qi. As the crossbows attacked, many of Zhang Qian's men died. No matter how powerful Xian Qi protection was, they were shot like hedgehogs by hundreds and thousands of crossbow arrows. One was a long-range attack, while the other was a close-range attack. The results were immediately clear. In a short while, Zhang Qian's men suffered heavy losses. After all, Zhang Qian's men could not reach the level of Gang Qi protection. Even he was not comfortable facing so many crossbow arrows, especially Xian piercing arrows. Grandmaster Sang, we need you to do this. Zhang Qian said to Sang Yimou after knocking away the crossbow arrows. In fact, Zhang Qian did not expect Lin Fei's plan to be so meticulous. He was not prepared to use crossbows to attack them in a large area. Looking at his men dying, Zhang Qian knew that he had suffered a double loss tonight. He did not know how to explain this to his family. The only thing he could do now was to kill them all. However, the crossbowmen Lin Fei deployed were very difficult to deal with. If they were not dealt with first, there would be endless trouble in the future. Chapter 145. Sang Mo was indeed furious. As a runes master, he was deceived by a good-for-nothing disciple. That disciple even dared to kill someone in front of him. This was unforgivable. Even if Zhang Qian didn't say anything, Sang Mo would have done something for the Zhang family. Sang Mo was able to escape from the Rune Guild with the help of the Zhang family. If not for the Zhang family, he would have died in the hands of the Rune Guild. He definitely had to help him with this. Level 3 runes masters couldn't draw talismans in the air. Normally, only level 5 runes masters could draw talismans in the air. However, not all level 5 runes masters could do it. Drawing talismans in the air had become a secret skill. Level 5 runes masters and below usually used runes to injure others. They weren't fighting with runes, but with silver. Lots and lots of silver. Normally, runes masters rarely made a move. At least, before they mastered the use of soul, they wouldn't make a move unless it was absolutely beneficial. Who would be willing to burn money? Sang Mo slapped his pocket and a runes appeared in his hand. With a cold gaze, he threw the runes at them. Frost arrow. Be careful, this is the sacred art of runes. After the runes were torn apart, a cold aura whizzed past. Within a large area, frost arrows shot towards them like white dots. The frost arrows covered the entire area. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The crossbow and frost arrows collided. Even so, some frost arrows still hit the black troopers. Fortunately, the black troopers had armor that blocked some of the attacks. Under the cover of the frost arrows, they lost some of their combat abilities. The frost arrows were terrifying. This was why runes masters were so terrifying. Your armor is not bad. Against my frost arrows, all of you will die. Sang Mo sneered as if he could see them dying under the frost arrows. He was an offensive type of runes master. Frost arrows were his attack method. Boom boom boom. Just when Sang Mo thought that his sacred art of runes would kill them all. Suddenly, a blazing fireball came like a meteor shower. Water and fire do not get along. Frost arrow was a variation of water. Fireballs were a type of pure fire. The frost arrows faced the countless fireballs, and many of them immediately evaporated, turning into water droplets that fell to the ground. In an instant, the fireball suppressed the frost arrow. Runes master. Sang Mo's eyelids twitched. He looked around, trying to find the runes master. Of course, he was shocked. To be able to break his frost arrow, it had to be a level 3 runes. Who is it? Come out. Zhang Qian's face was gloomy. He did not expect a runes master to appear, and it might even be a level 3 runes master. That was the most unbearable part. Runes masters must die. Zhang Qian was very confident in Master Sang Mo's ability. Right now, he had to figure out one thing first. Where was the runes master? In this short period of time, most of the ice arrows had been destroyed. There's no need to look. The runes master you're looking for is me. Lin Fei walked out from the dark. If not for the runes master, Lin Fei would not have come out. You're a runes master. Zhang Qian jumped up, doubting the validity of Lin Fei's words. In fact, Lin Fei was too young. He did not look like a runes master at all. After all, becoming a runes master required a certain level of talent. Could Lin Fei be a runes master? Zhang Qian believed that the sun came from the west, and he did not believe that a playboy like Lin Fei could become a runes master. Even he himself could not become a runes master. Based on this, one could tell that Lin Fei was a runes master. Lin Fei laughed. Ask him then. Of course, he was referring to Sang Mo. Hehe, I hate the Rune Guild the most. It's been a long time since I killed a runes master. Sang Imo licked his lips and stared at Lin Fei with glowing eyes. He admitted to what he said earlier. Today, I'll start with you. Come at me if you can. Lin Fei turned around and pointed his middle finger at Sang Imo. Then, he ran towards a remote area. Although Zhang Qian did not understand what Sang Imo meant, he knew that it was not a good move. You're courting death. Sang Imo quickly chased after Lin Fei. *T. Zhang Qian was about to say something when Sang Imo disappeared from his sight. What he wanted to say was that it was a diversion. Unfortunately, he did not manage to say it. In the dark night, arrows were shot again. Zhang Qian realized that the situation was not right. Without the help of a runes master, their combat ability against arrows was suppressed. He finally understood why Lin Fei had appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Qian hated Lin Fei to the core. However, it was useless. At the same time, a dangerous aura locked onto him. Broken arrow. At the edge of the mining area, in the sandy area. Brat, why aren't you running? Sang Imo caught up and saw the brat standing there motionless. Sang Imo thought that Wang Xian wanted to fight him. In fact, as a level 3 runes master, Sang Imo was superior in both runes and martial arts. Killing an insignificant rune master was not worth mentioning. Why should I run? Lin Fei raised his head with a gleam of pride in his eyes. Hee, have you chosen how you want to die? Sang Imo was not in a hurry to attack. Judging from Wang Xian's spiritual aura, Wang Xian was only a level 2 runes master. He was no match for Sang Imo. Lin Fei shook his head and said seriously, you are mistaken. It should be your choice. Why didn't you choose to die? Was it an instant kill? Or would you be tortured to death? In my opinion, it would be best to kill you in an instant. A level 2 runes master could kill a level 3 runes master in an instant. Sang Imo, the wanted criminal of the Rune Guild, almost burst out laughing. No one had ever dared to say that in front of him. You want to kill me in an instant? Lin Fei nodded. If everything goes according to plan, I should be able to kill you in an instant. Sang Imo threw his head back and laughed. You are talking big. I shall kill you in an instant then. Frost arrow. Sang Mo's movement technique was very fast. With a wave of his hand, the frost talisman was cast. The frost arrow was like an inescapable net, surrounding Lin Fei tightly. Anyone at such a close distance would be killed in an instant. Sang Imo was indeed capable. The frost talisman is quite powerful. It's a pity that the refining process is too complicated. It's not as powerful as it should be. Lin Fei did not dodge. Earth shield. In an instant, a 10 feet tall brown earth wall appeared in front of Lin Fei, blocking the attack. Sang Imo was stunned. The frost talisman was useless. This was just a thought. The earth shield broke suddenly. Lin Fei came out with a smile on his face. The frost talisman is only so-so. You can die now. In Sang Mo's eyes, a large runes appeared in Lin Fei's hands. His eyes widened and a sense of danger rose in his heart. Fire talisman. Frost talisman. Gravity talisman. Boulder talisman. All sorts of attacks rained down like a meteor shower. Sang Imo was still in shock. He hurriedly threw out his runes and erected a shield. However, the shield of the runes shattered under the barrage of runes. Immediately, it was engulfed by the mystique of the runes. Oh! I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Chapter 146. P.S. Thank you, Glacier Bookworm, for your 100 Chidian coins tip. Today is New Year's Day. I wish everyone a Happy New Year. Please give me your first recommendation ticket for 2013. Sang Mo, the wanted criminal of the Rune Guild, had never thought that he would one day die under a pile of runes. Not only that, he would die in such a dignified and humiliating way. Even though Sang Mo had the strength of a level 9 martial artist and was a level 3 runes master, it was normal for him to die under Lin Fei's sudden attack. After all, Lin Fei's rune skills were flawless. Even though he was only a level 2 runes master, the runes that Lin Fei created were not any weaker than level 3 runes. Think about it, with so many level 3 runes crashing down, apart from mystic cultivators, no one would be able to block them. Therefore, Sang Mo's death was not unjust. Lin Fei had so many runes that he could kill Sang Mo instantly with runes. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would use runes as if they were free? Unlike Sang Mo, who used runes one by one, every runes was painful to use. That was the difference. If Sang Mo knew that he had met someone who did not treat runes as treasures, he would not have attacked him personally. That was why he lost his life. Pathetic, pathetic. F***ck, he really killed him in an instant. Lin Fei took a deep breath. If not for the things on the ground, Lin Fei would not have believed that he killed a level 3 runes master in an instant. Even though he had guessed that level 3 runes would be very powerful, he had not tested it before. He had never thought that a pile of runes would be so powerful. Even Sang Mo, a level 3 runes master, could not defend himself and was killed in an instant. Runes really are good stuff. I'll have to make more of them when I get back and use them as a trump card. In the future, if I encounter a profound practitioner expert, I'll have a certain degree of confidence. Perhaps I'll be able to kill a profound practitioner. Tonight, Lin Fei was actually here to experiment with the runes. The effect of the runes was surprisingly good. Level 2 runes against level 3 runes, a great victory. Lin Fei was in a good mood. In the future, he would have a good trump card. People treated the runes as treasures, and he would treat them as a tool. Wasn't this the right tool to use? Killed level 3 runes master Sang Mo 10,000 EXP gained. Lin Fei was still surprised to receive so much experience. Normally, he would only get 1 or 2,000 EXP. Today, he had encountered a boss. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Fei seemed to understand that the Sang Mo he killed was not an ordinary person. Could this be the reason why the runes practice martial arts at the same time? Just as Lin Fei was feeling puzzled, a system notification popped up. Killed level 3 runes master Sang Mo successfully hunted dark runes master. 10 reputation points gained. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Reputation points. He opened the system and took a closer look. Lin Fei understood what was going on and could not help but be excited. I finally understand why killing a runes master gives so many experience points. It turned out that Sang Mo had killed more than 200 people and was classified as a dark runes master. His sin points had reached 200. Lin Fei killing him was equivalent to clearing his sin points. Hence, the experience points were so high. Apart from this, Lin Fei also realized the use of reputation points. It turned out that he had just activated the reputation system. Those whose sin points had reached 100 and above would receive corresponding reputation points based on their sin points. This reputation point could be used to obtain medals. Lin Fei had experienced the effects of medals. This time, there were many similar reputation medals. The duration of usage was extended and the effect was longer. It was a pity that Lin Fei could not see the attributes of the medals. The lowest medal required 500 reputation points. Now, Lin Fei could only stare at it. Could it be that those with sin points are all sinners? If I kill someone with 10,000 sin points, wouldn't I get hundreds of thousands, or even millions of experience points? Lin Fei was tempted. Ever since he reached the 7th sky of martial path, his experience points had been increasing. Other than hunting demonic beasts or killing bandits, Lin Fei could not think of anything else to level up. But when he activated the reputation system, Lin Fei seemed to realize that another one had appeared in front of him. Sin points. This seemed to be a good idea. He retracted his thoughts. Lin Fei began to check his spoils of war. Because of the pile of runes, even Lin Fei could not remember them clearly. The destructive power was extraordinary, and the Sang Devil's body was blown to pieces. Damn, it can't all be gone, right? Lin Fei regretted that he was too ruthless. He had forgotten that some items could not withstand attacks. Now, all the items were gone. Amidst the rubble, Lin Fei found a bag. A black bag. Could it be a special Runes Master's runes bag? Lin Fei finally recalled something that he had seen in the virtual world. It seemed to be very similar to that thing. His soul force rushed in. It is indeed a runes bag. Unfortunately, the quality is too low. Lin Fei shook his head. If Sang Yimou knew about this, he would probably jump out and scold him. For a runes bag, he had killed over 30 runes masters to get it. Now that it was said to be worthless, he was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. In fact, Lin Fei did not understand the value of a runes bag. Runes bag was a unique space. It was not very big, but it could be used to store runes. Other things could not be stored in it. It was a corresponding bag. Runes bag could only be used by level 3 runes masters. As for the production of a runes bag, one had to be at least a level 5 runes master. They also needed special runes tools. Therefore, every runes bag was very precious. In the outside world, a runes bag was worth at least a few million silvers. Among runes masters, Lin Fei was probably the only one who dared to treat a runes bag lightly. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fei liked the runes bag very much. There were quite a lot of runes in the bag. He did not have the time to look at them. They should be level 3 runes. It could be said that he had gained a lot from this trip. With the runes bag, Lin Fei would not expose the fact that he had a space. He could use it to cover it up. With the runes bag, Lin Fei's identity as a runes master would be more real. At least no one would dare to doubt it in the future. Although now, Lin Fei was an unorthodox runes master and had never been to justice. However, it had to be said that Lin Fei, an unorthodox runes master, killed a wanted criminal of a level 3 runes master. If Lin Fei brought the bones back, there would be many benefits. Unfortunately, Lin Fei did not know. For him, the harvest tonight was not small. The runes bag was secondary. The most important thing was to know the use of sin value and reputation. Reputation was still secondary. Sin value was very important. 200 sin value could be exchanged for 10,000 experience. 400 sin value. What about 1,000 sin value? These were all worth looking forward to. Right now, it was better to settle the matter first. Chapter 147. P.S. Thanks to Resident Evil Terminator. Snowy Rabbit, Peach Blossom Brother, Xiaoyao LF2, and other readers' tips. I went hiking yesterday and came back too late. I only updated once. I'm really sorry. The battle in the mine was coming to an end. The black troopers were well prepared and used the crossbows in their hands, which included some piercing arrows, to gain the upper hand. Under the attack of the crossbows, the Zhang family disciples suffered heavy casualties. Under the large-scale attack, they completely lost the ability to fight. Especially after losing the help of the Runes division, the balance gradually tilted to one side. The thick smell of blood in the mine proved how heavy the casualties were. Under the night sky, the Lin family's mine could be said to be littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. Bang, bang, bang. Under the dim light of the fire, the two punched and kicked continuously, sending sand and stones flying. No one dared to approach this area, lest they get caught in the crossfire. Young Master Zhang, surrender. You're no match for me. Lin San was panting. After the battle, he had used up a lot of his qi. Zhang Qian's face was gloomy. There was not a single part of his body that was unharmed. His chest was stained with blood. It was obvious that he did not gain the upper hand in the battle. They were both at the 8th sky of martial path, but Zhang Qian was slightly inferior. Why isn't Master Sang back yet? Did something happen? Almost all of his subordinates were dead, but Zhang Qian still held on to a glimmer of hope. Once Grandmaster Sang returned, it did not matter if they were at a disadvantage. Against a 3rd-level rune master, a mere martial artist could easily turn the tide of the battle. This was Zhang Qian's only source of confidence. Surrender without a fight. What a joke. Zhang Qian grinned. When Master Sang returns, this place will be your grave. Those who adapt to the times are wise. Surrender to me, be my dog, and I'll let you live. Zhang Qian's words were an attempt to break up the internal conflict. Once they thought it through, they would definitely not go against him. The power of the Runes Division was not something they could imagine. Previously, when the Runes Division used their supernatural power to easily kill the Li family's Beigong people, it left a deep impression in their hearts. Unfortunately, Zhang Qian neglected one thing. Lin Fei was a Runes Division. How stubborn, Lin San said. Prepare the energy-piercing arrows. The battle in the mine was basically over, and the only one left was Zhang Qian. In the previous battle, Zhang Qian had consumed a lot of Xian Qi. He had consumed 60% of his Xian Qi, leaving him with only 40% of his Xian Qi. His strength was greatly reduced. Hearing this, Zhang Qian cursed inwardly. The astral-piercing arrow was specialized in dealing with protective aura. With his mystical qi recovered, he was confident that he could dodge it. However, the current situation was different. He had the astral-piercing arrow in front of him and Lin San, who was at the same level of strength as him, behind him. He was at a complete disadvantage. No matter which side it was, he would not be able to deal with it. Are we really going to use this thing? Zhang Qian hesitated, as if this was his only chance. Get ready to break the astral energy. Lin San waved his hand, not giving Zhang Qian a chance. Swish swish swish. You forced me to do this. Zhang Qian took out a bottle, rolled out a black pill, and swallowed it without any hesitation. Ah! A violent aura burst out from Zhang Qian's body, and a dangerous aura swept out. Zhang Qian's entire body swelled up. Veins popped out on his hands and face, making him look extremely ferocious. His eyes were filled with hatred, as if he was a completely different person. His aura of the 8th heavenly layer had strangely soared to the 9th heavenly layer of the martial path. Clang clang clang. The astral-piercing arrows landed on Zhang Qian's body, as if they had hit an iron plate. You took the berserker pill. Lin San finally recalled it, and he pointed at Zhang Qian with a look of disbelief. You're right, but all of you will die tonight. Zhang Qian's voice was like a demon from beyond the heavens, and the sinister smile on his face struck fear in the hearts of those who heard him. The berserker pill was a taboo pill that consumed one's vitality to form a temporary burst of energy that could allow one to break through one's current cultivation. However, the duration was less than the time it takes for an incense to burn. Once the effect of the pill wore off, one's cultivation would plummet, and one's strength would plummet as well. Usually, it would take half a year for one's physical body to recuperate. Usually, no one would use the berserker pill unless it was a matter of life and death. The berserker pill was rare, and it was rarely circulated in the market. To some, it could be considered as a trump card. Capturing hand. Under the berserker state, Zhang Qian's mind was filled with killing intent. Kill, kill, kill. With a swipe of his claw, the closest subordinate of Zhang Qian was torn apart. His entire body was torn apart, and blood gushed out like a mist. He looked like a demon that had just walked out of hell. Ha ha ha, so this is the power of the 9th level of the martial path. This young noble loves it the most. Licking his lips, Zhang Qian stared at Lin San. Lin San felt as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Shoot, shoot. Swish. Swish. You're courting death. Zhang Qian ignored the astral-piercing arrows and increased his movement technique. 5 cold rays of light tore through the air. His target was Lin San, and he wanted to kill him to vent his anger. Lin San was instantly at a disadvantage due to the difference in cultivation. What incredible speed! Bang! Lin San was sent flying, crashing into the ground. He couldn't even block a single claw attack. Ha, you can't even block a single claw attack from this young noble. Trash. Zhang Qian laughed. I'll send you to hell. Another claw attack came at him. My life is over. Lin San's face was filled with despair. He knew that he couldn't block the claw attack, so he closed his eyes subconsciously. Kacha! The sound of ice breaking could be heard. After hesitating for a moment, Lin San opened his eyes. He didn't know when, but a white shield appeared in front of him, blocking the claw attack. There were countless cracks on the shield, but it blocked the attack. Young noble Zhang, you dare to bully people in my territory. Are you tired of living? A mocking voice came from afar. Young master is back. Zhang Qian turned his head and saw Lin Fei approaching from afar. His eyes were filled with endless hatred as if he had seen a ghost. You! Why are you back? Where's Master Sang? Dead. Lin Fei said. You're going to die soon too. Young master, be careful. He took the berserker pill, and his strength has reached the 9th level of the martial path. Xiao Yong warned loudly. I'll kill you. Zhang Qian could ignore the death of his subordinate, but he couldn't stay calm when Master Sang died. Even if he returned to the clan, he wouldn't have a good life. All of this was caused by Lin Fei. At this moment, his anger took over. He had to kill Lin Fei no matter what. Die, he must die. Zhang Qian gave up on dealing with Lin San. His body swayed, leaving a shadow behind, and appeared in front of Lin Fei. He punched the door, splitting the air in half. Zhang Qian wanted to seriously injure Lin Fei with this punch. He wanted to slowly torture Lin Fei to death to vent his anger. Lin Fei's face remained calm despite the violent attack. Borrowed power won't amount to anything. I'll show you what real power is. Lin Fei was as straight as a pine tree. He turned, exerted force, and threw a punch in one go. Chapter 148. P.S. Thanks to Snow's Love for the tips and comments. How arrogant. You're dead meat. Lin Fei didn't dodge, and Zhang Qian seemed to be anticipating what would happen next. Even though he hadn't been at the 9th level for long, it was more than enough to kill Lin Fei and the others. Lin Fei's movement technique was powerful, and if he wanted to escape, Zhang Qian would have to spend some effort. However, Lin Fei's actions were in line with his intentions. Since he had already killed Li Yuan and Beigong Wuqing, he wouldn't feel any pressure killing Lin Fei. If he settled everything tonight, no one would know that he was the culprit. Zhang Qian already had a plan for the aftermath. 2 people, 2 punches. What violent energy. Luckily, I'm used to this aura after hunting demonic beasts in the Blackwater mountain range. The violent energy not only affected the body, but also the mind. Anyone would lose their chance to fight if they were dazed for a moment. Fortunately, Lin Fei managed to block it. Under the protection of the Vidra body, Lin Fei managed to suppress the violent energy. The impact of this punch wasn't too great. Nuns of the runes were proficient in using the mind, and mental influence could barely be considered one of them. On the other hand, Zhang Qian wasn't so lucky. An unprecedented force crashed into Zhang Qian's body. Unable to suppress it, it broke through the layers of seals and reached his organs. Ugh! Zhang Qian spat out a mouthful of blood. The rebound force forced Zhang Qian to take 5 steps back before he could stop. It was as if he had punched a boulder with his fist. It didn't budge at all, and his fist was hurting instead. The outcome of this punch was clear. I'm at the 9th level of the martial path. How can you block my punch? Zhang Qian was about to go crazy. He let the blood flow as he stared at Lin Fei. Zhang Qian hadn't gained any advantage in that punch. Instead, he was injured, aggravating the injuries he had left behind. Hatred. Incomparable hatred. He thought that he could easily kill Lin Fei, but in the end, the heavens played a big joke on him. Lin Fei's strength was so powerful that Zhang Qian felt like he was struck by lightning. It wouldn't be easy for him to kill Lin Fei with a single punch. This is just borrowed power. You are just a pitiful worm. Using the Berserker pill on you is nothing more than this. Lin Fei blocking Zhang Qian's punch was undoubtedly a victory for the others. I don't believe you, this young master will definitely kill you. This time, Zhang Qian was stubborn. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be Lin Fei's match if he freely consumed the Berserker pill. He didn't believe it. Someone like you isn't fit to fight me. Lin Fei shook his head. Zhang Qian was bedeviled. If he left this place, it wouldn't be easy for him to stay, but he just had to fight with him. This wasn't like the god of longevity wanting to hang himself and seek death. Lin Fei's eyes darted around, and he immediately had an idea. I'll kill you. Zhang Qian was once again provoked. Lin Fei retreated, while Zhang Qian advanced. The sound of punches and kicks resounded in the sky. However, even though Lin Fei's movement technique was only at the 1st realm, it was still very effective. Zhang Qian was about to go crazy. He was being toyed with his cultivation at the 9th level of the martial path. His anger had reached a boiling point, but it was a pity that he couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. As time passed, the medicinal effect of the pill continued to decrease. If you don't fight with me, I don't believe that you'll be willing to let your subordinates die. Zhang Qian feigned a punch before turning around and charging at Lin San. Lin Fei was even faster than Zhang Qian. With a single thought, he appeared not far away from Zhang Qian and threw out runes. A white light flashed and a chilling aura flashed. It was a freezing talisman. A spoil of war from the Sangamo. Lin Fei didn't have the intention to treasure these incomplete runes, so he might as well use them. For example, now. Under the freezing talisman, Zhang Qian was like a statue. The chilling aura around him made it so that no one dared to approach him. Gotcha, gotcha. Zhang Qian came out of the statue again and grinned. Are you regretful that you want to use the freezing talisman to deal with me? There's no way. Let me tell you, in front of the 9 heavens of the martial path, everything else is nothing. Lin Fei's use of the freezing talisman made Zhang Qian even angrier. Zhang Qian attacked again. However, an unimaginable scene appeared. Another freezing talisman and Zhang Qian was instantly frozen. There was nothing more tragic than this in the world. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He used the runes and checked the internal structure of the runes to prove that the Xintian continent's runes had indeed lost their ability to draw. If he made these freezing talismans, the effect would be far greater. Zhang Qian was furious again. His eyes were about to spurt blood. I don't believe that you still have more runes. Zhang Qian had used up a lot of Xian qi to break the seal twice. He hated Lin Fei to the core. However, the tragedy did not end there. Lin Fei threw out another freezing talisman and said helplessly, "I'm really sorry. I don't have many other runes, but the freezing talisman is not bad at all." This was the truth. Most of the Sangimo runes were freezing talismans. This kind of rune could be used as an attack, but it could also be used as a necessary item for escape. Using both at the same time, it had endless wonderful uses. Zhang Qian broke the seal. Lin Fei threw out runes. It went on and on without stopping. The black troopers in the mine regarded third young Master Lin as a god. An expert who was temporarily at the 9th level of the martial path was beaten to a pulp by the runes. It was easy to imagine how miserable it was. Zhang Qian cursed again and again. At the beginning, his confidence was constantly crumbling. Once he broke the seal, he would immediately be frozen. The time kept extending. If God gave him a chance, Zhang Qian would rather turn around and run. He would never make life difficult for Lin Fei. Zhang Qian was really afraid. In his eyes, Lin Fei was a true demon. He kept using priceless runes on himself. Don't you know that this is throwing away money? Don't you know that you can't afford to keep them? At least let me experience the feeling of the 9th level of the martial path. Crack. Zhang Qian broke the seal once again. He collapsed on the ground. The moonlight shone on his body. His face was as pale as a corpse that had been dug out. The cold air invaded his body, causing him to shiver. It was a miserable sight. Kill. Zhang Qian lay on the ground weakly. He couldn't even move his fingers. He broke the seal again and again and was frozen again and again. His confidence was constantly being crushed and his spirit was collapsing. The pain of not being able to vent was extremely tragic. There was nothing more tragic than this. Zhang Qian wanted to commit suicide. How did he meet such a demon? Unfortunately, the cold air had invaded his body. His limbs were weak and the berserker pill had lost its effect. The tragedy had begun. Zhang Qian only wanted to die now. If this were to spread, no one would believe that one of the 4 young masters was begging for death. Lin Fei looked down from above and shook his head. I really wanted to kill you just now, but now I don't. I feel that keeping you here is more useful. Zhang Qian was enraged. Don't think about it. I won't agree to it. If you have the guts, kill me now. Lin Fei shook his head. Why should I kill you? I feel that you have a good chance of becoming the future patriarch of the Zhang clan. Are you willing to die? Are you willing to give up power and wealth? Zhang clan's patriarch. Zhang Qian's eyes flashed with surprise and disappointment. He couldn't figure out what Lin Fei was trying to do. Lin Fei squatted down and lowered his voice. You didn't hear wrongly. I didn't say anything wrong either. Giving up your life as the future patriarch, you want to court death. It's a pity. You are a direct descendant of the Zhang clan, but you can't become the patriarch. However, as long as you become my dog, I will help you become the future patriarch. Patriarch. As for everything else, they were all ignored. Zhang Qian's mind was filled with the words patriarch. In fact, he had a secret in his heart. He had always wanted to become the future patriarch. Chapter 149. P.S. Thank you to ZKHS123 for the tip. The night was like water. Only half the night had passed. For the Lin family mine, tonight was a sleepless night. The intense conflict during the day, followed by the dangerous night attack at night, from the danger to the safety, was like a dream. No one could forget everything that happened tonight. On the official road at night. A group of black armored guards rushed past. Fortunately, there were not many people on the official road at night. Otherwise, it would have attracted a lot of attention. This group of people was none other than Lin Fei and a group of black armored guards. From the way they were moving, one could imagine that something big was going to happen. 4 hours later. The sky was about to brighten, and the morning star was about to recede. At this moment, a group of people quietly advanced in a forest. Everyone, pay attention to your feet. Don't make any noise. The group of black armored guards had serious expressions, but there was still a trace of excitement between their brows. After going over a mountain, their vision was clear, and they could vaguely see the situation nearby. It turned out that there was a call in the mountain ahead. On the left and right sides of the call, there were observation towers built. In addition, the surroundings were blocked by towering trees. If one was not familiar with the place, it would be difficult to discover the mystery. Young master, the Black Wind stronghold is in front. Zhang Qian was carried by the black armored guards. He weakly pointed at the building in the call and said these words. He had made up his mind. Outsiders did not know that the Black Wind stronghold was deliberately supported by the Zhang family. Other than the core disciples of the Zhang family, outsiders did not know. Even Zhang Qian only found out by chance. In the Lin family mine, Zhang Qian chose to side with Lin Fei. Destroying the Black Wind stronghold was Zhang Qian's proof of allegiance. In order to support the Black Wind stronghold, the Zhang family spent a lot of money and resources. They relied on the Black Wind stronghold as a sharp knife to accomplish many things that could not be done on the surface. If the Black Wind stronghold was destroyed, it was equivalent to cutting off the Zhang family's left and right arms. Are you sure? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, revealing killing intent. I'm sure that the Black Wind stockade is right in front of us. Zhang Qian insisted. Young master, the Black Wind stronghold is the largest group of bandits in Shatterstone Town. Many of our Lin family's mines were stolen by them. It turns out that their headquarters is located here. They sure are well hidden. These damnable bastards. The Zhang family is truly scheming. Lin San gritted his teeth and stared at the call in the forest. Lin Fei patted Lin San's shoulder. Don't worry. Today, the Black Wind stronghold will become a thing of the past. Destroying the Black Wind stronghold was just an accident. It was undeniable that this move was quite useful. Destroying the Black Wind stronghold was equivalent to cutting off one of the Zhang clan's greatest supporters. At the same time, it would allow the Li clan and the Zhang clan to fight each other. It was a very good chess piece. Looking at Lin Fei's murderous intent, Zhang Qian did not know if he was right. In fact, Zhang Qian was indeed persuaded by Lin Fei. In a short 5 years, Lin Fei's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Even he, who had taken the Berserker pill, was no match for him. Moreover, his opponent was a runes master. What did this mean? That was a genius. Would a genius spend the rest of his life in a place like this? It was impossible. It didn't seem to be a problem for him to become the clan head. Later, we will kill our way in. No need to show mercy. Kill without mercy. Regardless of whether this Black Wind stronghold was the black-clothed men who ambushed them or not, Lin Fei would not let them go. Tonight, most of the leaders were dead. Shatterstone Town had undergone a huge change, and what appeared before everyone was a huge cake. If he didn't take a bite out of it, Lin Fei would feel sorry for himself. This was also one of the things that Lin Fei could do. Young master, don't worry. After today, the Black Wind stronghold will no longer exist. Xiao Yong said. Lin Fei waved his hand, let's go. On both sides of the call, there were people patrolling. As it was early in the morning, the bandits were sleepy and naturally did not pay attention to the surroundings. Xiao xiao xiao. Facing the well-prepared black armored guards, the Black Wind Mountain bandits died in their sleep. 1, 2, 3. In just a moment, the Black Wind Mountain bandits at the periphery were all cleaned up. After killing their way into the call, they realized that the Black Wind stronghold was very powerful. If it wasn't for the sudden attack, it would be very difficult to break through the stronghold. Of course, no one would have thought that someone would come to this place. Kill. Under Lin Fei's order, the black armored guards charged in from both sides. This is a rare chance, I can't miss it. The baleful black saber was drawn, and a cold light flickered as it charged into the stronghold. Sin points, 50. Seeing the first Black Wind stronghold, Lin Fei was slightly surprised as he saw a few red words above the opponent's head. Sin points, 50. This was not the case before. Damn, could it be that after activating the sin point system, I can differentiate between good and bad people? Lin Fei was only surprised for a moment before he suddenly closed in. With a swing of his saber, the head fell to the ground. Killed Wang Qi, 50 sin points, 2,500 experience points. Despite having guessed it, Lin Fei felt a surge of happiness when he heard the voice again. At the same time, he had one more goal to strive for. Ha! Something dropped. Lin Fei was dumbfounded once again. In the past, when he killed someone, he would not find anything unless he searched for it himself. But today, when he killed someone with 50 sin points, he got some silver. Damn, I'm a monster now. Killed Li Fei, 30 sin points, 1,500 experience points. Killed Zhang Wu, 20 sin points, 1,000 experience points. Killed Lu Mang, 70 sin points, 3,500 experience points. Lin Fei was not a homicidal maniac, and he rarely killed indiscriminately. With the sin points, he did not feel any pressure anymore. Every time he killed someone, he would get something. There were silver, weapons, secret manuals. Lin Fei swung his saber, and the Black Wind stronghold could not resist at all. It was like a fierce tiger in a flock of sheep, opening its bloody mouth. One by one, the Black Wind stronghold bandits died under Chen Fan's saber. Lin Fei's chest was already covered in blood, and the road behind him was littered with corpses. Under the surprise attack of the Black Wind stronghold, there was almost no time to defend. The black armored guards were not to be trifled with. They had never been kind to mountain bandits. This time, when dealing with the Black Wind stronghold, they would not show mercy. In just a moment, Black Wind stronghold suffered heavy losses, and they couldn't even form a defense. On Lin Fei's side, he killed his way over. The Black Wind mountain bandits were not very strong, but there were many of them. Almost all of them were at the 6th level of the martial path. It was no wonder that the Black Wind stronghold could become the sharp knife of the Zhang clan. Everyone, attack together and kill him. Lin Fei kept killing his way in. His cruel methods made the Black Wind mountain bandits unwilling to come forward and throw away their lives. The brothers had charged forward, but they could not withstand a single slash and were killed. In their eyes, this person was a demon, a great demon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a saber light flashed, and the nearby bandits all fell to the ground, clutching their necks. Evildoers deserve death. Lin Fei was expressionless. Blood dripped from the baleful black saber. Your Excellency, who are you? Why did you kill the people of the Black Wind stronghold? P.S. Recommended a book to a friend. Accidentally got the game system. Log in every day, receive gift packs, and be a hero. Experience points, elixirs, divine weapons, martial arts, divine beasts will be randomly given. VIP also has a mysterious prize. God rewards the diligent, continuously log in, and complete attendance award. What? You are a genius. Chapter 150. P.S. Thank you, Resident Evil Terror Terminator. Once again, congratulations on becoming an apprentice. Thank you for your support. The leader is here. Haha, that little bastard is dead. Who can survive after the leader makes his move? I'll skin him alive and light him on a lantern to vent my anger. Accompanied by the violent sounds, the Black Gale Mountain bandits, who were retreating, seemed to have found a pillar of stability and immediately stopped moving. The Black Wind Mountain stronghold's current scale was all because of the leader. In the Black Wind Mountain stronghold, the leader was the sky and the earth. He was the strongest in the eyes of the bandits. Once the leader made his move, he could turn the situation around. Everyone was full of confidence in the leader. The reason was simple. The leader, Black Wind, was an expert at the night sky of the martial path. Black Wind was just like his name. He was tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had a full beard and looked like a bandit. No matter where he stood, he would stand out like a crane among chickens. Damn, it's a boss. Lin Fei casually glanced at him and his eyes lit up. It wasn't because the opponent was at the night sky of the martial path, but because of the red words above his head. Sin value 5,000. The sin value system was activated. Until now, the highest sin value that Lin Fei had ever seen was 200, which could be exchanged for 10,000 experience. Now, there was a guy with 5,000 sin value. It was unimaginable. Killing him would give him at least 100,000 experience. Who knows, he might even get a lot of items. Lin Fei licked his lips in excitement. He had met a small boss in the mountains. He stared at the boss for a while. Those who didn't know would think that they were old acquaintances. Only the leader Black Wind's expression changed slightly. He subconsciously shivered, as if he had become a piece of fatty meat. That gaze was unbearable. He couldn't help but frown and coldly laugh. Brat, just who sent you here to kill my subordinates in my territory? Black Wind's anger soared to the limit. He saw the countless casualties of his men. However, the person in front of him made Black Wind clench his teeth. He wanted to tear him apart to vent his anger. Lin Fei stood there with his blade. Boss Black Wind. Not bad looking. If you want to live, kneel down and apologize. Hand over everything. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying your Black Wind stronghold. Domineering. A guy who had not even grown his hair was saying that he wanted to destroy the Black Wind stronghold. This was undoubtedly provoking the leader of the Black Wind stronghold. Leader, this guy is too arrogant. Let's kill him and take revenge for our brothers. The fifth head and fourth head have both died in the hands of this lad. They died so tragically. We must definitely take revenge for them. Black Wind was normally quite scheming, but today, the Black Wind stronghold had been ambushed. Their subordinates had suffered heavy casualties, so they couldn't just let this matter rest. They had to find the mastermind. Normally, Black Wind wouldn't be so impulsive and would definitely think things through carefully. However, there was no time for him to think about it now. If he didn't, he wouldn't do something like this. If he didn't, he would be. Little brat, how dare you come to my territory to kill people? I'll make you understand the consequences of offending the Black Wind stronghold. The leader of Black Wind decided to take this kid down first. Everyone had seen what had happened just now. This person was a powerful opponent. His saber techniques were very efficient, and he had killed the fifth and fourth bosses. If they did not act now, the great Black Wind stronghold would be finished. The moment the Black Wind first headmaster made his move, his massive body was like a ferocious tiger. He suddenly closed the distance between them and struck down with his palm. Lin Fei seemed to have expected this. Using the flowing wind footwork, the baleful black saber in his hand flashed, turning into a white light as he attacked the bandit. So south. Another 7 or 8 people fell to the ground in hatred. You people from the Black Wind stronghold really can't be killed. Looks like your reputation is undeserved. Black Wind was enraged. This brat was too arrogant. He even dared to kill his subordinates when facing him. This was simply a great humiliation. No matter what, the leader of Black Wind didn't expect this brat to be so slippery. He killed his subordinates in front of him and still dared to be so arrogant. He said angrily, "Oh, little brat, you're courting death. I will definitely kill you." Lin Fei was probably the only person in the entire Guiyuan city who didn't take Black Wind seriously. He was an expert at the 9th layer of the martial path. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Fei raised his saber again. Countless heads fell to the ground. Lin Fei's goal was to provoke the leader. In fact, the series of words just now was nothing more than to provoke the leader so that he would attack him. Once the leader left, it would be his black armor guards that would be lost. Black Wind's eyes turned red. His face revealed a ferocious expression. A blood-red long saber appeared in his hand. He slashed down from the front, and the saber light whistled like a white line. Black Wind's saber was furious. Since when was he looked down on like this? Bang! Lin Fei dodged sideways. The two Black Wind mountain bandits behind him were unlucky. They were split into two. Even at death's door, they didn't know why the leader attacked them. You killed your own people. Leader, you're really something. Shut up, you bastard. Black Wind was a saber expert. His saber technique was also big and powerful. He wasn't weak at all. Countless experts had died under his hands. But today, he met Lin Fei. So south. The saber light interweaved into a net. The surrounding sand and stones flew everywhere. Black Wind slashed dozens of times in one breath. A real fast saber user would be proud if it was during normal times. But now, he wasn't excited at all. Instead, he felt helpless. If it was someone else, no matter speed or saber technique, they would definitely die. But it was useless on this brat. In terms of movement technique, the other party's movement technique was better than his. He left afterimages everywhere. This was the afterimage that would be left when one's speed reached the limit. A brat at the 7th layer of the martial path did it. Bullshit, absolute bullshit. I feel that your strength at the 9th layer of the martial path is really exaggerated. It's been so long and you still can't kill me. Lin Fei said seriously. He killed a few more people while he was busy. With Lin Fei's merciless attacks, those bandits who thought that they would be able to turn the situation around saw their companions fall one by one. They were already terrified. When had they ever seen someone kill so quickly, especially under the attack of a 9th layer of the martial path expert? No one would believe it if this spread out. But this person was like a demon. Every time he attacked, the black saber was like a death god's scythe, constantly taking their lives. Devil, he must be a devil. Don't kill me, I don't want to be a bandit, I don't want to be a bandit anymore. Lin Fei's massacre scared the bandits out of their wits. If they didn't run now, they might become headless ghosts. The originally confident bandits' line of defense collapsed. They no longer dared to surround the area and fled in all directions, wanting to escape this dangerous place. Even the leader wasn't strong enough, so it would be weird if they didn't run. Because Lin Fei was too strong. Under battle, he still killed them. This kind of fear, who could bear it? Hee, your people are all running. Lin Fei dodged left and right, walking among the saber light, laughing at Hei Feng. Hei Feng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His mentality was very stable. So what if it was a surprise attack? He could definitely turn the situation around. Unfortunately, he met a guy who was like a loach, repeatedly suffering losses. In this area of Guiyuan City, He Feng's name was known by everyone. Hate. A ninth layer of the martial path couldn't do anything to a small figure. There wasn't a single person like this in the entire Gui Yuan city. Similar to the peerless movement technique that Lin Fei learned, he had reached the limit of speed in the first realm. Unless his movement technique reached the same level, he wouldn't be a match for him. He Feng just happened to not be such a person. If you have guts, don't dodge. He Feng said angrily. A dignified expert being forced to this point, he was more ashamed than anyone else. So what if his saber technique was good? Facing a person who kept dodging, not being able to break this movement technique wasn't a solution. He Feng, the leader, was in a dilemma. If he couldn't kill someone, everything was useless. Isn't it just not dodging? I want to see how powerful you are. I'm standing here, and you still can't kill me. Lin Fei pulled back 5 feet and said leisurely. Lin Fei was clear about He Feng's anger. It felt great to tease a ninth layer of the martial path. If this was spread out, no one would believe it. Really not dodging? He Feng was suspicious. This kid was like a loach, would he really agree to his request? Thinking about it, he felt that there shouldn't be a problem. He Feng must be too arrogant. Once he used his saber technique, he would definitely take this brat's life. He Feng had great confidence in his saber technique. If he couldn't kill this brat, he would lose face as the leader. He would be laughed at by others. Space-breaking slash. He Feng's toes touched the ground and he used his strength at the ninth layer of the martial path, instantly closing the distance of 5 feet. Not dodging, really not dodging. He Feng almost cried. Ever since he became an expert, this was the first time he looked forward to a close combat attack. This saber pierced through the air. It wasn't piercing through the air, but it was extremely fast. It couldn't be seen by the naked eye at all. At the same time, Lin Fei grinned. He Feng was stunned. How could he smile? Why did he smile? Why? Why are you smiling? In that smile, He Feng seemed to see disdain and even disapproval. This was the first time He Feng, the ferocious leader, doubted his own strength. Was he really that weak? He couldn't even deal with a kid at the 7th layer of the martial path. Then how could he be the leader of the Black Wind stronghold? He Feng felt that he had to use his actions to prove that the 9th layer of the martial path wasn't something that a brat like him could look down on. Yes, he had to do that. What he said next was like a bolt of lightning striking his head. I'm laughing at how you don't even know that you're about to die. Lin Fei looked at him as if he was looking at a dead man. He didn't panic, and a few runes flew out. Open. 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 Chapter 151. The leader of Black Wind was so frightened that his body froze in the air. Would an expert at the 9th heaven of the martial Tao be afraid? Of course not. If it were runes, the situation would be completely different. Runes were considered life-saving items, so ordinary people would not be willing to use them. However, when used at critical moments, the power of runes would not be weak. As for why Black Wind was momentarily distracted, it was actually because of Lin Fei's runes. That's right, it was a runes. Because of the appearance of the runes, Black Wind's victory was in his grasp. Fireball Charm. Freezing Spell. Frost Talisman. Boulder Talisman. Black Wind couldn't come back to his senses. He couldn't figure out how a brat could have so many runes. It was not that Black Wind had never killed runes masters before. The number of runes masters who had died in his hands was at least in the double digits. Of course, most of them were low-level runes masters, such as level 1 runes masters or runes master apprentices. You're lazy. Facing the sky full of runes, Black Wind's scalp went numb. Since he had come out at the last minute, he didn't even bring the protective runes with him. Space-breaking slash. Under Black Wind's roar, he retracted his blade and started to deal with the runes. If he couldn't block the runes, even if he was at the 9th level of martial path, he wouldn't be able to come out unscathed. What a vicious heart. He wanted to kill him. It had always been He Feng who killed people, and no one had ever dared to have any ideas about him. But today, there was someone who had ideas about him, and he almost fell for it and died a tragic death. There is no cheating in killing. Lin Fei found it very funny. This Black Wind head honcho did not seem to be very competent. If it was any other situation, he wouldn't mind taking in Black Wind and becoming one of their helpers. However, for the sake of 5,000 sin points, he would rather choose the latter. As for the runes just now, they were left behind by Devil Sang. Sang Mo only had 200 sin points, while the Black Wind Stockade leader had 5,000 sin points. Lin Fei could not understand what was going on. Could it be that the bandits themselves had a lot of sin value? Now was not the time to consider this problem. He had to kill the boss of the Black Wind stronghold first. Ice, fireball, boulder. After a series of runes, Black Wind was battered and exhausted. His clothes were torn and tattered, revealing his sturdy muscles. He was covered in wounds and fresh blood flowed from his wounds. If it wasn't for the fact that Black Wind had cultivated an outer sect kung fu, that runes would have killed him for sure. The Black Wind first had no longer dared to underestimate this fellow. This fellow who hid a dagger in his smile had nearly taken his life. You've got guts. I'll let you be complacent today, but I'll definitely exterminate your entire family in the future. Not even a chicken or dog will be spared. He Feng said ruthlessly and ran to the back. This was the usual style of mountain bandits, even the leader was no exception. This person is very powerful. He threw out so many runes in one breath. Who knows if there are more runes? If there are still more runes, it will be very difficult to kill him today. But if we give up this place, those things will definitely fall into the hands of that brat. Oh right, how could I forget about the things that were set up in that place? The dignified leader of Black Wind chose to run. This was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Good fellow, he's really thick-skinned. It's not that easy to run away from my 5,000 sin value. Lin Fei grinned and chased after Black Wind. Your boss doesn't want you anymore. Why are you still fighting with your lives? With a burst of Xian Qi, many people in the stronghold saw their first head running away. Those who were still resisting completely lost their confidence. Even the first head was running away. If they stayed, wouldn't that be courting death? Not good, the first head is running away. Everyone, run. We'll die if we don't run. The Black Wind stronghold was cruel, but the target was Black Wind. Now that Black Wind had run away, they naturally lost their confidence in fighting. They gave up resisting and turned to run. The front line was completely broken. The black armor guards rushed in like hungry wolves, and the corpses on the ground increased again. There was no other way. Under the careful preparation, these mountain bandits couldn't escape in time and all died in the hands of the black armor guards. With the existence of the inner and outer layers, even the Black Wind mountain bandits couldn't escape. Good fellow, where is this fellow going? Lin Fei's movement technique was very fast, especially. After opening the sin value system, anyone who was locked on, as long as they were within a certain range, he could find out their specific whereabouts. Set it as tracking, good stuff. Leveling up the system, Lin Fei mainly understood the main part. As for the branch arrangement, he really didn't know. As the branches were constantly opened, Lin Fei's understanding of this leveling up system kept increasing, and he even hoped to open all the branches. If it wasn't for opening the sin value system, the Black Wind leader might really have a chance to escape. The revenge of a martial Dao level 9 expert was definitely not a simple matter. It was abnormally terrifying. Lin Fei didn't want this to happen. Black Wind must die. 5,000 sin value must be obtained. 100,000 experience must be obtained. After entering the council hall, Lin Fei found an underground passage and jumped down without hesitation. The system prompted that Black Wind was in the passage. The passage wasn't very long. Lin Fei pinched a runes and added a shield talisman to himself. The defense talisman of the runes. With this runes, he could block any sneak attacks from the dark. When it came to runes, Lin Fei had a lot of them on hand. Naturally, he used them generously, so he didn't feel any heartache. Something's wrong. After walking halfway, Lin Fei's mouth revealed a smile. This Black Wind still wants to use a trick to cross the sea. Fortunately, he met me, otherwise, he would have succeeded. Originally, he thought that this was a way out. Who would have thought that there was another world below? Black Wind once again hid in the underground passage. The sin value system was now activated. No matter how deep Black Wind hid, he probably wouldn't understand why he revealed a flaw, so much so that his hiding place was found. Following the system's instructions, Lin Fei easily found the approximate location. Secret door. What's so difficult about that? In the runes bag, after searching for a while, Lin Fei found a special colored runes. Runes bomb. Level 4 runes. This was the treasure of Sang Yimou. Normally, he was reluctant to use it. In the end, he gave it to Lin Fei. This world's runes technology is really good. They can even make runes bomb. Lin Fei was very surprised. Runes bomb was a special type of runes. Not many people knew how to make them. One runes bomb was equivalent to the black market. Activate. The runes bomb was thrown out. His soul power was activated. Boom. The passage shook violently. A hole appeared on the side of the passage. It was almost the size of a mine. It was pitch black inside. Don't hide anymore. I know you are inside. Come out. Lin Fei's heart was pounding. He thought to himself, oh, this runes bomb is so powerful. If 10 runes bombs were used, even Xian cultivators would be killed instantly. What a pity, runes bomb can only be made by level 5 runes. Cough, cough, cough. Who are you? Black Wind originally wanted to make a comeback, but who would have thought that he would be caught like a turtle in a jar? He was directly trapped inside. This was one of Black Wind's treasure troves. Other than a few people, no one knew that there was a Black Wind stronghold's treasure trove in the escape passage. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's system, he probably wouldn't have found out about it. You are going to die soon. Why do you need to know? If you want me to die, come in yourself. Black Wind's voice came from the cave. His tone seemed to be confident. Taking your life is as easy as flipping my palm. Lin Fei laughed. Go. Ever since he saw the power of runes, Lin Fei realized that a person needed to have a certain method. He had inherited the perfect runes, so why did he have to fight and kill? For example, runes. Weren't they good tools? Of course, this didn't mean that Lin Fei had to give up on martial arts. This was impossible. Instead, he had to work on both at the same time. The runes in the virtual world was the best in the continent. If he didn't make use of it, Lin Fei would look down on himself. Freezing talisman. No matter how big the space inside was, the freezing talisman would always be cold. The one Lin Fei took out was the enhanced version. Its power was doubled, and it could freeze the space. Even if he couldn't see the situation inside, under the effect of the freezing talisman, the people inside would not have an easy time. In fact, Black Wind almost wanted to curse. Damn, who is this guy? What kind of talisman is this? Even my Gang Chi can't resist it. Under the protection of Gang Chi, Black Wind couldn't resist it. Once his Xian Qi couldn't resist, his blood seemed to be frozen, which was fatal. No, if this goes on, I will definitely die. Black Wind clenched his teeth and decided to kill this guy no matter what, even if he had to pay a certain price. He wanted to lure Lin Fei into a tunnel with traps, but this guy seemed to have the help of a god. He didn't take the bait and found his hiding place. Tragedy, very tragic. After the Gang Chi tore through the ice again, Black Wind shot straight out. Is that guy dead? Lin Fei took out the enhanced version of the freezing talisman for the first time to experiment. He temporarily modified the structure and modified the runes to a perfect state. Whoosh! The cold wind whistled. A black shadow jumped out of the hole and slashed down. Whether it was the timing or the time, it was the most ideal. You are dead. Black Wind revealed a ferocious smile. In such a dangerous situation, Lin Fei still didn't show any nervousness. He waved his left hand and a cold light went up to meet the blade. Black Wind felt the weight in his hand lighten. He couldn't believe that the blade that had followed him around had been broken by a single slash. What kind of weapon was this guy using? Even a high-rank mortal weapon couldn't cut his blade. One wrong move, all the wrong moves. Not good. The blade was broken, and the cold light flashed again. No matter how fast Black Wind was, he couldn't be compared to Lin Fei's blade art. His left arm was separated from his body, and blood flew out. His strength was reduced by 20 to 30%. He took a deep breath and rushed into the secret door without hesitation. Where do you think you are going? Lin Fei didn't want this guy to disappear again. He waved his blade without thinking. Not good, it's a trap. Chapter 152. P.S. Thank you, Shattered Dark Knight, Little Angel Mimi, Knight. Cold water rewarded him. Clang! A black cage fell from the sky. Even though Lin Fei dodged quickly, he was still trapped inside. Sparks flew from the hard stone floor. It turned out that this cage was a black iron cage. The huge black iron pillar was as thick as a child's arm. It was shining with a cold light. It was not an ordinary item. "Ha, brat, you destroyed my Black Wind stronghold and crippled my left arm. You never thought that you would have such a day, right?" Inside the secret room, a light suddenly lit up and a figure walked out. The leader of Black Wind walked out from the darkness. His face was as pale as a dead man's face. He had lost a lot of chi and blood. If he did not dodge in time, that blade would not only cripple his left arm, it would take his life. At this moment, Black Wind was filled with hatred. It was no less than endless water falling from the sky. It was all because of this brat. Although it was a risk, Black Wind still lured the opponent in and made him fall into his trap, eliminating a huge danger. Lin Fei found himself trapped inside the iron cage. The iron cage on the stone floor was dented. It could not be opened by external force. The iron pillar was shiny, showing that it was not an ordinary iron pillar. What a good leader, Black Wind, using self-mutilation to lure me. As expected of a boss with 5,000 sin value. Originally, he thought that he could kill the opponent. He did not expect the opponent to be more cunning than he thought. He almost fell into the opponent's trap. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Lin Fei looked at the opponent. "You think a mere iron cage can trap me?" Black Wind's face was pale. His eyes were filled with hatred. "I admit that you are powerful. You are so powerful at such a young age. In the future, you will definitely be a big shot. Unfortunately, you will die here soon. I will peel your skin and pull out your tendons. You will suffer a fate worse than death. As for this iron cage, it is specially made. Don't even think about breaking it. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lin Fei did not try. Instead, he calmly said, "Do you know who I am? I am the third young master of the Lin family. If you dare to kill me, the Lin family will not let you go." It would have been better if he didn't say it. Black Wind was slightly startled when he heard it, and then he laughed maniacally. So it is you trash. No wonder you dared to attack the Black Wind stronghold. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong target and fell into a cage. But don't worry, your Lin family will soon follow your footsteps. I believe that day will not be far. As the leader of the stronghold, Black Wind Stronghold, Black Wind Stronghold, Black Wind was the third young master of the Lin family. He was a playboy who fought and fought. He was nothing. Yet, he had crippled his left arm. This was a joke. Lin Lin. Lin 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 family. Lin. Lin. Lin Lin. 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 Lin Wind. Lin Lin, he. Lin is. Lin Lin fan. Lin is. Black Wind laughed again. Since you are going to die, I will let you understand. You will have a companion. Your father has yet to return. Don't you understand? There's no harm in telling you that your dead father is currently trapped under the Black Wind Cliff. After 21 days, the Great Rune Array will completely refine them to death. After losing this mountain of Xian practitioners, how will the Lin family continue to stand in Gui Yuan City? Lin Fei did not know much about his father. He knew that he had not returned from his trip, but he did not expect that he had been trapped by a formation, and it was a grand formation at that. Lin Fei shook his head. You must be lying. My father is a Xian expert. How can a mere runes array trap my father? Black Wind saw that the kid didn't give up. He showed a disapproving expression. What if there were 3 Xian cultivators and 2 rank 3 runes masters activating the runes array? Your father died in their hands. Your son died in your father's hands. You two father and son are really fated. Black Wind smiled proudly. He had personally destroyed all of his opponent's support. This was undoubtedly a very successful thing. Black Wind wanted to see the opponent's confidence collapse. He wanted this kid to live a life worse than death. Only then could he vent the anger in his heart. Soon, Black Wind found out that he was wrong. This kid didn't show any expression of collapse. Instead, he showed a look of contempt. This provoked Black Wind again. Aren't you afraid? If you kneel down and beg me, I can consider letting you live a little longer. Black Wind leaned against the wall and said proudly. Lin Fei's expression changed. He suddenly laughed. A mere iron cage wants to trap me. Dream on. Open for me. The baleful black blade raised his hand and slashed down. A white light flashed. The iron pillar that was as thick as an arm, under the baleful black saber that could cut through iron like mud, lost its ability to resist. Like tofu, it was instantly cut into several pieces. Lin Fei broke out of the encirclement, his feet moved, and the broken iron pillar shot through the air. Xiao xiao xiao. How could this be? This is 100 refined golden steel. Even an expert at the 9th layer of the martial path can't break it. How could you come out? Black Wind had consumed a lot of blood and qi. When Lin Fei suddenly attacked, he didn't have time to react. When he reacted, it was already too late. He let out a cry of pain. It turned out that the few small iron pillars pierced into Black Wind's body and nailed him to the wall. A white light was placed on his neck. Black Wind never thought that the meticulously made cage would one day be used on him. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced in his heart. If he didn't bring the baleful black blade, he would have nearly failed and become a prisoner. More importantly, he found news of his father from the Black Wind. He thought that his father was safe and sound. Who knew that he was trapped by the rune's formation? The situation was very dangerous. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel anxious. Losers don't have the right to know. Lin Fei raised his hand and slashed down, chopping off Black Wind's limbs. He was afraid that there would be another accident. Ah! His body was nailed to the wall. Black Wind was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He knew that he was completely finished. Give me a quick death. With his four limbs crippled, Black Wind was barely hanging on. He wasn't far from death. I can send you on your way, but you have to tell me where the Black Wind Stronghold's treasury is. This was the reason why Lin Fei didn't kill Black Wind. The Black Wind Stronghold was nurtured by the Zhang clan. They definitely had a lot of treasures. On the path of cultivation, resources were only second to talent. No matter how good one's talent was, if they didn't have a lot of resources, they could forget about standing out. Many geniuses were ruined by the lack of resources. In the end, they lived an ordinary life and couldn't become an expert in the continent. Black Wind's treasury definitely had a lot of resources. Good things couldn't be given to outsiders. The treasury is under this secret room. Black Wind lost the confidence to survive. Losing his limbs was equivalent to losing his strength. If he fell into the hands of outsiders, he would still die. He might as well die here. Lin Fei searched for a while and found the entrance to the treasury. He wasn't in a hurry to enter. Everything in the Black Wind Stronghold is in the treasury. They all belong to you now. You can go in. Everything is yours. I just want you to give me a quick death. Lin Fei walked back and grinned. As expected of the leader of the Black Wind Stronghold. Even before death, you still want to trick me. Since you want me to go in so much, I'll send you on your way. He grabbed Black Wind and pulled him down from the wall. Then, he threw Black Wind into the entrance of the treasury. No! Black Wind yelled. Swish! 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 The mechanisms on both sides of the treasury were activated. A large number of arrows were shot out. Black Wind didn't expect that he would die to the arrows of the treasury. He became a hedgehog. Lin Fei took a look and sucked in a breath of cold air. What a cruel guy. He actually placed so many Polaris-piercing arrows outside the treasury. The power of the Polaris-piercing arrows was average. Each arrow cost at least 1,000 taels of silver. There were at least 100 of them around the treasury. Even if it was a profound practitioner expert, if he was caught off guard and faced with so many arrows, he would definitely die. Lin Fei broke out in cold sweat. If it wasn't for him being cautious when he was about to enter, he would have been the one to die. It was no wonder that his sin value was so high. Killed Black Wind, 9th heaven of the martial path. Sin value, 5,000. Obtained 100,000 experience. Obtained 250 reputation points. 100,000 experience points. Lin Fei was very excited. This was the first time he had obtained 100,000 experience points. He was one step closer to leveling up. But before he could calm down, the system's voice sounded again. Reputation points have reached 500. Do you want to exchange? Lin Fei was slightly taken aback. He was exceptionally surprised. 500 reputation points had been gathered so quickly. Little did he know that Lin Fei had killed his way in. The Black Wind Mountain bandits had accumulated a lot of sin points. Among them, he had killed the 5th and 4th leaders. Exchange reputation points. Lin Fei wouldn't do it normally. Knowing that his father, whom he had never met, was about to be refined to death by the rune's formation, Lin Fei had to take action. 3 profound practitioners and 2 runes masters. None of them were easy to deal with. He felt that he had to increase his strength. If he exchanged 500 reputation points for suitable items, he might have another trump card. The 7th heaven of the martial path was still too weak. Previously, the reputation platform could not be activated because his reputation points had not met the requirements. Lin Fei couldn't wait and immediately opened the reputation platform. Congratulations to player Lin Fei. You currently have a total of 560 reputation points. A virtual plane appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. It was similar to the game store, but the content was different. There was only 1 page, and the rest was frozen. Player Lin Fei can exchange for the following options. Reputation points can be exchanged for experience points. 1 reputation point can be exchanged for 5,000 experience points. Note, 500 reputation points can be exchanged for the exchange. Reputation points can be exchanged for a reputation medal. The medal has a buff effect. Note, 500 reputation points are required for this type of medal. Reputation points can be exchanged for a healing pill. Take this type of pill and quickly recover from your injuries. Note, 50 reputation points are required for this type of pill. F***CK, I'm rich, I'm rich. Lin Fei was stunned. He immediately laughed, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. No matter what, he would never have thought that unlocking reputation points would bring him so many benefits. Experience points, medals, and pills. No matter which one it was, to Lin Fei, it was a huge help. At this moment, Lin Fei finally understood that what he had unlocked previously was just an ordinary function. What he had unlocked now was the real upgrade function. This was the real upgrade system. 3 choices. Without hesitation, Lin Fei chose the first experience point exchange. It was the most helpful one for now. Experience point exchange. A window popped up on the virtual plane. Please enter the exchange number. 500 points. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for exchanging 500 reputation points. You have obtained 5 million experience points. Lin Fei suddenly felt as if a jingguang had descended from the sky. He felt like he was floating. 5 million experience points was just enough to level up by 2 levels. Chapter 153. He leveled up 2 times in one go. Lin Fei felt good, very good. Under normal circumstances, it would take more than half a year to go from the 7th to the 9th level of the martial path, and this was the shortest time. If it was the longest, it would take a year. This was under the condition of the leveling system. If it was an outsider, it would take at least 2 to 3 years. The 9th level of the martial path was equivalent to the peak of the acquired realm, 1 step away from the innate realm, and Xian cultivators were in the innate realm. After the breakthrough, the Xian Qi would increase by more than several times. Protective aura. Lin Fei's feet touched the ground, Xian Qi seeped out of his body, forming a faintly discernible defense. It was the protective aura of the 8th level of the martial path. Protective aura was a means of controlling Xian Qi. Lin Fei had learned long ago that once the realm broke through, it wasn't difficult to use it. At most, it would be a problem to control it. Flight. The 9th level of the martial path, Lin Fei understood. His whole body rose 10 feet, floating in the air. He didn't use any external force, it was purely flying in the air, consuming Xian Qi. It was like sitting on a plane, Xian Qi was the fuel. Without fuel, the plane would. Flying in the air was not a temporary movement technique, but an application of a martial artist's control of Qi to the limit. Flight was easy for Lin Fei to master, it was just that he wasn't very familiar with it. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for reaching the 8th level of the martial path, obtained the Celestial Dragon and Tiger Protection, reward 5,000 silvers. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for reaching the 9th level of the martial path, obtained the Wings of the Wind, reward 10,000 silvers, and one innate pill. Lin Fei hadn't digested it yet, he was pleasantly surprised. Celestial Dragon and Tiger Protection, a unique way of using protective aura, it has a 1% damage reduction effect. In the advanced state, the Dragon and Tiger Protection is extremely domineering. Wings of the Wind, a flying technique, after reaching the advanced state, flying 10,000 miles is no problem. Innate Pill, 80% chance of breaking through to the innate realm. After using detection, Lin Fei figured out the use of the system reward. Lin Fei was extremely excited. The upgrade system this time was too awesome. The most common type of protection was Lin Fei's, which was formed from pure Xian Qi. In terms of defense, it was the worst type. In the Xiantian continent, there were tens of thousands of techniques, innumerable to be counted. There were countless powerful protective techniques within the stellar energy. In the library of the Divine Force sect, Lin Fei had read the Continent Gazetteer and remembered that there was such a thing. Tiangang Dragon Tiger Body Protection. Just the name alone was enough to tell that it was very powerful. Originally, he had been thinking about how to increase his strength and master the Celestial Dragon Tiger Body. His defense would definitely rise to a higher level, and his chances of survival would be greater. Wings of the Wind, a flying technique. In the 9 heavens of the martial path, one could only fly in the air for a short period of time, but not for a long period of time. Thus, some people invented flying wings to increase the ability of flying in the air infinitely. Lin Fei was worried. His speed seemed very fast, but in the eyes of profound practitioners, it was nothing more than a tortoise crawling. The appearance of the Wings of the Wind was just the right thing to do. Even though Zhang Xian did not know the grade of the Wings of the Wind, the cultivation technique rewarded by the system must be top-notch. Xiantian Pellet, a breakthrough pellet. Breaking through to the profound practitioner from the 9 heavens of the martial path was fraught with difficulties. Many martial practitioners were stuck at this step. Xiantian Pellet was a type of pellet for breakthrough, and it was priceless. The system gave him 3 gifts in one go. Lin Fei was so excited that he could die. It was not easy for him to calm himself down. He had to get his hands on the Black Wind Stronghold's treasury. He could not let it fall into the hands of outsiders. In order to prevent any traps in the treasury, Zhang Xian took out Black Wind's corpse and tested the waters again. After confirming that there was no danger, he opened the treasury door. This is. Under Black Wind's corpse, a dazzling object attracted his attention. A key. Bending down to pick it up, Lin Fei found that it was a black key with strange words carved on it. This guy always carries a key with him. Maybe it's something good. I'll keep it first. Then, he searched Black Wind's corpse and found something good. Good lord, a storage bag. A storage bag that only profound practitioners had the right to use. Black Wind was only at the 9 heavens of the martial path, so he could not use it. Could it be that this bag belongs to a profound practitioner? Lin Fei was not stupid. His eyes lit up as he realized that this was a good item. What kind of item would a profound practitioner have? He kept it. Then, he took out 10 million taels of silver and signed an anonymous receipt. With this form, one could withdraw 10 million taels of silver. It was anonymous, and it would be signed by the owner. 10 million taels of silver for a storage bag. This was a good harvest. So. Lin Fei did not have a key to the treasury door. The previous key was different. Under the baleful black saber, no matter how sturdy the door was, it could not withstand the sharpness of the blade. Wow! Inside the treasury, there was a huge warehouse. The first thing that entered his sight was the shiny gold. There were at least a few thousand taels of gold. Other than that, there were mountains of ores, armors, and weapons on both sides. All of them were top-notch goods. I've struck gold. Lin Fei was not interested in anything else. He accepted the large pile of gold without hesitation. As for the other things, he would leave them for the Lin family. Equipping them would increase his strength to a whole new level. The Black Wind stronghold had really robbed a lot of things. Lin Fei was full of interest as he looked around. Because there were 3 treasures earlier, the discovery of the treasury later did not have much impact. Outside the Black Wind stronghold, the battle had already ended. Under the surprise attack of the Black Armor Guards, no one from the Black Wind stronghold escaped. They were all killed. Right now, everyone was busy collecting the loot. Xiao Yong, immediately arrange for people to move the things down there. Yes, sir. When everyone saw the things in the treasury and the millions of taels of silver, they all revealed an excited expression. Lin Fei was also paying attention to them. Young Master, mighty. Young Master, mighty. The Black Armor Guards couldn't help but shout. The infamous Black Wind stronghold was destroyed by them just like that. Everything was done by the young master. Everyone gets 5,000 taels of silver. What happened today is not to be spread. Xiao Yong said excitedly. Young master, don't worry. If that bastard dares to speak nonsense, I will skin him alive. Lin Fei believed that the Black Armor Guards would not spread the news. Zhang Qian, you did well. Zhang Qian handed over a satisfactory proof of his loyalty. Lin Fei was very satisfied. If it wasn't for Zhang Qian, it would have been impossible to destroy the Black Wind stronghold. They wouldn't even have been able to find their hiding place. It could be said that Zhang Qian had helped him a lot this time. Not only did his strength increase by 2 small realms, the rewards were also unimaginable. Thank you for the praise, Master. This is what I should do. Zhang Qian said in a low voice. The Black Wind stronghold was destroyed in an instant. Even the leader of the Black Wind stronghold was dead. Lin Fei was more powerful than he had imagined. You know what to do about the mine, right? Zhang Qian nodded like a chick pecking rice. Master, don't worry. No one will suspect Master for this matter. Lin Fei believed that Zhang Qian would not disappoint him. After settling the matter, Lin Fei looked for Captain Zhao Yong. Young Master, you were looking for me. Xiao Yong was counting the spoils of war. How many days has my father been away? Xiao Yong did not understand. After thinking for a while, he said, 18 days. Lin Fei thought, it's been 18 days. No wonder Black Wind was so sure. There are 21 days left. There should be enough time. I'll leave the matters of the Black Wind stronghold to you. Young Master is going out for a while. I'll be back in 7 days. Xiao Yong did not dare to ask what the young master was going to do. Lin Fei was usually a joker. He had killed experts at the 9th level of the martial path in front of them. They admired him so much that they would not dare to question him. Moreover, everyone had obtained a lot of benefits today. Young master, don't worry. No matter what danger it is, I will definitely wait for you to return. Xiao Yong patted his chest and promised. Lin Fei nodded and turned to leave. Black Wind Cliff was 3,000 li away from Guiyuan City. It was a place with few people. It was not far, but it was not near either. 3 days was more than enough for a horse that could travel 1,000 li in a day. After leaving the Black Wind stronghold, Lin Fei went straight to Black Wind Cliff. Time waits for no man. Lin Fei did not know why his cheap father would go to Black Wind Cliff. He heard that he was going to retrieve something, but he did not know what it was. In the lush forest, Lin Fei flew past. Wings of the wind. In a 3,000 li distance, Lin Fei had to thoroughly understand the wings of the wind in order to buy time. If he was late by even a day, everything would be in vain. Without his cheap father, who was a Xian expert, the Lin family did not have the strength to resist. As for becoming a Xian expert himself, Lin Fei did not consider it for the time being. Breaking through to the 9th level of the martial path required 8 million experience points. If converted into reputation points, it would be nothing more than 1,000 reputation points. However, this breakthrough required the completion of a system mission. The mission was random. If he wanted to become a Xian expert in the shortest time possible, Lin Fei was temporarily powerless. Congratulations to player Lin Fei, you have successfully cultivated the wings of the wind. A cool feeling spread, and his body trembled as if he had comprehended something. What a powerful flying cultivation technique. No wonder everyone wants to learn flying cultivation techniques. As expected of a flying cultivation technique, the wings of the wind was very mysterious. It could be said to be domineering, but it was not domineering at all. The first realm of the flowing wind movement technique was faster than the average person. Facing the wings of the wind, the difference between a child and an adult was incomparable. To learn the wings of the wind, there was a prerequisite, and that was to have an understanding of the wind. Coincidentally, Lin Fei had a certain understanding of this. Otherwise, he would probably be at a loss and might not even know it in half a month. After discovering the benefits of the wings of the wind, Lin Fei slowed down, striving to comprehend the wings of the wind. Once he comprehended the wings of the wind, the distance of 3,000 li could be shortened by half. With enough pills to support his Xian Qi, a day was enough. The terror of the wings of the wind was unimaginable. That was why Lin Fei could not wait to learn it. Facing 3 Xian experts, Lin Fei was not confident. If he learned the wings of the wind, he would first have an escape ability. No matter how strong the Xian experts were, they might not be able to catch up to his wings of the wind. The wings of the wind had to be learned. The astral dragon tiger protection also had to be learned. The invincible Vajra body was much weaker against Xian experts. The astral dragon tiger protection was a completely different story. Astral energy, Xian Qi into astral energy, defense increased. 1 defense, 1 speed, the success rate increased by 20 to 30%. Chapter 154. At the same time, at the Black Wind Cliff 3,000 miles away. Here, the wind blew, like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. Gray fog filled the air. Looking down from above, this area was as quiet as a dead land. In fact, this place was indeed a dead land. 500 years ago, the Xintian continent was in chaos. Killings were everywhere. The Black Wind Cliff was such a place. Later, hundreds of thousands of troops fought here. In the end, blood flowed like a river and hundreds of thousands of corpses were piled up everywhere. Since then, the Black Wind Cliff had become a dead land. Few people appeared. A large number of corpses were buried here. The aura of death shrouded the area, gradually forming such a place. If someone below the 8th sky of martial path entered, just the aura of death would be enough to kill without leaving a trace. No one knew how many people died here and became part of it. As a result, outsiders dared not enter again. Over time, the Black Wind Cliff became a forgotten place. Deep in the Black Wind Cliff, there was a lake. Black water was rolling. Fog filled the air. The rolling black fog seemed to be isolated, forming a vacuum zone, separating the Black Lake from the open space. At the lake, there were several people gathered together, fully activating a runes formation not far away. The white light formed an absolute zone. Runes formation was a branch of runes. It occupied an important position in the Xintian continent. This was also one of the reasons why runes masters were so respected. A powerful runes formation could kill an expert of a higher level, or even several levels. The higher the level of the runes master, the more terrifying the power of the runes formation. For example, a level 10 runes master. Once they used the runes formation, ordinary experts would not dare to provoke them. Low-level runes masters were nothing to be afraid of. High-level runes masters, who were proficient in runes formation, were the most terrifying existence. They could kill people without leaving a trace. The runes formation in front of them was just a level 4 runes formation. The top, middle, and bottom 3 were activated by 5 people. Old Lin, how is the power of the vacuum runes? Not good, right? Zhang Wuyue, dressed in white, laughed. The patriarch of the Zhang clan, an expert at the profound practitioner realm, wore white clothes and was extremely conspicuous within the grey mist. His face was much paler, a sign that he had exhausted too much profound energy. The 3 profound practitioners were Zhang Wuyue of the Zhang clan, Li Zhongtian of the Li clan, and Wu Wenting, who did not belong to any power. Zhang Wuyue, you despicable person. If you have the ability, then fight my father one-on-one and set up the runes formation. What kind of hero are you? Curses could be heard coming from within the formation. The people outside were used to it. After more than 10 days, they had already gotten used to it. Lin Jintian's vitality has been greatly damaged. I estimate that within 3 days, he will definitely be refined to death by the formation. Li Zhongtian was a big fatty. When he squinted his eyes, one could tell that he was a very shrewd fellow. In fact, Li Zhongtian was indeed not easy to deal with. Brother Li's words should not be wrong. Wu Wenting didn't speak much and remained silent. This was also because of his personality. The 3 of them, along with 2 other rank 3 runes, had spent a lot of effort to deal with Lin Jintian, and now their wish was finally fulfilled. Once Lin Jintian was eliminated, the Lin family, which had lost its profound practitioner, would definitely cease to exist. The 2 families would become the 2 major powers of Gue Yuan City. Brother Bai, according to your understanding of the runes formation, how many days can old devil Lin last? Zhang Wuyue asked a person not far away. The person being asked was the rank 3 runes master, Shang Wenkai. He was extremely short and had a wretched look in his eyes. Revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, it was obvious that he was not a good person. 2.5 days, he will definitely die. There is no mistake. Thousands of miles away. A certain person was flying in the air. Behind his shoulders was a pair of mystical wings. They were transparent and white, just like the wings of a large bird. Wings of the Wind, so King awesome. After 4 hours of training, Lin Fei had mastered the wings of the wind as he wished. At first, he couldn't control it as he wished, but now he could fly like the wind, his entire body emitting an elegant aura. At the 7th heaven of the martial way, one could condense mystical energy into a shape. The flying technique used mystical energy to condense the wings of the wind. Li Yong used the attributes of the wings of the wind to increase his speed. In less than a moment, he had flown a distance of 300 miles. Right now, I am at the 9th level of the martial Dao. If I reach the mystic realm, I am afraid that the speed of the wings of the wind will be even faster. Lin Fei thought. Faster. Faster. Not enough, not enough. Faster. Under the wings of the wind, Lin Fei turned into a white shadow and his speed was pushed to the limit. For the first time, he experienced that this kind of fast flying was comparable to racing. Both were the performance of increasing the speed to the limit. Within an hour, flying a few hundred miles was not a problem. For the time being, Lin Fei needed to rest while rushing. He couldn't replenish his mystical energy. Mystic realm cultivators were different. Mystical energy could be replenished from heaven and earth. 1 day later. Lin Fei rushed through the night, crossing a distance of 3,000 miles. It was almost impossible for a martial artist at the 9th level of the martial Dao to complete such a long sprint. However, Lin Fei did it. On top of a mountain, Lin Fei was gasping for breath. Under such a desperate rush, he had almost exhausted all his mystical energy. He was as tired as an ox. Panting. Panting. I really can't work so hard next time. Thinking that he was about to collapse, Lin Fei didn't know how he survived. Black Wind Cliff should be in this area. Lin Fei lay on the grass and looked at the night sky. He took out some dry food and silently recovered his mystical energy. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for successfully learning the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. The Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection was easier to learn than the Wings of the Wind. The Wings of the Wind required a certain level of comprehension, but the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection did not need to be comprehended. 2 hours later, Lin Fei sat up like a carp and recovered 70 to 80% of his mystical energy. It was time to cultivate the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. After the system gave him the understanding, Lin Fei followed the path to circulate his mystical energy. In theory, there should be no mistakes. Roar. Following the path, a faint sound came to his ears. Tiger roar. This was Lin Fei's first time cultivating the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. He didn't know much about it and didn't know the power of the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. This set of Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection, with the dragon on the left and the tiger on the right, had a special meaning. Lin Fei calmed his mind and circulated the path of the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection again. If someone were to look at it from the outside, they would definitely notice something extraordinary. The Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection had a domineering golden dragon swimming above and a tiger roaring below, swimming between the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. It was extremely mysterious. This is the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. Feeling the changes inside and outside, another feeling emerged in Lin Fei's mind. It was a very mysterious feeling. The system said that when the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection is cultivated to greater mastery, the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection will have extraordinary power like a dragon and a tiger. I wonder if it's true. Although he didn't know the specific defensive capabilities, there was one thing he didn't have to doubt. The Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection was much stronger than ordinary Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. At the very least, ordinary Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection lacked a sense of thickness, like an armor. After a few hours of cultivation, with the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection, Lin Fei could basically control it. If he wanted to cultivate the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection to greater mastery, it wasn't that there was no way. The only way was to continuously fight and use the battle to increase the strength of the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. The morning sun slowly rose, and the morning sun shone on Lin Fei. Huff. Lin Fei let out a long breath. After cultivating for a few hours yesterday, he had finally grasped the Celestial Dragon Tiger Protection. It was time to find his father's whereabouts. Although he didn't know the general location, there was one thing that could help him find the target's general location. Sin points. With the activation of the Sin Points branch, Lin Fei had the right to detect the Sin Points within a certain range. As he wasn't strong, the detection range was limited to 100 miles. There were 3 profound practitioners and 2 runes masters, so the sin points shouldn't be too low. Detect sin points. I can't find what you're looking for. Sure enough, it was a desolate place. Taking out the map and comparing the location, Lin Fei opened the wings of the wind behind him and flew out in a streak of white light. I don't believe that I can't find their whereabouts. Investigate. 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 Hard work pays off. 4 hours later, the system responded. Male, 30 years old, sin value 3000, southeast direction. Male, 42 years old, evil value 4300, southeast direction. Male, 71 years old, crime value 13,000, southeast direction. Male, 56 years old, crime value 16,000, southeast direction. What a guy. 13,000 sin points. He must be a profound practitioner. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He wanted nothing more than to kill this experienced boss on the spot. However, when he remembered that the other party was a profound practitioner, he decided to take things slow. Lin Fei was more or less surprised that Black Wind sin points had reached 10,000, while their profound practitioners only had 13 or 4,000. After thinking about it, he realized that the higher the level, the harder it was to increase his sin value, right? It was like playing a game. Killing people and getting cursed, but not every time. It depended on chance, and it seemed to be the case now. 14,000, 16,000, they were all experience points. In the southeast direction. Lin Fei no longer flew at high altitudes, fearing that he would bump into them. That would truly be disastrous. What a dense black fog. Lin Fei hesitated, but he still went in. As soon as he entered the Black Wind cliff, death chi covered the sky, as if it wanted to corrode Lin Fei. This is corpse chi. It actually has a corrosive effect. Lin Fei's heart tightened, and he activated his astral energy to protect himself. It was not the Heavenly Dipper Dragon Tiger armor, but an ordinary one. After activating his astral energy, the corpse chi could not break through his defense. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. If he had not chosen to exchange experience points, he would have been dead for sure. Fortunately, he was lucky. The Black Wind Cliff was indeed not an ordinary place. In his heart, he was puzzled as to why his cheap father would come to such a place. A moment later, Lin Fei returned to normal. He looked at the sky full of gray fog, which was extremely disadvantageous to him. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Soul power. Soul power could be used to attack enemies, and it could also be used to scout the surroundings. Lin Fei tried to extend his soul power, and when he reached a distance of 50 zhang, he could no longer extend it. He knew that he had reached his limit, but he was not disappointed. Instead, he gained another way to scout with his soul. Chapter 155. P.S. Thank you, Resident Evil Terminator, Flying Wings, Shatter the Dark Knight, 3 tips. Yesterday, I wanted to wait until midnight, but my body was uncomfortable. Sorry, after a few days, I will definitely break out and let everyone have a good look. Damn, he really knows how to choose a place, making me go around in circles. I have to remember this. After 6 hours, Lin Fei came to the depths of Black Wind Cliff, thanks to the leveling up system and the guidance of the sin value. To be honest, this place was really difficult to find, almost in the depths of Black Wind Cliff. There were few people, corpse energy ran rampant, a deadly place, anyone who came would die. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A few hundred feet away. Lin Fei hid behind a boulder, confirming the number of people, no more, no less, there were exactly 5. 3 profound practitioners, 2 level 3 runes masters. Lin Fei was furious. A bunch of bastards, they really dared to make a move on my cheap father, don't know what's good for them, bastards. Lin Fei was angry because the dignified profound practitioners secretly played dirty tricks, completely disregarding the dignity of the strong. If it was spread out, he would be laughed at to death. What should I do? After venting his emotions, Lin Fei did not think of a good solution. Because it was in Black Wind Cliff, corpse energy ran rampant, outsiders rarely came here, no doubt it was the best place to destroy corpses. 3 profound practitioners joined hands, this would require a huge exchange of benefits. In his memory, there was almost no information about his cheap father, except for a domineering face. From the current situation, it could be seen that his cheap father's strength was tyrannical, seemed to be able to suppress 3 profound practitioners, otherwise they would not use the embarrassing method of besieging him. Looking at them, they should be in the final critical moment. Lin Fei frowned, his eyebrows knitted, realizing the seriousness of the matter. Facing 3 profound practitioners, Lin Fei did not dare to rashly go up. Once they made a move, it would be very easy to kill him. If the 3 of them made a move, there would be nothing left. Let's observe again. Lin Fei liked to do things in a foolproof manner. He did not like to alert the enemy. In the bushes in front of him, there weren't 3 little snakes, but 3 profound practitioner bosses. When the boss got angry, Lin Fei's small arms and legs could not move at all. He wasn't even enough to be killed in an instant. Calm down and let the bullets fly for a while more. 2 hours later. Lin Fei's eyes revealed a smile. I finally found a way. After 2 hours of observation and analysis, he had a rough understanding of the current situation through the investigation in the virtual world. If he wanted to save his cheap father, the key was the runes array. The runes formation before him was a grade 4 runes formation, the 1000 extinction formation. It was the simplest of all the runes formations, and it was a piece of cake for it to encircle and kill profound practitioners. This 1000 extinction formation was activated by 3 profound practitioners at the same time, so it was undoubtedly not the real 1000 extinction formation. Its power was far from what was described. The 1000 extinction formation used the internal runes and Xian Qi to activate it, mercilessly refining it to death. Bastards, I'll make you suffer later. There was no one else who had the guts to curse 3 profound practitioners at the same time. Inheriting the perfect runes technique, Lin Fei only had a smattering of knowledge about runes formations. It was fine if he didn't understand, but don't forget about the virtual world and the powerful runes teacher. It was precisely because of the runes teacher's help that Lin Fei had a clear understanding of the runes formation before him. If it was the perfect 1000 extinction formation, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to break it. This formation was different. It didn't inherit the power of the true 1000 extinction formation, or else it wouldn't need 21 days. If it was the true 1000 extinction formation, once it was activated, profound practitioners would die. I hope my cheap father can hold back a profound practitioner. The place was filled with corpse energy. A certain someone appeared and disappeared, using the characteristic of the corpse energy to conceal his aura. He was calm, but his expression was solemn. Fortunately, my strength has increased by 2 levels. Runes formations are really hard to make. I almost died of exhaustion. Lin Fei muttered. He straightened his body, and a white light flashed on the ground, as if it had never existed. After taking a deep breath, Lin Fei disappeared again, leaving no trace. 2 hours later. At the original place, Lin Fei leaned against a huge rock. On the gravel ground, a level 8 demonic beast, Blood Demon, was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Apart from its aura, it couldn't move at all. Its blood-red eyes were filled with fear. Everything was ready. Blood Demon, don't you like to drink blood? There's delicious fresh blood waiting for you in front. Lin Fei gently stroked the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon's body trembled like a woman who had been ravaged. My lord, there's a change in the formation. I think old Lin can't take it anymore. Bai Shi, who had his eyes closed, revealed a single eye that was cold and gloomy. Bai Shi, a level 3 runes teacher, only had one eye, and it was all thanks to the Lin family. The blood feud was irreconcilable. Brother Bai's words are equivalent to mine. Shang Wenkai also opened his eyes, agreeing with Bai Shi's words. After 20 days, the 3 profound practitioners could finally heave a sigh of relief. This old Lin is really hard to deal with. Zhang Weiyue's face flashed with a hint of relief. In our Gue Yuan city, besides the city lord, no one is a match for old Lin in a one-on-one fight. Now that he's about to die in our hands, there's nothing more exciting than this. Old Lin is indeed a genius with the strength of a mid-stage profound practitioner. If the three of us hadn't relied on the Thousand Extremes formation to set up the trap in advance, we might have been defeated by him one by one. I really don't know how he cultivated to such a level. The three of them were a little excited. A mid-stage profound practitioner was finally going to die in their hands. Old Lin, did you hear that? You, a mid-stage profound practitioner, is finally going to die in this desolate place. This day next year will be your Memorial Day. No, probably no one will know that you died in this place. There won't even be a single person to pay their respects to. Zhang Weiyue and the other two laughed loudly. With old Lin's death, the huge Lin family would lose its support. The distribution of large amounts of resources would create two great families with absolute power. Within the rune's formation, white bones were scattered all over the place. The pale color of the bones was that of a person who had just died. It was incompatible with the surroundings. Father. A weak voice came from a tall and sturdy man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. At this moment, the man was on the verge of death. Beside the man was a middle-aged man in black clothes. He also had a square face. His eyebrows were like long blades, his eyes were bright and full of expression, and he emitted a dignified aura. At this moment, the middle-aged man's clothes were dyed red with blood. One of his left arms was hanging down. It was obvious that it was broken. This person was none other than Lin Fei's father, Lin Jintian. Lin Jintian was just like his name. His entire body emitted a domineering pressure. Little Xiao, I'm sorry. A dignified profound practitioner was trapped here. Besides his eldest son, all his subordinates had been turned into bones, and he himself was heavily injured. All of this was because of one thing, and it led to this outcome. Lin Jintian's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. The weak man was Lin Fei's eldest brother, Lin Xiao, who was at the 8th level of the martial path. You can't blame father for this. They are too despicable. Little Xiao, listen carefully. Don't speak. Lin Jintian said. The last attack of the Thousand Despair formation is about to arrive. Father will break it. Use the 1,000-mile talisman and return to the Lin family. Then, take your clansmen and leave Gue Yuan City. Father, you can't do this. Lin Xiao struggled. He knew very well how powerful the Thousand Despair formation was. His father wanted to use self-destruction to send him away. He hated himself for being so weak that he could not help his father. Lin Jintian sternly scolded, remember, from now on, you are the future patriarch of the Lin family. The hope of the family rests on your shoulders, and the patriarch must act like a patriarch. Don't forget to take your third brother away. The Thousand Despair formation was so powerful that Lin Jintian could only explode his dantian to fight for a chance for his son. The Thousand Despair formation was so powerful that even a mid-stage profound practitioner like him could not break it. There's a change. Just as Lin Jintian was mobilizing his remaining strength and preparing to self-destruct, there was a commotion outside. The rune's formation could trap Lin Jintian, but it could not block the movements outside. As a mid-stage profound practitioner, he was very sensitive to the movements around him. Lin Jintian could not help but be surprised. There was indeed a commotion outside. A rank 8 demonic beast blood demon charged in from the outside. As mentioned before, the corpse aura could block the outside, but it did not mean that it could block the demonic beast. The blood demon charged at the two runes masters as soon as it entered. In order to activate the formation, the two runes masters could not move to avoid affecting the operation of the runes formation. The Thousand Despair formation was barely set up by the two runes masters, which was why they needed to operate it personally. If it was the Real Thousand Despair formation, once it was set up, there would be no need for runes masters to operate it. Damn, why did the blood demon come in? Shang Wenkai exclaimed. Not good, the blood demon wants to suck human blood. Bai Shi said. The two of them did not practice martial arts, so their martial arts strength was not high. They specialized in runes, so their bodies were relatively weak. Activate. Bai Shi hurriedly took out a runes from his runes bag and shouted, Go to hell. Boom. A large fireball with a long tail smashed into the blood demon like a meteor. The blood demon was sent flying, smashing a large pit. Bai Shi's martial arts strength was only at the 5th firmament. Facing a blood demon at the 8th firmament of the martial path, he would definitely die. He specialized in runes, so his body was weak. He had to attack from a distance. Not good. Zhang Weiyue and the others immediately knew that it was not good. Demonic beasts could not enter Black Wind Cliff, but the blood demon was the only exception. The corpse aura would not affect them much. Sometimes, they would even encounter blood demons. They did not expect the blood demon to come here. AO. As a rank 8 demonic beast, the blood demon's defense was extremely strong. A large fireball seemed to have smashed out, but the damage was not great. What they did not know was that the blood demon was easily angered and entered a berserk state. Unfortunately, the blood demon was already abused by Lin Fei. Now, he was being abused by someone else. Did he really think that he was a pushover? He was very unhappy. The blood demon decisively entered a berserk state. In a berserk state, the blood demon's body swelled. His blood-red eyes carried endless violence and shot directly at Bai Shi. Ah, so uncomfortable. Bai Shi could not withstand the violent impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Under normal circumstances, the violent impact would not cause any damage. Don't forget that controlling the runes array was very taxing on the mind. Under the berserk state of the blood demon, he was finally injured. Brother Wu, we can't split ourselves. Please kill the blood demon. If the two runes masters died, the 1000 isolation array would lose its effect. Once the tiger returned to the mountain, there would be big trouble. The blood demon in a berserk state was not something that two runes masters could deal with. One of the three of them had to kill the blood demon. Wu Wenting nodded lightly, understanding the importance of runes masters. Chapter 156. P.S. Today is the last day of the monthly ticket. If you like this book, please cast a monthly ticket to comfort your empty heart. I will try my best to write it well. The profound practitioner attacked in anger. Naturally, the prestige was not a problem. He was determined to teach the level 8 demon beast a lesson. Finger of destruction. A deathly stillness pervaded the entire space. It was so oppressive that people could not breathe. They could not help but feel fear and all kinds of negative emotions. In the void, a 10-meter-long black finger whizzed out. Boom! A casual finger from a profound practitioner had unimaginable power. Bastard, this is the result. Bai Shi said hatefully. He could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. The stone hanging in his heart was lifted. To be honest, the blood demon rushed towards him. He was afraid that he would become a dead soul under the claws. It was not worth it. If Wu Wenting attacked, the blood demon would definitely die. A finger from a profound practitioner was enough to kill a mere level 8 demon beast like the blood demon. Roar! The blood demon let out a miserable cry. It was not killed as expected. A brown halo burst out from its body and surrounded its entire body. It was like a layer of armor. It was very beautiful. Wu Wenting's finger caused the blood demon more pain than anything else, which fueled its berserk aura. The blood demon's body, which had been crouching down, was only pushed back a little. The blood demon opened its jaws again and bit down at the now relaxed Bai Shi. Master Bai, dodge. Everyone was surprised and could not help but curse. Who was such a bastard to put an earth armor talisman on the blood demon? What a scam. They all recognized the yellow halo just now. It was a level 3 runes earth armor talisman. It had the characteristics of the earth and was extremely strong in defense. Baishi was stunned. A stench came and he almost fainted. He was scared out of his wits and did not know how to dodge. Damn, who is so wicked? The blood demon bit down. Baishi's body was weak. He could only watch as the bloody mouth came down and his head was bitten off. He was about to take out his runes, but he froze. A level 3 runes master probably did not expect to die in the mouth of a level 8 demon beast. Baishi died just like that. A level 3 runes master died in the mouth of a demon beast. Not good, kill the blood demon quickly. Zhang Weiyue's face darkened as he realized that the situation was far from good. A blood demon covered in earth armor talismans. Wasn't this deliberately trying to kill him? Zhang Weiyue wished he could skin this blood demon alive. A level 3 runes master had died just like that. Without the control of the 1000 terminal formation, its power was greatly reduced. A blood demon with runes appeared here. They could not help but wonder if there was a powerful runes master in Black Wind Cliff. They were well aware of how powerful a runes master was. If they were to encounter a dual runes master, the outcome would be tragic. This blood demon that appeared out of nowhere was most likely the pet of a certain runes master. A level 8 demon beast was not strong, but it could be used as a guard. The origin of the demonic beast flashed through his mind. The most important thing now was to kill the blood demon. Bastard, die for me. The one who felt the most humiliated was Wu Wenting. A level 8 demon beast was nothing in their eyes. They could kill it with a finger. He had lost face because of this, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. As a dignified Xian cultivator, he could not even kill a level 8 demon beast. How sullen. How would the other two think that if he did not kill the blood demon, he would be useless? Wu Wenting was filled with hatred. He would be defeated by a demon beast. After biting Baishi to death, the blood demon used the rainbow water trick. The blood turned into a rainbow and was sucked clean. Baishi's body shriveled up and became a mummy. It seemed like a gust of wind would turn it into ashes. Roar, roar, roar. The blood demon was excited. The blood of a runes master was indeed delicious. He looked at the other runes master. Like a man seeing a beautiful woman, he could not wait to rush forward. This guy also understood that the person just now was powerful and did not dare to attack. Shang Wenkai broke out in a cold sweat. Baishi had died just like that, becoming a mummy. He did not want to end up like this even if he was beaten to death. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best. Of course, killing people was good, but once one was dead, there was nothing left. Seeing the stench of blood assaulting his nostrils, Shang Wenkai could no longer sit still. How could he care so much? Preserving his life was more important. He hated that runes master to death. If looks could kill, that runes master would have died 100 times over. The worst thing was that runes could not be used indiscriminately. Even he himself could not bear to use a level 3 runes master. Yet, a blood demon covered in level 3 runes was really F***king cheating. Thus, Shang Wenkai rolled on the ground. His heart was still unsettled. He fished out a talisman, slapped it on his body, and quickly ran outside. Next time, he must train his body. While running, Shang Wenkai felt the need to train his body. Luckily, he had brought along a godly tool for running, the teleportation talisman. Otherwise, he would have been done for. At this moment, Shang Wenkai finally understood one thing. A technical geek without a healthy body was a tragedy. Shang Wenkai, what are you doing? Zhang Weiyue and Li Zhongtian were both flustered and exasperated. They could not wait to slap Shang Wenkai to death. Why were you running at such a crucial moment? If you ran, what use would the Thousand Absolutes formation be? Only an idiot would not. Shang Wenkai turned around. Before he could finish the word run, hundreds and thousands of frost arrows were shot out from the gray fog. The cold air sealed off all his escape routes. Shang Wenkai hesitated for a moment, and his entire body was instantly pierced by the frost arrows like a hedgehog. With a look of disbelief, he too would die one day. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Shang Wenkai was dead again. He died from a sneak attack. At the same time, the blood demon was sent flying by Wu Wenting's palm. Just as he was about to kill the blood demon, he heard a noise. He subconsciously turned around and saw the scene of Shang Wenkai being sneak attacked. Not good. Shang Wenkai was dead. With the death of Bai Shi, the Thousand Absolutes formation could barely be maintained. Now that Shang Wenkai was dead as well, the Thousand Absolutes formation would collapse by itself when the spirit he left behind disappeared. This meant that all their efforts would have been in vain. Ah, my pitiful little monster. Who dared to do such a thing to you? I will avenge you. I will make them die a horrible death. The earth armor talisman on the blood demon that was sent flying shattered. His entire body was in a sorry state. He limped over, causing them to not dare to move recklessly. He's not dead. Wu Wenting knew that the palm strike just now could kill a martial artist at the 9th level of the martial path. However, it could not kill a blood demon. It could only destroy the runes outside. Therefore, one thing was certain. The other party was a powerful runes master. He was at least a level 4 or 5 runes master in the profound realm. Bai Shi and Shang Wenkai were all level 3 runes masters. Unfortunately, they were not profound realm runes masters. Otherwise, they would not have been completely annihilated by a blood demon. Once they reached the profound realm, the physical body of a runes master could be strengthened. Coupled with the methods of runes, martial artists would not dare to offend them easily. The three of them were all at the early stage of the profound realm. Their hearts could not help but thump. Why did the other party come out? The Thousand Extinction Array needed a certain amount of time to be activated. They did not dare to retract their power easily. Otherwise, they would be seriously injured. This time, the situation was really bad. You dare to attack little monster. Come down and repent. The person in the gray fog did not dare to give them any time to explain. It should be said that he was stalling for time. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sound of the void attacked. A large number of runes flew out from the gray fog. Countless large fireballs, large hailstones, black boulders, all rushed towards them. They were profound realm experts after all. It was not that they had never seen runes masters in action. There were no less than 20 attacks in front of them. They smashed over without any regard for their lives. They covered the sky and covered the earth. The corpse aura was instantly evaporated. What a joke. What kind of runes master was this? Runes that did not belong to the family were smashed out. Brother Wu, quickly block it. Only with the strength of the three of us can we defeat this runes master. If they were given a bit of time, they might be able to contend against a rune master. But once they were injured, facing a rune master who didn't care about money, they couldn't help but shiver. As expected, runes masters could not be offended. Even a blood demon could use the tiger's might. It was infuriating. Wu Wenting did not hesitate. If the lips were gone, the teeth would be interdependent. He understood this principle. If the three of them worked together, they would have a certain chance of winning. If they were seriously injured, and they were in the Black Wind Cliff, it would be difficult for them to escape death. He did not think that he could defeat a runes master. The three of them had to work together. What they lacked now was time. He had to make full use of it. Runes masters were the strong enemies. Giant wood shield. Wu Wenting appeared in front with the runes in his hand. It was the level 4 runes that he had always treated as a treasure, the giant wood shield known for its invincible defense. In order to block the attacks of so many runes, he had to spend some capital. These level 4 runes were treated like treasures. It was heart-wrenching to use them in this place. This giant wood shield could not be used in vain. He had to get back at them. Activate. After the infusion of innate mystic chi, a green wood shield that was more than 10 feet in size appeared out of thin air. It was densely packed with branches, like dry tree bark, exuding an ancient aura. It blocked in front of Wu Wenting. Zhang Weiyue and Li Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This time, they had suffered heavy losses. They had to properly reason with this rune's master. Boom boom boom. Wu Wenting was indeed worried. What if he could not block it? Level 3 runes were already so powerful. What about attack runes? He had no confidence. However, when the attack landed on the greenwood shield, supported by innate mystic chi, there was no fluctuation at all. The power was not as powerful as he had imagined. What was going on? Old thing, have a taste of my power. Behind Wu Wenting, a black shadow appeared. With a wave of his hand, a few runes were thrown out. The target was Zhang Weiyue and Li Zhongtian. How did he get past them? Brother Zhang, Brother Li, we've been tricked. This guy is a level 3 runes master. He's not a level 4 or 5 runes master. Zhang Weiyue and Li Zhongtian were scared half to death. They thought that they had encountered a mystic realm runes master and were at a loss of what to do. When they heard this, they could not help but be furious. Someone dared to lie to them. Seeing the runes flying towards them, the two did not even think about why they did not release their attacks. They raised their hands and shot out innate mystic chi. Someone in the distance grinned. Explode. Rumble. Ah, this is a runes bomb. Chapter 157. The 3 mystic realm experts were in a daze. Damn it, what's going on? A loud rumbling sound rang out, covering the entire vacuum zone. Fortunately, this was the Black Wind Cliff. Even if there was a commotion, no one would know, unless someone happened to pass by this place. Even if someone passed by, they would not have the guts to approach. To be honest, a few runes bombs were extremely powerful. It was equivalent to throwing a few bombs, and it could kill people. The runes bombs were made by Lin Fei. One could imagine how powerful they were. The shockingly powerful explosion caused a huge earthquake on the spot. The huge area was in the middle of the shockwave. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The runes bombs were powerful by themselves, and they formed a chain reaction. Wave after wave of explosions followed. If they could block the first wave of attacks, the second wave would follow and kill them. Somewhere in the dark, someone was in a good mood. How dare you plot against my cheap father? If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think you're the king of the world. Lin Fei was rather displeased, and he wanted to teach them a lesson. From the blood demon's attack to the runes bombs, this series of actions was all done by Lin Fei. I wonder what will happen when the runes bombs are dropped. Mystic realm experts were different from martial Dao experts. They could absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Even if they were injured, they could recover quickly. The yuan qi of heaven and earth could repair the body at all times. Although the process was not fast, it was at least automatic. Lin Fei was not confident that the runes bombs could kill them. If he became a level 5 runes master, he could easily kill them with the perfect runes bombs. His only hope now was to break the 1000 extinction formation. Theoretically, without the control of the two runes masters, the remaining spiritual power would not be able to hold on under the explosion of the runes bombs. At the same time, it could severely injure two Mystic Realm experts. This was the reason why he had created a diversion earlier. Lin Fei was glad that he had killed Sang Imo, the runes master, and obtained the runes bombs. That way, he could have a chance to break the runes formation. Otherwise, he could only watch helplessly. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The heavens were helping him. One blood demon finishing off two runes masters was better than the previous situation. He had planned to kill one before forcefully killing the other. In the end, the runes division became timid before the battle even started. They deserved to die in his hands. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the overall plan. Everything was under control. The explosion lasted for 10 breaths of time. The earth trembled and dust flew everywhere. The corpse aura that had been isolated outside once again enveloped this area. The corpses of the two runes masters had turned into a pile of white bones under the corpse chi. It was abnormally glaring. Not far away, there was a large crater from the explosion, proving how powerful the explosion was. The surroundings were even more full of potholes. No one would have thought that they would end up like this. They're out. Zhong Zhang's loud and clear voice carried a trace of regret after surviving a disaster. Brother Wu, quickly stop old Ghost Lin. You must not let him return, or else he will definitely become a disaster. Soon after, Zhang Weiyue coughed. It was obvious that his injuries weren't light. In fact, the two profound practitioner experts had indeed suffered a serious blow. They couldn't be distracted while controlling the runes formation. They lacked that bit of time and were unknowingly ambushed. Both of them were profound practitioner experts, but they still couldn't withstand the consecutive explosions. A single runes bomb wouldn't have much of an impact, but a few together would have a different effect. More importantly, they had been here for too long, and all their thoughts and spirit were focused on it. The sudden attack, and the runes bomb, happened to be at close range. It would be good if they didn't die from the explosion, but injuries were inevitable. Only one person was surprised, and that was Wu Wending. At the moment of the explosion, Wu Wending avoided the impact and only suffered minor injuries. He was far less seriously injured than Zhang Weiyue and Li Zhongtian. The two were hit by the runes bomb head-on, and even their innate gang chi couldn't withstand it. Innate gang chi was above ordinary gang chi, and its defense was about 70% stronger. Finger of Destruction. At such a close distance, Wu Wending was in a sorry state. He couldn't kill a blood demon in front of everyone, and he was hit by a diversion. Then, he was hit by the runes bomb. If it was anyone else, they would be too ashamed to show their face, and they would want to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. Hearing this, Lin Jintian finally found a place to vent his anger. With a wave of his hand, he attacked with the Finger of Destruction, wanting to kill his opponent in one breath. Lin Jintian, who had just broken out of the seal, was in doubt and disbelief. Azure Dragon Capturing Hand. After being trapped for 20 days, Lin Jintian was abnormally weak, and his innate Xian Qi was almost depleted. In a hurry, he used the secret art of the Lin family to fight. One fought hastily, while the other wanted to kill to vent his anger. The difference was obvious. The Azure Dragon Capturing Hand barely formed a shadow. The dragon might wasn't strong, and it couldn't be said to be powerful. Facing the full force of the finger, the Azure Dragon was torn into pieces, and the finger fell. At this critical moment, a void shield instantly appeared and blocked this sure-kill attack. The shield shattered with a hua-la sound and landed on Lin Jintian's chest, causing him to vomit blood as he was sent flying. Go! Coincidentally, at this moment, a black figure flew out of thin air, grabbing left and right as if it was something in a bag. Wu Wending flew into a rage when his killing finger missed. Where do you think you're going? The Xian cultivator was a Xiantian expert, and he flew over with killing intent. Brother Zhang, I'll go stop them first. This was the best method. Once Lin Jintian, who was in the middle stage of the Xian realm, returned, they would be in big trouble even if they worked together. Brother Wu, go first. We'll catch up later. We'll make that bastard pay. Zhang Wuyue gritted his teeth. His body was in tatters, and his wounds were bleeding non-stop. If he hadn't reached the Xian realm, he might have died here due to the loss of blood. The two of them could only try their best to suppress their injuries. They had suffered such a huge loss at the hands of the rune's master. If they didn't take revenge, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads. The rune's master who had secretly interfered had caused them to fail at the last moment. Killing one's parents and stealing one's wealth was unforgivable. You're pretty fast. Do you think you can hide from me in Black Wind Cliff? I'll make sure you die a horrible death later. Wu Wenting was a Xiantian expert, and he could fly. With the replenishment of the heaven and earth yuan qi, his speed wasn't slow at all, and he could maintain it for a long time. He didn't have to worry about the two burdens escaping his sight. At the same time, a few miles away from the scene of the explosion. Good, we've finally lured one away. Blood demon, we'll have to trouble you again this time. Lin Fei walked out from the darkness and looked in one direction. The aura gradually disappeared from his perception. Thank you for saving me. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Lin Jintian's chest was hit by a finger. Even though he had resisted for a while, his injuries weren't light. Coupled with his previous injuries, his injuries were severe, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Take this pill first. Lin Fei took out the pill. This wasn't an Xiantian pill. It cost 50 reputation points for a recovery pill. In online games, it was used to replenish one's health, and was equivalent to a Jinchuang medicine. Lin Jintian didn't know why, but he felt a familiar aura from the other party. He subconsciously took the pill and swallowed it. His expression changed, and his injuries changed. Could it be a miraculous pill? Who was this person? Why would he give such a precious miraculous pill to me? He couldn't think of a reason. Father, are you feeling better? When the black-robed man pulled down his hood, a handsome face was revealed. His gaze was unfamiliar. You're Xiao San, third brother. Lin Xiao was the first to react. As if struck by lightning, his body trembled, and he pointed at Lin Fei with an incredulous expression. Why was his third brother here? Could it be that everything that happened just now? He suspected that he was dreaming. Lin Jintian hadn't seen his son for 5 years, but when his son appeared in front of him one day, he sensed a trace of unfamiliarity from the other party. This was Xiao Fei. How could this be? Especially in this place. In his memory, Xiao Fei drank, fought, and teased girls. He was a hedonistic son of a rich family. Later on, he caused a huge disaster. Mentioning his son, Lin Jintian had a headache. Was this person really his son? Lin Fei knew that it would be like this. He chuckled, Big brother, long time no see. You're still as handsome as ever. Third brother, it's really your third brother. Lin Xiao said excitedly. Hearing the familiar voice, the silhouette of his third brother appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. If the person in front of him wasn't his third brother, then who could it be? Xiao Fei, how's the family? Lin Jintian only recovered after a long time, and asked a completely unrelated question. 5 years ago, the father and son duo were like a cat and a mouse. One was dignified and had a stern face, while the other was timid and weak. As a result, the two of them rarely spoke. Everything is fine at home, father doesn't need to worry. Lin Fei felt immense pressure from this father of his. It was no wonder why he had acted in such a manner back then. It had to do with his father's personality. "Father, you should quickly refine the pills and recover some of your strength. Although that person has been lured away by me, he will soon realize that he has been tricked and return. We have to kill the other two before he returns. The Lin clan is not a clan that anyone can bully." Seeing the killing intent in Lin Fei's eyes, Lin Xiao couldn't believe it and opened his mouth wide. His third brother was going to kill a profound practitioner expert. Only Lin Jintian's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he thought to himself, "My son has grown up." If it was in the past, his son would never say such words even if he was beaten to death. Today, 5 years later, his son had changed so much that he almost couldn't recognize him. "You have reached the 9th layer of the martial way." Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. He had been in a state of shock, and now that he had regained his senses, he saw that his son had actually reached the 9th layer of the martial way, and was only a step away from becoming a profound practitioner. What the hell was going on? Lin Fei didn't want to hide it and nodded. "I just broke through a few days ago. The two of them are heavily injured, it's enough to kill them." Lin Jintian couldn't help but admire his son. His words were clear and logical. Presumably, everything that happened outside was all his son's doing, especially the fact that he dared to attack 3 profound practitioners. Chapter 158. What was losing face? What was wasting all previous efforts? Zhang Weiyue and Li Zhongtian experienced it for a while. In order to ambush Lin Jintian, the 2 big shots of Gue Yuan City had put in a lot of effort. In the end, because of a runes master, their efforts were in vain. 2 level 3 runes masters were dead, and they themselves were heavily injured. "That damned runes master, don't fall into my hands. I will definitely let him taste all kinds of torture." Zhang Weiyue sat cross-legged, breathing in and out. His face was still frighteningly gloomy, as if a storm would come at any time. As for the 2 and Li Zhongtian, their hair was also disheveled, looking miserable. "I feel that the mysterious runes master is very strange. Why would he appear here? In order to set up a formation here, we have searched the surrounding hundreds of miles, and there was no one there. Strange, really strange." With this, the 2 felt very strange. At the critical moment, the runes master came out to cause destruction. It was unbelievable. "Most likely one of our people leaked the news." Zhang Weiyue's eyes flashed as he thought of a bad idea. Other than this reason, there was no other reason. Li Zhongtian frowned. "Is that possible? There are less than 10 people who set up the formation and know the details. It is impossible for the news to leak out. If the news was leaked, why would it wait until today to appear?" It was the only strange thing that they all thought of it. On the surface, the 2 cooperated, but in their hearts, they were guessing who exactly leaked the news. The previous actions were orderly, most likely to save someone. First, they used the blood demon to injure their runes master and break the control of the 1000 extinction formation. Without the control of the runes master, the power of the runes formation would weaken, and it would lose its effect after a certain period of time. If the runes master did not attack them, the people in the formation would not have escaped death. But in the end, there was a problem, and they could not help but think about the importance of it. The suspicion of leaking the news was very high. Just as the 2 were concentrating on recovering from their injuries, a black shadow pounced from the left and right, attacking them from both sides. "Be careful." The 2 reacted instantly, each of them sending out a palm strike. Peng peng. Zhang Weiyue and Li Zhongtian each took a few steps back. Obviously, their injuries had not recovered well, and they could not block the attack. The 2 of them fixed their eyes on it and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Why are you here?" The ones who had attacked them just now were Lin Jintian and Lin Fei. Just a moment ago, they were still discussing, but in the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had returned and attacked them without any explanation. If it wasn't for the fact that their innate Xian Qi had recovered a little, they wouldn't have had a good ending from that attack. Under the rune's bomb, neither of them had a good time. Why can't you come back? Lin Zhen's complexion recovered quite a bit. You joined hands to deal with me and killed my subordinates. This debt must be settled today. Zhang Weiyue and Li Zhongtian both had the same look in their eyes, and a feeling of unease arose in their hearts. Lin Zhongtian, who had been trapped for 20 days, had previously been extremely weak. However, in just a short period of time, his complexion had recovered significantly. At the very least, he had regained some of his fighting strength. After that palm strike, he realized that the situation was far from good. Father, don't waste your breath on them. Let's take one each and kill them first. Lin Fei said expressionlessly. I want to see how your family can continue to exist after losing 2 Xian practitioners. Initially, they didn't pay much attention to the person beside them, until they heard those words and noticed this young man, especially the word father. Looking at the strength of the 9th heaven of the martial path, the two of them were secretly shocked. Could it be that everything that had happened before was caused by this person? How could this be possible? This was the Lin family's trash, 3rd young master Lin. The two of them couldn't help but think of that good-for-nothing disciple from 5 years ago. Who would have thought that 5 years later, the first time they met, he would kill a rune's master and break the rune's formation? Now, he would say that he would kill them with such an arrogant tone. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation wasn't right, they would probably be laughing non-stop. A brat at the 9th heaven of the martial path wanted to kill them. Even if he was an early Xian practitioner, he was still overestimating himself. A casual finger could poke the other party to death. But now, the two of them felt a trace of unease. This trace of unease came from Lin Zhongtian. With the strength of a mid-stage Xian practitioner, killing them would be as easy as flipping his hand. Although they didn't understand how Lin Zhongtian recovered so quickly, he was still above them. No one dared to ignore his reputation. Let's go. Just because of the words mid-stage Xian practitioner, they didn't dare to fight. Old Zhang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's have a good time. Lin Zhongtian had recovered 50% of his battle strength, which was enough to kill Zhang Weiyue. Without any movement, he blocked Zhang Weiyue's path. Seeing this situation, Zhang Weiyue knew that he wouldn't be able to let this matter go. He said angrily, "Do you think you're afraid? Who knows, you might die in my hands." Zhang Weiyue was very straightforward. Being targeted by Lin Zhongtian, he could only fight. Once Li Zhongtian captured Lin Fei, he would have the right to speak. I'll kill you in 10 moves. Lin Zhongtian laughed. Don't be so arrogant. Take this. On the other side, seeing that Zhang Weiyue was blocked, Li Zhongtian gave up on leaving and looked at the lazy Lin Fei. This old man has lived for so many years, and this is the first time I've been defeated by a brat. This old man will grind your bones to dust. Lin Fei snorted coldly, you talk too much. Opening his wings of the wind, he swung the baleful black saber and closed the distance between them. This was the first time he fought with a Xian practitioner. Lin Fei needed to go all out to test his true strength and see what level he was at. You're courting death. Li Zhongtian's injuries from the rune's bomb attack were relatively serious. Taking care of a brat was not a problem, especially now that he was being bullied by a piece of trash. If Li Zhongtian didn't have the confidence to deal with Lin Zhongtian, then Lin Fei was different. With a gap of a realm, killing him was as easy as killing an ant. The saber is powerful, but that's all there is to it. Li Zhongtian didn't even look at it. He raised his left hand and slapped forward. His Xiantian profound qi was vast and boundless, covering the sky and covering the earth as it pressed forward. The saber turned into nothingness and the situation changed, wanting to crush Lin Fei alive. Lin Fei's expression changed as he thought to himself, the Xiantian profound qi is indeed powerful. Just a casual slap can defeat all attacks. No wonder there's a gap between martial arts experts and Xian practitioners. A casual slap from a Xian practitioner was indeed powerful. Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary person. Using his wings of the wind, he flew upwards and dodged the fierce slap. Previously, he had tested the strength of the Xiantian profound qi and was able to launch a full attack. The saber just now was more of a probing attack. After a probing attack, it was time to make a move. Flying technique, damn it. Li Zhongtian's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the wings on Lin Fei's back. They were obviously produced by a flying technique. How did this brat have such a special technique? His eyes flashed with greed. I must get my hands on a flying technique. This thing must belong to me. Cut in two, whirlwind. So. After a probing attack, Lin Fei used his full strength. The wind howled, and tornadoes appeared one after another, heading straight for Li Zhongtian below. A large area was within the attack range of the tornadoes, and the surrounding area was filled with flying sand and stones. It was a very dangerous place. These tornadoes were condensed from saber lights. After Xiao Qin comprehended the flowing wind movement technique, he specially condensed it. He had only used it once in the arena, and it possessed extraordinary offensive power. Xiao! Li Zhongtian's face sank. A few wounds appeared on his left and right shoulders. His Xiantian qi was actually unable to block this sharp saber light. How can he be so strong? The saber light compressed into a tornado, increasing its might by several times. If he got sucked into it, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Lin Fei originally wanted to force his opponent into a corner. If he didn't kill Li Zhongtian now, it would be even more troublesome when Wu Wenning returned. As for his father, he used the clan's secret technique, the Azure Dragon Berserk Art, to suppress Zhang Weiyue. He should be able to kill Zhang Weiyue very quickly. Since his father was so powerful, Lin Fei didn't want to fall behind. Long-distance attacks were the best way to deal with profound cultivators. Combat technique magic ability, Jingguang Line. Li Zhongtian didn't dare to hold back anymore. His Xiantian qi was actually unable to block this attack, so he had no choice but to use his combat technique magic ability. Xiao Fei, be careful. Lin Zhongtian quickly warned Xiao Qin when he executed his combat technique magic ability so quickly. Li Zhongtian's entire left arm turned golden, dazzling and resplendent. Under this brilliance, it represented danger. Go and die. The Jingguang line turned into a line, like a ribbon. Under the dazzling light, it contained boundless danger. Lin Fei frowned, and a dangerous aura enveloped his body. His Xiantian qi turned into the Heavenly Dipper Dragon Tiger defense. This was his strongest defense. The combat technique magic ability his opponent executed was clearly a high-ranked combat technique. That was why Lin Fei felt danger. Bang! Caw caw caw. The Heavenly Dipper Dragon Tiger defense showed its true defensive power for the first time. A dragon and a tiger galloped up and down, surrounding Lin Fei's entire body, defending him from top to bottom. The Jingguang line, which contained Xiantian qi, fell on his body. Jin Fei only felt a huge pressure, as if it was going to shoot through him. Outside, the Heavenly Dipper Dragon Tiger defense, a dragon and a tiger instantly pounced on it, dispersing the force. Even so, Lin Fei still felt his heart palpitate. If it was an ordinary Xiantian qi, that attack would have killed him without a doubt. Kill. What kind of Xiantian qi is that? How can it block the attack of my Jingguang line? Li Zhongtian rarely used a trump card like a high-ranked combat technique. Every time he used it, his opponent would die without a doubt. After using the Jingguang line, Li Zhongtian's Xiantian qi was consumed by more than half. He didn't expect it to not work, and he was in danger. 9 layers of waves. Lin Fei bent down and flew down. With a wave of his hand, a blade aura slashed out. A blade aura that was 5 feet long blasted towards Li Zhongtian. Li Zhongtian was also unlucky. He had used all his trump cards and was unable to kill his opponent. Facing the incoming blade aura, he once again slapped out with his palm. This time, Li Zhongtian was disappointed. The blade that contained the 9 layers of waves was blasted out with the strength of the 9th heaven of martial Dao. Its power was extraordinary. One cut in half was a sharp blade technique in itself, straightforward and decisive. After adding the 9 layers of waves, its power could be imagined. A murderous intent instantly broke through the Xiantian qi and covered all of Li Zhongtian's range. The blade slashed down. Li Zhongtian said it was a tragedy. He had consumed a lot of Xiantian qi and happened to encounter Lin Fei, who had abnormal blade techniques. How could he block the combination of the 9 layers of waves and one cut in half? There was a loud bang. The earth cracked, and a gully of more than 20 feet extended all the way. Chapter 159. Li Zhongtian, an early-stage profounder, was dead. At the edge of the crater, Li Zhongtian died with a look of disbelief on his face, as if he had never imagined that he would one day die at the hands of his opponent. One was a Xiantian expert, while the other was at the peak of the Hotian realm. Unfortunately, Li Zhongtian had overlooked Lin Fei's prowess, especially when the other party had a sharp weapon in his hand. His innate gang qi was extremely powerful, but with the support of the baleful black saber, his defense was greatly reduced. Especially after he was injured, he was not in peak condition. If not, he would not have been killed so quickly. Now that he was dead, everything was in the past. How did Brother Li die? Zhang Weiyue, who was at a disadvantage, could not find a chance to retaliate against Lin Zhongtian, who was a middle-stage profound practitioner. He was constantly being suppressed, and was barely able to hold on. It had only been a short while, and Li Zhongtian had already died at the hands of that brat. This was too terrifying. How could he kill Li Zhongtian? Zhang Weiyue almost vomited blood. He had missed his greatest hope. He had wanted to rely on Li Zhongtian to capture Lin Fei and use him as a threat. In the end, he had died just like that. It was hard to imagine what was going on. Bang bang. The 9 heavens of the martial path belonged to the peak of the acquired realm. A boy at the peak of the Hotian realm had killed an early-stage Xiantian powerhouse. This was too strange. This moment of distraction gave Lin Zhongtian an opportunity. You still dare to be distracted. You're courting death. In a fight between experts, there was no room for mistakes. Otherwise, the outcome would be tragic. Zhang Weiyue's body was suppressed, and he received 2 punches on his chest. He was sent flying and fell to the ground. For the time being, the two of them were on par with each other in terms of strength. Thus, the outcome of the battle was immediately decided when they were heavily injured. Lin Zhongtian was also extremely shocked that his son was able to kill a Xiantian master. At first, he didn't think much of it and thought that he could barely contend against the opponent. Who would have thought that his son would be able to kill the opponent faster than him? His old face couldn't help but reveal a look of regret. His son had really grown up. Zhang Weiyue, you can die now. Lin Zhongtian lunged forward and struck out with his palm, preparing to end Zhang Weiyue's life. Father, don't kill him. Hearing this, Lin Zhongtian moved his palm away and landed at the side. With a loud bang, a crater appeared, and the surrounding area was densely packed with cracks. His attack was as fast as lightning, destroying the energy in his opponent's dantian. Ah! My dantian. Once a martial artist's dantian was broken, it was equivalent to crippling all his strength and becoming an ordinary person, or even worse than an ordinary person. The residual injuries from before, without the help of Xian Qi, would continue to worsen, and all kinds of hidden injuries would appear. Martial artists who had their dantian destroyed were usually very miserable. Consider yourself lucky that you didn't die in my hands. Lin Fei flew down. He was very happy. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, the boss would have been gone. This guy had 16,000 sin points, and the other one had 14,000 sin points, which was equivalent to a few million experience points. If he hadn't activated the sin value system and reputation value system, he would have been stuck at the 7th layer of heaven. Your Lin family father and son will definitely die a horrible death. Zhang Wui's eyes were filled with resentment. If the dantian was destroyed, it could only be repaired by a heaven-defying pill. Lin Fei sneered, I thought I was thick-skinned, but I didn't expect you to be even thicker than me. Do you know why I didn't kill you just now? Because I want to kill you personally. Lin Jintian didn't ask why, his son had his own reasons. Although the two of them were 2 realms apart, Lin Jintian as a father did not dare to look down on his son. The attack just now was obviously a combat skill, a powerful combat skill. Furthermore, there was that divine qi. To block a high-level combat skill, even Lin Jintian himself wouldn't be able to do it. His son must have encountered a great opportunity. Although they didn't have much contact, there would always be people reporting to him. He must have encountered a great opportunity, which allowed him to have his current strength. In his eyes, his son had become an existence similar to him. Equal. Lin Jintian. If you kill me today, you will definitely regret it. Zhang Wuyue said angrily. Lin Fei didn't care, if you die here, no one will know. As for revenge, don't think about it. It won't happen. You will know when you get down there. Kill. The baleful black blade flashed, and Zhang Wuyue's head flew out. Fresh blood spurted out. Death. Zhang Wuyue didn't expect that Lin Fei would kill him just like that. He didn't even give him a chance to speak. When the person died, Lin Fei grinned. 16,000 sin points, 500 to 600 reputation points. Good kill. Cough, cough. Lin Jintian spat out a mouthful of blood. The battle just now still had some effects, especially since he couldn't recover in a short time. Wu Wenting is back. Suddenly, Lin Jintian raised his head and looked towards a direction. Lin Fei laughed, he better not come back. Once he comes back, he will definitely die. Lin Jintian laughed, this person isn't from our Gui Yuan city. This person is very hateful, he belongs to the rogue clan. If he surrenders to our Lin family, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Lin Fei was very satisfied with his father's words. However, thinking about it, it was quite useful. Currently, the Lin family only had one profound realm expert. If there was another profound realm expert, it could completely stabilize the power of the Lin family. This time, Lin Fei didn't know when he would return again. Then, it would be up to his father. Wu Wenting was tricked once again. He had been following behind. If not for the energy fluctuation, he wouldn't have known that he was tricked. It turned out that the one running in front was a blood demon. A spirit traversing talisman and clothes with residual aura. As a result, Wu Wenting's efforts were in vain. Knowing that he had been tricked, he angrily rushed back. When they entered this area. Silence. Complete silence. What's going on? Where's Brother Li and Brother Zhang's aura? Wu Wenting discovered that the aura of the two had disappeared. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. Both of them were profound realm experts. In theory, no one could contend against them. Lin Jintian's vitality was greatly injured. He would need at least a day to recover. As for that rune's master, he was clearly a rank 3 rune's master. He couldn't be that powerful. At most, he could play some tricks, but he couldn't be that powerful. With this mentality, Wu Wenting suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Not good, there's the smell of blood. The thick smell of blood and residual energy fluctuations made Wu Wenting's expression change. He turned around and wanted to leave this place. In terms of danger, profound realm experts were better than ordinary warriors. Wu Wenting, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Lin Jintian's figure appeared behind him, blocking his way. You killed them. Wu Wenting suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. They deserve to die. I was just a helper. Since they have been executed, can we write off what happened before? Wu Wenting observed his surroundings without batting an eyelid. Write off. You wish. Lin Fei appeared in front of him, blocking Wu Wenting's path again. You're that rune's master. Lin Fei laughed. You're very smart. I like to fight with smart people. Your two friends weren't smart enough, so they went to accompany each other. Look over there. He looked in a direction. Wu Wenting couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The two corpses on the huge rock were looking at him with unwillingness in their eyes. That was the unwillingness before death. You killed them. Wu Wenting sucked in a breath of cold air. Two profound realm experts. Even if they were injured, it was impossible for them to die so quickly. Yet, they died in front of him. What are you doing? Wu Wenting was a smart person. These people did not take the initiative to kill him, not because they were not confident, but because they did not want to kill him. If Lin Jintian recovered, he might not be able to defeat him. The other was a rank 3 runes master, and a peak post-liminary realm expert. No confidence at all. What do you want? Lin Jintian said. It's very simple. Submit to our Lin family, and I'll grant you the position of head consecrator. Wu Wenting was shocked. He was a loose cultivator. This time, they were the ones who proposed the price of joining hands to deal with them. A loose cultivator was someone who was not loved by his grandmother or grandfather. He had spent a lot of effort to cultivate to the profound realm. Among the three, he was the weakest. Did he want to die? Of course not. Profound realm experts had a lifespan of 200 years. He was only 50 years old now. If nothing went wrong, he would have at least 150 years to live. He was not willing to die in the hands of others. If he submitted, he could become the head consecrator. Wu Wenting was indeed tempted. He knew about the position of head consecrator. He did not need to do anything. At the same time, he could enjoy the benefits of the family. This was a good idea. What if I don't agree? You'll die immediately. If you're confident that you can leave, then you can give it a try. The two of them are examples of your mistakes. Smart people should not make the wrong choice. It was a situation of certain death. There was no other way. Wu Wenting did not want to die. He had to survive first. If the position was not good, then leaving wouldn't be easy. He consoled himself in his heart. All right, I agree. Lin Jintian smiled. Welcome to the Lin family as the first head consecrator. Wu Wenting relaxed. He was temporarily alive and did not have to worry about anything. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew behind him. A dazzling Jingguang appeared. He slapped out with his palm and retreated explosively. A seal landed on his body, and then it vanished. What exactly did you do to me? Lin Fei smiled. It's nothing. I just placed a seal on you. Despicable. Lin Fei shook his head. There's no such thing as despicable in this world. You guys joined hands to deal with my father. Isn't it normal for me to place a seal on you? If I were you, I would definitely listen to you obediently. Wu Wenting did not understand. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body. He could not even suppress his Xiantian profound qi. He rolled on the ground in discomfort. He did not look like a profound realm expert at all. Chapter 160. P.S. Thanks to Resident Evil Terminator. Strange. Thank you for your support. After experiencing the pain of the heart-devouring rune, Wu Wenting had no choice but to behave himself and become an obedient child. This delicate-looking kid was actually so vicious. A dignified Xiantian realm expert had suffered a few losses in the hands of the other party, to the point where his life was in the other party's hands. Wu Wenting really wanted to cry but had no tears. At this point, what else could Wu Wenting do? He could only choose to be obedient. This delicate-looking young man was like a devil that he could never forget. Working for the Lin family for 30 years wasn't too long, but it wasn't too short either. It would be over after a while, Lin Fan comforted himself. Wu Wenting really didn't want to experience the pain of the heart-devouring rune again. With the strength of a Xian realm expert, he couldn't even withstand a trace of pain. He wanted to commit suicide on the spot. You're better than father. Lin Jintian finally said something that he was convinced of. His son was even better than his father. With just a raise of his hand, he taught the other party a lesson that the other party didn't even dare to make a sound. The 30 years was just to comfort the other party. No one knew what would happen in 30 years. However, Lin Jintian knew one thing better than anyone else. His son would definitely become an expert in the continent. At that time, would Wu Wenting, who was hugging a big tree, be willing to leave? Just like what he said, Wu Wenting didn't dare to leave. Give a red date for a slap. This method was good. Amazing. Amazing. Your son will be proud of what you said. Lin Fei smiled. When we go back, I will tell you the method to control the heart-devouring rune. I believe it will be helpful to father. This rune's control rune belonged to a special type of runes. If he hadn't broken through to the 9th sky of martial path, Lin Fei could only stare at it. He couldn't learn it. A person who couldn't be controlled wasn't what Lin Fei wanted. He had to control it. The heart-devouring rune was a method to control runes. Lin Fei wouldn't think about what would happen 30 years later. I found this from Li Zhongtian and Zhang Weiyue. I believe it will be useful to you. Lin Fei looked at it and was slightly startled. Why did you give it to me? It turned out that it was none other than 2 combat skills that were found on the bodies of the 2 unlucky fellows. One was Li Zhongtian's Jingguang Line, an offensive killer move. One was Zhang Weiyue's Absolute Defense, a defensive combat technique. Combat skills were divided into 2 main categories. One was offensive, and the other was defensive. Zhang Weiyue's luck was terrible. He did not have the time to use absolute defense. It was not just an ordinary kind of bad luck. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated so quickly. I think you need this. Lin Jintian showed a rare smile. Bring this back. I'll just record it with runes. Lin Fei took out the runes and quickly recorded the 2 battle skills. With these runes, you can take the original book back and make it one of the secret arts of our Lin family. After recording the runes, Lin Fei prepared to go back and take a closer look. Jingguang Line and Absolute Defense were definitely good stuff. Especially the former was a high-level combat skill. It was even more powerful than his 10,000-mile saber. After packing up everything, he destroyed the corpses and quickly left Black Wind Cliff. 2 days later, Black Wind Stronghold. I wonder when young master will return. Xiao Yong stood on the hillside. He had been dealing with the mountain matters for the past 2 days and had been worried about young master. Ever since he killed Black Wind, Xiao Yong could not wait to express his loyalty. The rise of that useless young master would definitely be a big shot in the Lin family in the future. Captain Zhao. What are you thinking about? Who is it? Xiao Yong was shocked and was about to draw his saber. Your reaction is quite fast. Someone held down his saber. Turning around, Xiao Yong was startled. He knelt down on one knee. Greetings, master, eldest young master, third young master. The people who appeared were none other than Lin Jintian and the rest. Xiao Yong did not expect young master, eldest young master, and even the master to return together. He could not help but feel nervous. Is everything normal for the past 2 days? Xiao Yong said. Everything is normal. I have arranged for people to guard the mine. Nothing happened. The Black Wind stronghold is very quiet. No one noticed anything amiss. Black Wind stronghold, whole. Lin Fei and the rest were not in a hurry to return. The Li family had lost Patriarch Li Zhongtian and Patriarch Zhang Weiyue. This was equivalent to losing their strongest pillar. Their defeat was only a matter of time. If the news of the fall of these two experts were to spread, Gue Yuan City would be in chaos. Your idea is not bad. A dominant situation is not as good as having 2 heroes in a forest. Hearing his son's words, Lin Jintian could not help but feel happy for this idea. This idea was very suitable for Gue Yuan City. Why did he not think of it before? The current situation was also very good. It would definitely be of great use. No one knew that in the situation of 2 heroes, one side had already surrendered, so no one would notice. Then what are you going to do next? Lin Jintian asked. Of course I will destroy the Li family. I will not give them a chance to breathe. I will also take down the Li family mine. Lin Xiao frowned. Isn't this too fast? Lin Fei smiled. Since the Li family has lost the support of the profound practitioners, we can use them as an example. We will let everyone in Gue Yuan City know that it is not that the Lin family will not make a move. Once they make a move, it will definitely be a thunderous one. What's the reason? Lin Xiao could not help but ask. If we make a move without a reason, I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction from the various forces, right? Kill. Do I need a reason? Lin Jintian smiled and said to Lin Xiao. You have been by my side for so many years, but your character is still a little weak. You should learn from your third brother. You don't need a reason to kill. As long as you are strong, that is the best reason. Lin Xiao seemed to understand. Xiao understands. The next day, the entire Shatterstone town was shocked. In a single night, all the people in charge of the Li family's mines in Shatterstone town were killed. Even the Li family members in Shatterstone town were all killed by mysterious people. In just a single night, the Li family lost control of the mines. Gue Yuan City's Li family was shocked. That day, they arranged for their elite disciples to guard Shatterstone town. Along the way, there were a total of 200 people. 6 of them were at the 9th level of the martial path, 20 were at the 8th level of the martial path, and countless others. No one dared to underestimate such a huge force. But they were ambushed along the way. More than 200 warriors were killed. Not a single one of them survived. Shatterstone town was shocked. Gue Yuan City was shocked. The Li family suffered a great loss. With so many experts lost, they would not be able to make a comeback within 10 years. And on that day, while everyone was shocked, the Lin family's black armored guards took over all of the Li family's mines. All the forces involved were under the black armored guards. In Shatterstone town, all of the Li family's mines fell into the hands of the Lin family. And all of this happened in a single day. Gue Yuan City. The Li family's mines were ambushed. The people of Yuan City felt as if a layer of dark clouds had shrouded the sky. A storm was brewing. That evening, the entire Yuan City was in an uproar again. They could not believe that such a thing had happened. Surround the Li family. Don't let a single person escape. When the Lin family's black armored guards and purple armored guards joined hands to surround the Li family, everyone understood what was going on. The Lin family had finally made their move. Were they really going to attack the Li family? At this time, Shatterstone Town was still in a state of lockdown. Everyone thought that the Lin family was playing a trick of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. They wanted to take down the Li family's main camp while the Li family's forces were out. Everyone knew how strong the Li family was. Even if they had arranged for 6 experts at the 9th level of the martial path, the Li family still had 3 experts at the 9th level of the martial path. Who is the young man leading them? Why would the Lin family let a kid take action? Everyone might not know this, but that is the Lin Fei who has caused an uproar in our Yuan City recently. He was the 3rd young master of the Lin family. Crazy, crazy. What is the Lin family trying to do? What can a young master do? It was rare for something like this to happen in Yuan City. Everyone was paying close attention to the development of the situation. Crash. The Li family's gate opened, and a group of people rushed out. Your Lin family sure has guts to come to the Li family and cause trouble. A young man scolded with an arrogant expression. Lin Fei sat on the horse with a lazy expression on his face. How annoying. He raised his hand and slashed out. Rumble. The young man who spoke earlier was slashed in half, and the smell of blood filled the air. My son, I'll fight you to the death. Endless hatred came from the crowd, and they wanted to attack Lin Fei. However, they were pulled back by someone. Everyone recognized that this person was the 3rd elder, Li Xing, an expert at the 9th level of the martial path. At this moment, he couldn't help but look angry. Young Master Lin, if you don't give us an explanation, don't even think about leaving this place. Li Xing stared coldly at Lin Fei. Actually, at this moment, everyone in the Li family had killing intent in their eyes. Since the Li family's history, no one had ever dared to kill someone in the Li family's territory. The one who had just been killed was a talented direct descendant. Lin Fei laughed. Explanation. What explanation? I'm not in a good mood, and if I'm not in a good mood, I'll kill someone. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll destroy your Li family. Hua. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Since when did the Lin family become so domineering, wanting to destroy an entire family? Was there something wrong with this 3rd young master Lin's brain? Everyone knew who was stronger between the Li family and the Lin family, but they couldn't figure out why they suddenly attacked today. The situation was beyond their imagination. Li Xing laughed angrily. If they didn't take down the 3rd young master Lin today, the Li family wouldn't be able to raise their heads easily in the future. No matter what their goal was today, there was nothing wrong with taking down the 3rd young master Lin now. Impudent. Li Xing said angrily, today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. A smart person was indeed smart. The moment he opened his mouth, he brought up a big accusation. Your Lin family's disciple injured someone, and I'll teach him a lesson on behalf of your elders. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and slapped the back of his horse. He descended from the sky and swung his saber at Li Xing. Someone like you is qualified to represent my father. You are overestimating yourself. Not good, everyone, dodge. The saber light attacked, and that dangerous aura caused Li Xing's expression to change. This guy was actually an expert at the 9th level of the martial path. Bang, bang, bang. Many Li family's disciples instantly lost their lives under the saber light. So you also know how to dodge. Chapter 161. Damn, what sharp archery skills. Lin Fei frowned. Who exactly were these people? Their attacks were so ferocious, wanting to kill him. Could they be from the Li clan? The Li clan appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Apart from them, no one else would dare to make a move against the Lin clan. He had just come out, yet they immediately attacked him. The target was too obvious. It was impossible for them to attack him casually. 3 sharp arrows flew over in a triangular formation. At this moment, if Lin Fei dodged, the people behind him would definitely be in trouble. This attack was very powerful, forcing Lin Fei to fight. Young master, danger. A group of guards wanted to block in front of him. Back off. Lin Fei shouted. He took a step forward and instantly created a distance of several meters, blocking in front of the crowd. Kill. If it was before, facing these 3 attacks, Lin Fei would definitely not be able to dodge. From the other party's attack, he knew that apart from himself, anyone else would die without a doubt. This was an attack from the 9th heaven of the martial path, and the archery technique was a middle-grade yellow-ranked archery technique. Its lethality was shocking, and it could kill anyone in one shot. Such a long-range attack was indeed very powerful. Anyone who was locked on by it would definitely be in danger. Lin Fei took a step forward and raised his hand, sending out 3 saber lights. The saber lights brought along a long saber light as they rumbled forward. The momentum was no weaker than the other parties. Let's see if your archery is stronger or my saber light is stronger. After advancing to the 9th heaven of the martial path, his Xian Qi was more than several times stronger than before. When the saber light was unleashed, it could reach a distance of 10 meters. If he used a combat skill, it would be even longer. Rumble. The 3 soul-chasing arrows were very fast, but Lin Fei's saber light was even faster. The space seemed to explode at this moment, and a powerful airwave swept in all directions like the wind. Swish! 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 The other party did not stop. It was clear that he wanted to kill Lin Fei in front of everyone. Let's see how many arrows you can block. Wang Kai kept drawing his bow, and the soul-chasing arrows were locked on his opponent. From the beginning, he had recognized this person's identity. It was said that this person was the one who led the team to kill the 3 9th heaven experts of the Li family. Therefore, Wang Kai wanted to kill him in front of everyone. A mere kid who had just advanced to the 9th celestial layer would definitely become a ghost under his hands. Third brother, let me help you. Lin Xiao shouted. Lin Fei stopped him. Go back. This person is not someone you can deal with. The other party's archery skills were excellent. Lin Fei could rely on his movement technique to dodge the arrows, but if his big brother came up, facing such dangerous archery skills, he might die on the spot. That was why Lin Xiao hurriedly stopped him. Lin Xiao was not someone who would show off. Seeing the arrow flying towards him again, his heart tightened. Third brother, be careful. His big brother did not know the strength of his third brother. However, there was one thing that he understood. If he went up, he would only be a hindrance. He might even implicate his third brother. The gate was now in ruins. Even though the 2 parties were separated by the ruins, they could still feel the strong killing intent coming from the gate. What powerful archery skills! This person's long-range attacks are amazing. Luckily, I have the flowing wind movement technique. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to deal with him. Lin Fei was clear that he had to deal with this long-range archer first. Now, he was even more certain that these people were sent by the Li family. Otherwise, they would be from the Black Tortoise sect. However, the strong killing intent coming from them indicated that they were not from the Black Tortoise sect. However, Lin Fei was not in the mood to deal with this. Facing such a powerful archer, he did not dare to lower his guard. You are quite courageous. You still dare to rush over. You must be tired of living. Ever since Wang Kai started practicing archery, his archery skills had been improving. Almost everyone below the 9th celestial layer could block 3 of his arrows. He had also killed many 9th celestial layer experts. After shooting out dozens of arrows, the other party dodged all of them. Wang Kai could not help but feel slightly surprised. However, it was just a surprise. He did not view the other party as a threat. Wang Kai was confident that he would win. If the other party did not rush over, Wang Kai's chances of winning would not be high. Once the other party got within range, it would be hard for him not to die. Wang Kai pulled out another 3 arrows. In one breath, he shot out 3 arrows at once. Once again, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He pulled the bowstring, and with a ding-dang sound, an invisible arrow was shot out. Invisible arrow. This surnamed Lin will die for sure. The one-eyed man seemed to be very familiar with this scene. He laughed sinisterly. What a pity. If this old man were to make a move and kill him, it would be more exciting. The rest of them were very confident in Wang Kai's archery skills. Elementary combat skill, invisible arrow. If they did not know the other party's background, they would definitely die when facing Wang Kai's archery skills. No one would be able to stop this arrow. Wang Kai revealed a smile. To be able to die under my invisible arrow, that is your fortune. Wang Kai rarely used this move. Initially, he wanted to use the soul-chasing arrow to kill the other party. Who would have thought that the other party was strong enough to break the soul-chasing arrow? Thus, he used a combat skill. Drifting wind movement technique was executed. Lin Fei was like a bird flying through the forest. Facing the 3 arrows, he could not help but sneer. With a wave of his hand, saber light turned into 3 beams of light that slashed at the soul-chasing arrow. In an instant, the distance between them closed. Xiao! After the 3 saber lights broke the arrow, Lin Fei suddenly felt an indescribable sense of danger. Boom! Lin Fei's body was like a broken kite. He crashed into a nearby building, creating a loud rumbling sound. Third brother. No one expected that Lin Fei would be so inexplicably injured and lose so quickly. Don't come over. Lin Xiao was shocked. Just as he was about to rush over, he heard Lin Fei's voice. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't die. Wang Kai was surprised. Lin Fei did not die under the formless arrow combat technique. Kill! 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 Wang Kai did not believe that Lin Fei could dodge the formless arrow combat technique. That attack earlier should have severely injured him, even if he did not die. Xiao! 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 Lin Fei slammed his palm on the ground and charged out of the rubble. Fortunately, I have the protection of the guardian deity body. Otherwise, I would have been severely injured even if I did not die. This was the first time that Lin Fei had suffered at the hands of the other party. If not for the protection of the guardian deity body, he would have truly embarrassed himself today. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate Lin Fei. This was only the first. What about the other 4? Lin Fei was very clear that he had to buy time for his father. Once he refined the medicinal pill, he would be able to turn the situation around. Time. I need time. So. Lin Fei soared into the air and executed his flowing wind movement technique. However, he did not use his wind wings. Danger! Danger! After experiencing it once, Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate these 3 arrows. His saber light turned into beams of white light as he chopped out. Instantly, a dazzling white light blocked everyone's vision. Brat, you want to hide from me? Dream on. Wang Kai slammed his palm on the ground and soared into the air from his mount. He looked down from above and drew his bow, wanting to kill the other party. Unexpectedly, the person behind the white light seemed to vanish. Wang Kai lost his target. How can this be? Where did he go? Wang Kai was distracted. Instantly, a beam of white light shot over. He drew his bow and fired 3 soul-seeking arrows. You fell for it. A cold laugh suddenly came from behind Wang Kai. How did you appear behind me? The saber light behind Wang Kai was like a long saber as it chopped down. Wang Kai's body split into 2 and fell from the sky. When he landed on the street, blood spurted everywhere. Little Kai. Wu Shixiang and the others were startled. Then, they became enraged. They did not expect Wang Kai to die at the other party's hands. They finally understood. Under the dense white light, the brat with the surname Lin actually managed to hide from their eyes. Then, he took advantage of Wang Kai's mistake to kill him. What a good move. When the spectators saw third young Master Lin being sent flying, they thought that the Lin family was doomed. But after a few rounds, the powerful archer was killed by Lin Fei. It was a slap to their faces. Another expert in the 9th layer of the martial path. Lin Fei landed on the rubble. Other than his clothes being a little messy, he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. Who are you? Who sent you here? How dare you make a move against an inner disciple of the divine martial sect? Lin Fei berated loudly, directly putting a big label on them. Lin Fei was surprised. That powerful archer had 8,000 sin points on him. If an archer had 8,000 sin points, then what about the rest of the archers? Lin Fei immediately used the sin point system to check. He was shocked when he saw that someone's sin points had reached 21,000. Cultivators only had 13,000 sin points, and this person had 21,000 sin points. Lin Fei immediately put a big hat on them. If these people attacked together, it would not be a good thing. Lin Fei wanted to calm them down first. I'll kill you. The one-eyed man sneered and was about to attack. But unexpectedly, Wu Shixiang blocked his attack. Wu Shixiang frowned. Inner disciple of the divine martial sect, these words were like a sharp sword hanging over his head. They were doing well in the Shanhe County. If they made a move against an inner disciple of the divine martial sect, it would be a big crime. If the divine martial sect knew about it, they would definitely send an inner disciple to kill them. Even the higher-ups of the sect might not be able to protect them. Wu Shixiang was filled with anger. He wanted to go back and slap Li Yun to death. If he knew that Li Yun was an inner disciple of the divine martial sect, he would have definitely joined hands and killed him. Even if they knew his identity, they would still have a chance to turn things around. After all, he was already dead, so everything would be easier. Lin Fei's words were heard by everyone on the street. Wu Shixiang could not kill them all. If he did, not only would he be finished, all the gangs in the Shanhe County would be finished. Wu Shixiang regretted it. Not only did he kill Wang Kai, he was also tricked. Now, there was a sharp sword hanging over his head. Wu Shixiang was in a dilemma. He had lost the best chance to kill him after he opened his mouth. With regards to Wang Kai's archery, Wu Shixiang was very confident. Even the protective aura around his body could not block this attack. Killing the Lin family's third young master would undoubtedly provoke Lin Jintian, who was in the middle stage of Profound Realm. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This brat was really cunning. Did he think that he would not be able to kill him today? Wu Shixiang was furious. Wang Kai's archery was very good, and nothing had ever happened to him when he challenged him. This hatred must be avenged. So what if he used the name of an inner court disciple of the divine martial sect? Even if they could not kill him, they could still severely injure him and cripple his strength. The divine martial sect would not dare to do anything. After all, there were many inner court disciples in the divine martial sect. They would not stand up for one person. On the ruins, Lin Fei also heaved a sigh of relief. This person really had a background. He was actually a profound realm expert. Could it be that he was really from the profound martial sect? Chapter 162. P.S. Thanks, Love 2D Animation 1, Biohazard Counter-Strike, Big Brother Peach Blossom 1, Shattered Knight, and several other readers sent gifts. When the Lin family's third young master made a move on Li Xing, everyone thought that he was dead for sure. Third young master Lin was extremely powerful. With a single slash, a large number of Li family disciples were killed. He killed a Li family disciple in broad daylight, then killed a few more Li family disciples in a second move. How many people in Guiyuan City could do this? More importantly, Li Xing blurted out a sentence. Third young master Lin was actually at the ninth sky of the martial path. This news was too shocking. Too crazy, too cruel. When did third young master Lin reach the ninth sky of the martial path? Did he use some kind of elixir? No wonder third young master Lin came out to look for trouble. Could it be a test from the Lin family? Since when did the Lin family have the guts to make a move? Everyone kept guessing in their hearts what the whole story was like. Lin Fei was here to look for trouble. In that case, anything could be a reason. They just needed an opportunity to speak. Since elder Li Xing had jumped out, Lin Fei would definitely not be polite and would use him as an example. The Li family's strength was weak. If they did not make a move now, when would they? Black troopers, listen up. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Lin Fei soared into the air and slashed down with his saber. The saber radiance turned into a white light and whistled down. The black troopers drew their sabers. Kill! 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 The black troopers' equipment was upgraded. Facing the Li family's resistance, they showed no mercy. The Li family disciples at the outermost layer were directly slashed to the ground. They did not understand why the Lin family dared to make a move. The people on the street hurriedly left, afraid that they would be killed. No one could believe that third young master Lin dared to kill the Li family disciples. Could it be that Guiyuan City was going to change? Elderly, save me. Facing the ferocious black troopers, the Li family disciples suffered heavy casualties. Lin Fei, I will kill you. Seeing Li Xing's clansmen die in front of him, his eyes were bloodshot, and they looked like they would pop out of their sockets. Your Li family is despicable and shameless. You sneak attacked the Lin family's mine and stole the top-grade black iron ore. Instead, you let people attack the Lin family's mine. Today, I will take revenge for my family and kill you. Lin Fei's voice was as loud as a bell, and everyone could hear it clearly. So that was the case. No wonder the Lin family was so bold. The Li family was too dishonest. They clearly knew that there were only a few days left before the conference, yet they sneak attacked the Lin family and stole the top-grade materials. They had gone too far. Things that happened in private were different once they were put on the table. The Lin family and the Li family were in the same position. Their words were very trustworthy. After third young master Lin said that, not many people doubted him. The Li family did have the motive. You're slandering us. Don't you dare slander our Li family. Li Xing almost vomited blood. Third young master Lin was tricking them. Sneak attacking the Lin family and stealing the top-grade materials, no matter which one it was very important and couldn't be underestimated. If the Li family was slandered, they wouldn't be able to stop for a while. Their reputation would be very bad. Everyone knew that the Lin family would lose their position this time. Such a big piece of meat would be shared by them sooner or later. Now that someone had made a move first, especially the top-grade materials, they couldn't forget about it. It would be strange if they weren't jealous. With this accusation, let's see who else dares to stand out and speak. Lin Fei crouched down and swept out with his blade. Swish, 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 a large number of heads fell to the ground. Fresh blood dyed the street red, forming rivers of blood. Bang! Suddenly, a cold wind appeared behind Lin Fei. A fist landed on his back, and his earth energy rebounded. You dare to kill my family. I want you dead. It turned out that the other elder had made a move. He didn't hesitate to sneak attack from behind, hoping to kill Lin Fei in one strike. If it was anyone else, this move would have succeeded. However, against third young Master Lin, it was somewhat useless. Jingguang first line. Due to the chaotic battle between the two experts, it was difficult to notice the small details. Lin Fei took the punch head-on. When the opponent's second punch landed, his figure flashed in the air and he pointed with a finger. It was the high-grade combat technique, Jingguang first line. The one who made the move was an elder called Li Guang. In a state of anger, he chose to sneak attack. Not good. A terrifying and dangerous aura appeared out of nowhere. Retreating, retreating. Li Guang reacted quickly. After the dangerous aura locked onto him, he panicked and chose to leave. How could a high-grade combat technique be so easy to dodge? It wouldn't be a high-grade combat technique. A bloody light pierced through his forehead. Even the earth energy protection couldn't block the attack of Jingguang first line, and he became a target in the air. If Li Guang was on the ground, he wouldn't have died so tragically. His speed in the air couldn't be compared to Lin Fei. He was a living target. At such a close distance, it would be hard for him not to die. This thing is easy to use. It's better to change the name. From now on, it will be called Returning Energy Strike. It's just that it consumes too much mystic chi. It was a good name, but Lin Fei didn't want to change it. He wondered if the person who created this combat technique would crawl out of his grave. Good fellow, 8,000 sin points. Lin Fei felt good. Elder Li Guang is dead. Li Guang's corpse fell from the sky, creating a huge crater. Dust flew everywhere. This was undoubtedly a joke to everyone. In their eyes, third young Master Lin, who didn't pose any threat, quietly killed Elder Li Guang. The corpse on the ground had undoubtedly taught everyone a good lesson. What was the saying that one couldn't judge a book by its cover? What was the saying that the river flows east for 30 years, the river flows west for 30 years? The death of Li Guang, who was at the 9th layer of the martial path, was a huge blow to the Li family. Elder Li Sansi, let's attack together and avenge Elder Li Guang. Li Sheng's eyes were wide open. The other elder, Li Sansi, was also enraged. When did the Li family suffer such a disaster? When did the Li family's elder die on the street? For hundreds of years, this had never happened before. This was simply a disgrace to the Li family. Then third young Master Lin must die. He must die in front of the Li family's gate, using his blood to comfort the family members on the ground. Third young Master Lin's strength scared the big and small forces. What kind of elixir did this guy eat? The Li family's elder said to kill him without mercy, ruthless and merciless. Is the Lin family going to have a strong third young master? Many people were guessing in their hearts. Just based on the method just now, if third young Master Lin doesn't die, he will definitely become a new expert in Gui Yuan City. Li Sheng and Li Sansi attacked at the same time. Both of them were elders, and their hearts were filled with dissatisfaction. If they couldn't take down Lin Fei, it would mean that the Li family had lost their pillar of support. At that time, the Li family would definitely become prisoners. The two of them attacked Lin Fei from the front and back. 1/2. 1 to 10,000 miles. Lin Fei unleashed two ferocious slashes. These two saber techniques were especially tyrannical. This was especially so after Lin Fei's strength increased. The saber light barely reached 23 meters long, while the latter was over 30 meters long. Just the saber light alone could kill countless people. Rumble. Although the two of them dodged, they were still injured. What's worse was that the family members below, facing these two crazy attacks, once again suffered countless casualties. The scene was filled with screams. Both of them were injured and consumed a lot of mystic chi, but the effect was very satisfactory. Lin Fei closed the distance. His target was Li Xing. This person was more powerful. His kick landed on Li Xing's body. This wasn't a casual attack, the protective aura was directly broken. Li Xing was instantly sent flying like a kite with a broken string. His protective aura lost its protection, and with a loud rumble, the Li family's gate collapsed. It was hard to tell what it was before, it had turned into a big pile of ruins. Kill. After reaching the 9th layer of the martial Dao, Lin Fei's speed increased again. He raised his hand and slashed down. The blade light fell like raindrops, and the huge pile of ruins was under a full attack. Xiao, xiao, xiao. 3 cold gusts of wind came from behind. Li Sanxi's sword stabbed over, and 3 water dragons whizzed over, wanting to divert the opponent's attention. He had never thought that the trash from back then would be able to suppress them with one move. Lin Fei didn't care. He rushed down, and with another blade light, he attacked Li Xing, who had revealed his figure. Although Li Xing was an expert at the 9th layer of the martial Dao, he wasn't a Xian expert, so he couldn't recover from his injuries. Under the attack of mystic chi, he was attacked again, and it was indeed impossible for him to take it head-on. There weren't many saber techniques like Lin Fei's. Li Xing might have a chance of winning if he attacked fiercely. Now that he attacked again, he wouldn't have any advantage. Rumble. The blade light slashed down, covering a distance of 10,000 miles. With a mid-level battle technique, Li Xing's pupils dilated. All his escape routes were blocked, and he immediately fell to the ground with hatred. The water dragon landed on Lin Fei's body, but he blocked it with his protective aura. Inside, he had activated the invincible Vajra body, so the impact wasn't great. At most, his chi and blood wouldn't flow smoothly, and he would have to circulate the 9 revolutions Xian Qi to calm it down. You killed Elder Li Xing, you demon. In a short period of time, Lin Fei killed 2 experts at the 9th layer of the martial Dao. It was as if the heavens were playing a huge joke on him. Lin Fei grinned, I'm 3rd young Master Lin, not some demon. So. Lin Fei appeared in front of Li Sanxi, and without saying a word, he slashed down. Li Sanxi raised his sword, and actually planned to fight head-on. His left hand moved bit by bit, wanting to injure Lin Fei. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei also raised his hand. Returning to origin strike. With the increase in strength, the capacity of the 9 revolutions Xian Qi gradually exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. After using a few battle techniques, there was still a lot of Xian Qi in his body. Otherwise, Lin Fei wouldn't be so unscrupulous. Using battle techniques to kill was too much of a bully. Li Sanxi's eyes widened, battle technique. Gotcha. The long sword faced the blade of the baleful black saber, and the saber was cut in half. Returning to origin finger, struck down, a double blow. Without the protection of the long sword, Li Sanxi died without a grave. With one slash, his left arm was cut off, and with another finger, Li Sanxi was killed on the spot. His corpse was also cut in half by the baleful black saber, falling to the ground. Chapter 163. The 3 elders were killed in a daze. 3 experts at the 9th level of the martial Dao could not defeat a single Lin Fei, and all of them died in his hands. Everyone seemed to have seen the most impossible joke. Since when did Lin Fei's ability become so strong? Killing experts at the 9th level of the martial Dao was as easy as slaughtering chickens and sheep. How did he cultivate to such a level? Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If it was them, how many blades could they block? The tyrannical and brutal blade technique, every blade fell on their hearts. If they made a move, they didn't know if they could block even one of the blades. That terrifying aura made their hearts palpitate. Originally, he looked gentle and amiable, but when he made a move, the gap was so big. He simply didn't treat people as humans. 3 Li family elders were killed just like that. How many people could do that? Everyone thought that after going back, they must restrain their family members and never offend Lin Fei. This kind of person cannot be offended, he was too cruel. They all understood that after losing the 3 experts, the Li family wouldn't be able to hold on for long. In the end, they would become prisoners. The Lin family took down the Li family, then the next step would be to face the Li family's counterattack. Guiyuan City wouldn't be peaceful anymore. It's really strenuous to use combat skills continuously. Lin Fei took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and took out a medicinal pill to eat. This was the medicinal pill that he had just exchanged with the reputation system. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Dealing with 3 9th level experts, there was a certain amount of pressure, otherwise, he wouldn't have broken through their joint attack. One died, as for the other 2, it would be easy. Combat skills were useful, but they consumed too much Xian Qi. Looking at the situation, the effect was very good. Lin Fei was still very proud. After taking down the Li family today, the situation in Guiyuan City had changed. If the news of the Li family's experts dying were to spread, the Li family would really be finished. After finishing this matter, he could break through to become a Xian Qi expert. After losing the Li family, the Zhang family's internal affairs would be dealt with. Basically, there wouldn't be any problems. All the troubles would be cleaned up, and the previous troubles would be solved. Lin Fei had never tried it before. It turned out that things could be handled so easily. Of course, if it wasn't for Lin Fei's good luck and encountering the joint attack of 3 profounders, annihilating the Li clan wouldn't have been so easy, and he'd completely gained a great advantage. After the death of the 3 elders, the people of the Li clan were unable to resist at all. After being told that those who resisted would be killed and those who knelt down and surrendered would not be killed, most of them chose to surrender. 3rd young master, everyone from the Li family has been captured. A black armored guard ran over. Well done. Lin Fei turned around and walked into the Li family. After working for so long, he could finally collect the spoils of war. Naturally, Lin Fei wouldn't stand on ceremony with the corpses of the 3 elders. He couldn't do it in front of everyone, so he had his men carry the corpses back. The black armored guards were left outside to defend. No one would be stupid enough to go in and watch the bloody street. Everyone knew that the Li clan's vitality had been greatly damaged, but no one would have thought that it was the extermination of their clan that wasn't a huge blow to their vitality. One of the 3 great clans was gone, and the other one had become a puppet. 3 first-rate mysterious techniques, 2 yellow-ranked low-grade mysterious techniques, and 100,000 taels of silver. After a search, Lin Fei found nothing good on their bodies. It could barely be considered as a harvest, but compared to the profounders, there was a huge gap. Lin Fei didn't even think about getting anything good from them. It was impossible. Of course, the treasury was different. The most valuable place in the Li clan was the treasury, or rather, the storeroom. After killing the 3 elders, Lin Fei immediately had his men occupy the place. No one was allowed to enter, and anyone who disobeyed would be killed without question. It wasn't easy for him to have a quarrel and exterminate the entire clan, so Lin Fei really didn't want to waste his effort. The Li clan's treasury wasn't hard to find, and he already had information on it. Therefore, Lin Fei wasn't worried about not being able to find it. Along the way, corpses were strewn all over the place. Their sin value wasn't high, far from that of the bandits. Third young master, the treasury is inside. In the secret room, there was a stone door blocking the outside. Can't open it? Lin Fei asked. The key is gone. The person who held the key was accidentally killed by us, and the key is missing. The leader of the black armored guards was cautious, and he hated his subordinate to death. Choosing a good target to kill, and killing the person who held the key, wasn't that a trap? Lin Fei also thought that it was a trap. The key was gone, and they had to work hard. Lin Fei chased them outside. After killing the 3 Ninth Heaven experts, Lin Fei's words were in order. Sigh, do I have to do it myself every time I go to the treasury? My luck is too bad. Lin Fei muttered to himself as he faced the stone wall of the treasury. I'll chop. I'll chop. I'll chop again. The pitiful baleful black blade, a divine weapon used to kill people, became a tool to dig into the treasury. Not bad, very sharp. Lin Fei said proudly as he dug. If the previous owner knew, he would probably crawl out of his coffin. People treated divine weapons as treasures, but this guy used it as a tool. What a wastrel. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei opened the treasury as he wished. Actually, he dug a big hole. The Li family probably didn't expect that the 100,000 gene boulder they prepared to use as a door lock would be dug out by Lin Fei using a divine weapon. So big. The treasury was many times larger than the Black Wind stronghold. At the same time, the big and small storerooms were connected one by one. At a glance, one could see that the outermost area was filled with ordinary items, such as gold and silver. The existence of mountains made people not dare to ignore the term family foundation. With this foundation, who knows how many experts could be nurtured. The Li family is indeed rich. As for money, Lin Fei didn't care much. What he cared about were other things. He would leave all these for the Lin family. In order to not lack money when he wanted something in the future, Lin Fei collected a batch of silver. Roughly calculating, 10,000 taels of gold was enough for him to use. Gold was still a hard currency. He entered the second storeroom. There were rows upon rows of bookshelves, and there were many deeds of land, including houses, land, and so on. Lin Fei chose to ignore them. The third storeroom was much smaller, shrunk by half. There was also a runes formation at the door, which Lin Fei broke clean. These are materials, right? After a glance, Lin Fei immediately realized that these were the good stuff. Gold could be earned, but materials weren't so easy to find. He didn't recognize many of the materials in front of him. The preciousness of materials didn't lie in Xian technique or elixir. Lin Fei cared more. The baleful black blade could accompany him for a long time, so he had to recognize the materials. Notification, discovered various rare ores. Just as Lin Fei was wondering if he should keep the ores, the silent system suddenly let out a familiar and cold mechanical voice. Loading materials, locating materials. Lin Fei was already used to the system's reactions. He kept thinking whether he should activate the forging system or not. Lin Fei had experienced the benefits of the runes system. It was a must-have item when he went out. It would be a waste not to use it. Runes could be a good trump card at a crucial moment. Loading materials completed. Locating materials completed. Forging system activated. Lin Fei chose a stone and threw it out. This was a function of the system. Level 1 ore, black iron stone. Purity 80. There is a chance of forging a top-grade mortal weapon. So this was the classification. After looking at the information, Lin Fei understood the classification of this material. Materials started from level 1 all the way to level 10. Level 1 was the most common and level 10 was the highest. Purity was a type of ore. The higher the purity, the higher the chance of success. Conversely, the chance of failure was higher. Lin Fei almost jumped up. Even the heavens were helping him. Blacksmiths and runes masters were famous. If anyone could forge a weapon that was famous in the continent, they would be able to enjoy the life of a supreme being for the rest of their lives. The forging system was activated. Even if Lin Fei's ability wasn't good, he could save a lot of trouble forging weapons compared to others. I wonder what material I'm using. He subconsciously threw out a detection. Level 5 material, special material, black obsidian. Purity 95. There is a 100% chance of forging a top-grade weapon. Damn, a level 5 material was already so amazing. Lin Fei was shocked. He thought that his baleful black saber would definitely be made from level 8 or 9 materials. He didn't expect it to be a level 5 material. With the addition of a special material, the taste was completely different. But, after using the detection, Lin Fei had an understanding of these materials. They were all level 1 materials. There were no level 2 materials. Some materials didn't even have a grade. This proved that they were definitely good stuff. Baleful black saber is too sharp and domineering. It's not suitable for cultivation. Lin Fei thought. That top-grade black obsidian is not bad. Along with some other materials, I could try forging a weapon. There weren't many experts in Yuan City. Outsiders might not be able to tell the uniqueness of the baleful black saber, but once it was in a big place, it would be different. There was no guarantee that no problems would arise. Keep a low profile and silently make a fortune. Take it all away. The system opened the storage space and gave it to Lin Fei. In order to not look too ugly, it kept quite a few low-purity ores. After walking past the ore chamber, there was an armory. The best was 2 high-grade mortal weapons, 3 middle-grade mortal weapons, and 10 low-grade mortal weapons. It wasn't a lot, but it was the limit of the collection. He wanted to give it to his father to increase his strength. His big brother and second brother seemed to lack weapons. The last chamber was filled with elixirs. There were a few elixirs that could be used to increase one's strength. The rest were ordinary, but there were many of them. For example, the Qi Gathering Pill. After looking around, Lin Fei discovered something else. Or rather, he discovered a combat technique. Li Clan's combat technique, Jingguang First Line, a high-grade combat technique. It was even more detailed than the previous one. The previous one was a plagiarism and wasn't the true essence. When he picked up the Jingguang First Line to take a look, Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. A few words on the cover caught his attention. Chapter 164. Black Tortoise Gate. At the bottom left corner of the Jingguang Line secret manual, there were a few words as thin as a cow's hair. When Lin Fei saw them, his face slightly changed. Lin Fei was not too clear about the power layout of Yuan City. This had nothing to do with him. After seeing these 3 words, the situation changed. Jingguang Line was a high-level combat skill. Condensing mystic qi into a single point, it could deal a fatal blow. It specialized in breaking all kinds of protective aura. The reason why the Li family elders could not block the attack was because of this. Condensing it into a single point, like a bullet, it could kill whoever it wanted. There was no place to dodge. Li family is from Black Tortoise Gate. Lin Fei fell into deep thought. Li family had someone backing them. Exterminating their family would be troublesome. Since they were exterminated, the Li family became prisoners. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Since it had already happened, the only thing he could think of was how to solve it. There are too many things in the continent that are unknown. Lin Fei checked the situation of the secret room again. Hard work pays off. In a corner, he found a few letters. The handwriting was somewhat blurred and scribbled, but it was still barely recognizable. A moment later, Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Damn, I really hit the jackpot. On the letter, the general meaning was very simple. This was a patriarch of the Li family. In the past, he was a member of Black Tortoise Gate. Later on, he retired and established Li family. He took the initiative to send a few disciples to Black Tortoise Gate to cultivate. Unexpectedly, this person from Black Tortoise Gate did not agree. He changed his words and suggested that if there was anything in the future, they could go to Black Tortoise Gate to seek help. Damn it. Lin Fei checked again, and his face sank. He could not find the item that could prove his identity. From the letter, it could be seen that Black Tortoise Gate left a promise to seek their help. Lin Fei was very clear about the power of the sect. There were many experts. Guiyuan City was considered powerful, but in the eyes of the sect, Xian cultivators were just inner court disciples. There was nothing to be happy about. Because of this, people from small places did not dare to be too arrogant in big places, lest they offend the big shots. Profound practitioner experts were like local tyrants in small places. In big cities, they did not even dare to make a sound. Their status was too low. Could it be that extreme joy begets sorrow? Lin Fei flipped through it again, trying to figure out the information. He was certain that after he killed the 3 elders, someone had used the secret passage to escape from his grasp. Along the way, they had also taken away their identification to seek help from the Black Tortoise Gate. That would prove why they couldn't find the key. They must have taken it away beforehand. According to the letter, the Black Tortoise sect was based in Shanhe County. In Lin Fei's territory, Shanhe County was equivalent to a provincial capital. It was high up, and all the cities were under the jurisdiction of Shanhe County. If I didn't have a divine weapon, I would have had an unknown enemy behind me. Lin Fei couldn't catch up with the people who escaped through the secret passage. Who knew where they escaped to? It was undeniable that after the Lin family got rid of an enemy, they immediately gained another powerful Black Tortoise sect. Good things are strewn with setbacks. Just as expected. After ordering a search, they found a secret passage. The place was hidden, and the exit was in an abandoned house in Guiyuan City. When they checked, it was empty. Who would pay any attention to an abandoned house? The abandoned house was close to the city gate. After disguising himself, it was easy to leave Guiyuan City. Even a smart person can be careless. Lin Fei shook his head. He had created a big enemy for himself. The identity of the person who escaped. Soon, they found out that he was the eldest son of the patriarch, Li Yun. In this way, everything was logical. Other than the patriarch's son, the fewer people who knew about the secret passage, the greater the chance of escaping. This was the first time Lin Fei destroyed the Li family. He didn't handle the details perfectly. Of course, Li Yun's kid was smart and knew how to take away the token. The only regret was that young Master Li was too stupid and didn't know how to destroy the evidence. If he destroyed the evidence and left such an enemy, Lin Fei would definitely not know about it. An enemy in the dark was the scariest. Even if he knew that young Master Li had escaped, it was hard to know where he escaped to. Lin Fei didn't want to leave a ticking time bomb behind. He needed to get rid of this Li family. On the same day, the Lin family sealed the Li family. The news of the mine spread to Guiyuan City after being suppressed for a day. The entire Guiyuan City was shocked. The powerful Li family was exterminated in less than a day. The Lin family was really bold. They didn't make a move, but when they made a move, they struck like lightning. A sharp knife stabbed into the chest, killing them in one strike. The originally weak Lin family suddenly became extremely strong. The rumors and gossips had completely disappeared. The Guiyuan city had undergone a huge change. Of the three major families, the Li family was exterminated. They lost control of their power and many of them were attacked by the Lin family. Especially the Beigong family. The Beigong family attached themselves to the Li family and replaced the Lin family as the biggest competitor. The result was such a change. The Li family was exterminated, the Beigong family fell. Everyone was in danger, afraid of becoming the next target. Lin family, secret room. It really is the Black Tortoise sect. Lin Jintian put down the letter and frowned. He seemed to remember something. In the past, someone recognized the Li family's combat skill as one of the Black Tortoise sect's combat skills. Your father didn't believe it and thought that the Li family couldn't have originated from the Black Tortoise sect. He regretted it. In the secret room, not only Lin Jintian, the eldest brother Lin Xiao and second brother Lin Feng were also present. This was a small meeting between the four of them. Father, is this Black Tortoise sect very powerful? Lin Xiao asked puzzledly, why is there not much news about the Black Tortoise sect? This question, the three brothers had the same question. Lin Jintian said, the Black Tortoise sect is not a sect from our Shanhe County. In our Buluo dynasty, the Black Tortoise sect can be ranked in the top 10. Its influence is not in our Shanhe County. It is normal that you don't know much about it. The Shanhe County was not strong, so it was not easy to know about the Black Tortoise sect. The Buluo dynasty had a total of 10 counties. The Shanhe County was not famous and was not at the bottom. It was just barely there. Its geographical location was not good. It belonged to the most remote area of the Buluo dynasty. Guiyuan city was a remote place, so there was not much news about the Buluo dynasty. If it was a family from the Shanhe County, then they would definitely know something about the Black Tortoise sect, or even some news about other sections. Father, the Li family has been destroyed by us. Li Yun, that evil survivor, has gone to the Black Tortoise sect. He will definitely harbor hatred and will definitely target our Lin family. Lin Xiao said, I think we should first arrange a way out, so that we will not be caught unprepared. Lin Jintian shook his head and smiled, Little Xiao, you are still too inexperienced. Have you forgotten about the sect agreement? Sect agreement? Lin Fei was curious. Our classmate Lin Fei, ever since he came to this world, his knowledge has been constantly increasing. But for some things, he still had a smattering of knowledge. When he heard about the sect agreement, he was confused. It seemed that the Black Tortoise sect did not dare to attack them. 500 years ago, the Buluo dynasty was in chaos. 300 years later, the dynasty stabilized. In order to prevent the sects from fighting each other and harming the families in the county, a new sect agreement was made. The agreement states that the sects cannot attack the families. The sects cannot. Lin Jintian explained the agreement between the sects in a relaxed manner. That is to say, the Black Tortoise sect will not launch a large-scale attack, but it is very likely that they will arrange experts to deal with our Lin family. Lin Feng's strength was not high, so he was very sensitive in his judgment. Lin Jintian was very satisfied with his 3 sons. The eldest son was brave and good at fighting. The second son was good at scheming. The youngest son was tyrannical, ruthless, and cunning. Fortunately, the 3 sons did not have any conflicts. They were very harmonious with each other. This was what Lin Jintian was most satisfied with. If the Black Tortoise sect wants to attack, it will not happen in this period of time. We just need to prepare in advance. After explaining, Lin Jintian let Lin Xiao and Lin Feng leave first. There were some things that they did not need to know for the time being. Big brother, second brother, don't leave first. Lin Fei said to them. The 2 of them did not know what was going on. When they saw Lin Fei take out 2 elixirs and pass them to them, they revealed doubtful expressions. This is a lesser primal pill. After consuming it, you can break through 1 or 2 stages. Big Brother has been stuck in the 8th heaven for a long time. It is time for him to break through to the 9th heaven, Lin Fei explained with a smile. With the increase in reputation, the reputation system had been activated, allowing one to purchase elixirs. The lesser primal pill was one of them. 100 reputation was equivalent to 500,000 experience. With the Black Tortoise sect as an enemy, the Lin family was not at ease. Lin Jintian had miscalculated, so he took out 2 elixirs for his 2 brothers to break through. If Lin Xiao could break through to the 9th heaven of the martial path, the Lin family would have another ferocious general. The 2 of them were pleasantly surprised, but there was also some doubt in their excitement. You 2 brats, these are genuine lesser primal pills. Why are you still not thanking your 3rd brother? Lin Jintian recognized the lesser primal pills with a glance. They were of superior quality. He was shocked. What kind of fortuitous encounter did my son have? In the past, he wanted to use lesser primal pills to break through, but they were priceless. Hearing this, Lin Xiao and Lin Feng hurriedly apologized to their 3rd brother. Their father's words were not for nothing. Lin Fei knew that they were doubting him. After all, he had increased his strength too quickly, like a rocket. He could even kill Xian practitioners. If this were to spread, it would definitely be shocking news. All of this needed an excuse. This excuse was very old-fashioned. It was nothing more than a fortuitous encounter with a strong practitioner. This kind of fortuitous encounter was the most common in the Xiantian continent. Later on, it was nothing more than being nurtured by a strong practitioner. How did he become so powerful? This could explain the origin of the elixirs in his hands. These are the 2 high-grade mortal weapons that we found in the Li family. 1 for each of us. Lin Fei threw out the high-grade mortal weapons. Martial artists, elixirs, Xian techniques, and weapons were all indispensable. The 2 of them did not stand on ceremony. Each of them took out a high-grade mortal weapon. After expressing their thanks, they immediately ran out and prepared to break through to the next realm. Xiao Fei, looks like you have no interest in the position of patriarch. After they left, only the 2 of them were left in the secret room. Lin Jintian had a complicated look in his eyes. His actions just now were only superficial. People like Lin Jintian were different. His thoughts were more than superficial. His cheap father was indeed amazing. He could even see this. The position of patriarch is a restriction for me. I am not the kind of person who can be limited to a certain place. My goal is to become a peerless expert and climb to the peak of the martial Tao. Lin Fei's meaning was very clear. I will not be the patriarch. The position of patriarch had always been the most complicated thing in the family. Lin Fei had directly announced that he would not be the patriarch. Raising the strength of his eldest and second brothers and giving them high-grade mortal weapons was indeed a method.